They said I was useless. Luna.
I was 34 years old, divorced, and ordinary. That last word was the one that stung, not a failure. There were no dramatic disasters in my history, no fires, no betrayals. Just a life that kept settling for good enough. A mid-tier university, a mid-tier job at a systems integration firm, a marriage that dried up because neither of us could be bothered to save it. 2 years after the divorce, my days were this: commute, code, convenience store bento, and one lilac caramel British shorthair named Luna, who met me at the door every night. Luna was sitting on the table when I got home, tail curled around her paws, watching me like she had been timing me. Lilac caramel fur, copper eyes. 6 years old and still the best decision I had ever made. I set down the bento, cracked open a beer, and scratched behind her ears. She leaned into my hand, same as yesterday, same as every day. I stood up to grab another can from the fridge. My body started to glow. It was not gradual. 1 second, I was reaching for the handle. The next, white light was crawling up my arms like static. The floor tilted. My apartment blurred sideways. I grabbed Luna before I could think. She was the only thing in my arms when everything went dark. I woke on a cold stone floor. The ceiling was vaulted. Stone, torches. Around me stood a circle of people in robes and jewels. Their faces were calm, unsurprised. Whatever had just happened to me was apparently routine for them. A man with red hair and a trimmed beard stepped forward. His clothes were old-fashioned and expensive. He introduced himself as Samuel, Marquis of this region, and he spoke like a man explaining an insurance policy. Another world. Could not go back. I was the 28th person this had happened to under the current system. I should have panicked. I did not. 10 years of client meetings had trained me to process bad news without visible reaction. I asked questions instead. Where? When? How? Why? Luna sat in my arms through all of it, calm, still, as if she had been expecting this. They had a crystal orb. Samuel called it the divine eye. I placed my hand on it, and light spilled from the surface. Numbers appeared in the air, my stats, and beside them, a single line: magic inspection. Can observe magical flow. Cannot manipulate. Samuel read the result. His expression did not change. He turned to the assembled nobles and delivered his verdict in that same measured tone. His household already had people who could manipulate magic. Someone who could only watch was redundant in his service. He would exercise the rotation clause and pass me to the next house. He said it the way you decline a free sample at a grocery store. Not with cruelty, not with contempt, just indifference. The other nobles in the room shifted. Some looked away. A few whispered. I caught the phrase high spirit and intelligence from one cluster, but the tone was puzzled, not impressed. I caught the whisper Samuel directed at his aide as he turned away. Something about a junk stone house. No threat to anyone. A calculation, not a cruelty. The distinction did not make it sting less. A young woman stepped forward from the back of the hall. Light blue hair, steady eyes. She placed her right hand on her left shoulder in greeting and said her name was Grace, acting head of the Clawfeld Viscounty. She accepted the assignment without complaint, without apology, without performance. Then she looked at me and asked if I was hungry. That was it. That one sentence. The first decent thing anyone had said to me in this world. The ride to Clawfeld territory took 5 days. Grace did not over-explain. She did not apologize for her family being lower ranked or make promises about what my life would look like. She answered what I asked and let the silence sit when I needed it. That restraint told me more about her character than any speech would have. On the first day, she caught herself staring at Luna. I noticed. She went red and looked away. I put Luna on the seat between us and told her she could pet her. Her composure cracked completely. She held Luna like a child holding a kitten for the first time. Her maid Karina stifled laughter behind her hand. The old steward Rudolph kept his eyes straight ahead, with the discipline of a man who had seen 30 years of noble awkwardness. Luna did not exist in this world. Cats, as a species, were unknown here. Grace had never seen anything like her. Over those 5 days, I learned the basics. This world had monsters, creatures with magic cores inside them, hostile by nature, dangerous enough that every settlement needed walls and every road needed guards. It had magic. About 1 in 5 people could use it. Grace could. She demonstrated demonstrated a small water spell inside the carriage, conjuring a sphere of liquid from thin air that hovered above her palm like a soap bubble made of glass. I watched it float and felt something shift inside my chest. Magic was real. Not a trick, not a metaphor. Real. Luna immediately swatted it with her paw and soaked the seat cushion. Grace laughed so hard she snorted. She was mortified. I decided I liked her. On the road, we fought goblins once. I watched from the carriage as the knights formed up. Luna leaped from my arms, charged across the field, and killed the goblin mage before its spell could land. She walked back to me, licking her paw like she had done nothing remarkable. I held her for a long time after that. The land changed as we traveled. Rocky plains gave way to wetlands, then grasslands, then forested hills. On the fourth day, I asked about her territory. She told me honestly. Clawfeld sat in a crater where a star had fallen. The magic stones they mined were called no attribute. Other territories called them junk stones. The economy was tight. The town was mocked. I told her I wanted to help. I did not know what that looked like yet, but I was a systems engineer. I understood how things worked underneath. I spent 10 years reading code nobody else wanted to read, asking why it was written that way. Maybe that was worth something here. Magic had rules. Rules could be understood. She smiled at that. Small. Real. The first time she had smiled without restraint since the evaluation hall. Craig Hollow appeared without warning. One moment we were riding through dense forest. The next, the trees opened and a city sat below us in a vast crater, houses carved into the sunny southern slope of the rock like shelves in a library. It looked like something from an ancient civilization. I said as much, and Grace beamed. The Lord's mansion was the only normal building, standing at the crater's rim. Inside, servants lined up to greet me. I nodded the way Rudolph had taught me, and tried not to feel like a charity case. Victor met me from his bed. Grace's father, the Viscount, a brown-haired man with calm eyes and a bad back from overwork. His wife Nicole stood beside him, water blue hair, same as Grace. She looked me over once, processed whatever she saw, and immediately asked about Luna. Apparently, Grace had spent most of the journey home talking about my cat. Nicole held Luna like she was made of gold. Luna allowed it with the magnanimity of a creature who knew exactly how adorable she was. Julius, Grace's 10-year-old brother, appeared at the doorway and was more interested in the cat than in the stranger from another world. I understood. Luna had that effect. Victor listened to my plans, learn magic, examine their magic tools, find ways to contribute. He did not push. He did not test me. He did not ask what value I could provide or what my ability was good for. He simply said he was glad I had come and that I should do whatever felt right. Trust your instincts, he told me. The territory would benefit eventually. He was sure of it. I sat with that for a long time after leaving his room. In my old life, no one had ever told me that my instincts were trustworthy. Not my ex-wife, not my managers, not the world. Here, in a crater city at the edge of nowhere, a sick man in a bed had said it like it was obvious. The church was vivid blue, sea and sky, Grace told me, birth and ending. Inside, white walls caught the light from a translucent panel window that turned everything the color of deep water. We were there because Nicole had decided Luna needed an appraisal. The priest, Benedict, ran to greet us wearing his formal robes and the expression of a man who had not been expecting the Viscountess today. Nicole introduced me as the territory's new lost one, then casually mentioned she needed him to appraise an animal. Benedict hesitated. Animals had never been appraised before. Nicole feigned disappointment, mentioned she would look for another church, and dropped the observation that whoever first documented a divine beast would be remembered in church records forever. Benedict had the crystal out in 30 seconds. I watched this happen and understood that nobles were terrifying. Luna placed her paw on the crystal the way she did everything, calmly, like she had done it before. The crystal glowed. The display resolved. Her name appeared first, linked to mine as family. Then a line I had to read 3 times before I believed it. Beast God transformation. And below that, a single word of identification. Bastet. I knew that name. Everyone from my world knew that name. The Egyptian cat goddess, a guardian of home, a deity who had been worshipped for thousands of years in the world I came from, my house cat. The one I had bought from a pet shop when she was 6 months old, and already too big to be considered cute by normal standards. The cat who met me at the door every night and sat on my chest when I was too tired to move. A goddess. The whole time, she was currently sitting on the church altar washing her face. Not a care in the world. Benedict looked like he might faint. His mouth moved, but nothing came out. Nicole stepped forward immediately, her voice dropping to that precise register that meant this was not a request. Keep this quiet. Tell no one. The Lord would make the announcement when the time was right. She would ensure Benedict received full credit for being the first to document it. The priest nodded so fast I thought his neck might snap. Grace stared at Luna with wide eyes. Then she looked at me. I did not know what my face was doing, but it probably was not calm. We rode back to the mansion in silence. Luna curled on my lap, purring. The same purr she had given me every night for years in that small apartment. The same weight, the same warmth. I scratched behind her ears, and she pressed into my hand. Same as yesterday, same as always, except nothing was the same anymore. She had always been with me. Now I knew why. Grace brought the spellbook to my room after lunch. A handwritten manuscript, thick with age. Its leather binding cracked along the spine. 2 layers of script covered every page. The common tongue on top, neat and legible. Something else below, smaller and denser, arranged in patterns that did not look like any alphabet I had seen in this world. She settled into the chair across from me and explained the 3 steps of magic with the patience of someone who had studied this her entire life. First, concentrate your mana into a single point. Second, shape it through imagination. Hold a clear picture of what you want the spell to become. Third, speak the spell words aloud. The spell words are written in the ancient magical language. She tapped the lower script with one careful finger. No one has understood their meaning for 1,000 years. We chant them like passwords. The pronunciation survived the blank millennium, but the meaning did not. I looked at the page, really looked. The lower script, the one she had just told me no living person on this planet could comprehend. I read it, not phonetically, not guessing from context. I read it the way I used to read function headers in legacy code at 3 in the morning, when my brain was too tired to pretend it did not understand something. The structure was there, the logic was there, and my brain parsed it before I even realized what was happening. Water, come forth from nothing, gather in my hands. That was what it said, clear as a comment block above a function declaration. Grace, my voice came out strange, flat, like I was reporting a bug I was not sure was real. The characters underneath the common tongue, those are the magical language, right? She nodded, tilting her head at my tone. I can read them, I swallowed. I can understand what they mean. The room went very quiet for about half a second. Then, Grace screamed. Not a delicate sound, not a contained gasp of surprise. A full-volume record-setting shriek that brought people running from 3 corridors. Luna launched off my lap like a spring-loaded projectile and wedged herself behind the bookshelf. Doors slammed open. Footsteps thundered. I sat there holding the spellbook, one hand still raised like I was presenting a slide in a meeting, wondering what I had said wrong. In my old life, reading something and reporting what it said was called doing your job. Here, apparently, it was cause for a household emergency. Grace recovered after what felt like 3 full minutes of frozen silence. Her first coherent action was to send the servants away, close the doors, and grab my arm hard enough to leave marks. Her second was to drag me down the corridor at a pace that suggested the building was on fire. Grace pulled me into her parents' room and shut the door behind us. Her composure had mostly returned on the walk over, but her hands were still trembling against my sleeve. Victor was propped up in his bed, his color slightly better than the last time I had seen him. Nicole stood with her arms crossed beside the window, already watching me like I was a puzzle she needed to solve before someone else did. Translate something, Victor said. No preamble, no expression of disbelief, just testing. I opened the spell book to the water section. This one says, water, come forth from nothing and gather in my hands. I turned the page. This one says, raging water, become a bundle, a blade that cuts all things. Nobody moved. Victor's jaw worked slowly, like he was chewing a thought he could not swallow. Nicole's face passed through shock, calculation, and something very close to fear in the span of 2 heartbeats. Victor ordered 2 more spellbooks, different elements. I read those too. Fire, wind, the same clarity, the same immediate comprehension. His face settled into the expression of a man redrawing every map he owned. Do you understand what this means? Nicole's voice was careful, measured, and very quiet. If anyone outside this household learns you can do this, there will be a war fought over you. Not a dispute, not a negotiation, a war. I did not understand. Not fully. I came from a world where reading was something every child learned in their first year of school. Here, apparently, reading the wrong script could mobilize armies. Nicole did not wait for me to catch up. Her strategy formed in real time, each sentence landing like a deployment order. Teach the family old magic using my translations. Build real power. Teach me to cast so I could protect myself. Tell no one outside these walls until the family was too strong to be taken from. Grace's condition was simple. If Ethan is strong enough to defend himself, the secret stays safer. I sat in that room listening to 4 people construct an entire future around my existence and felt something I had not felt since long before I left my world. They were not planning despite me. They were not working around my presence like an inconvenience to manage. They were planning because of me, because what I could do mattered to them. My only request was small. I want access to every magic array and tool in the territory. Everyone. I want to read them all. Nicole nodded once, already calculating which arrays to bring me first. Victor smiled from his pillow, the quiet smile of a man who had just drawn a card nobody else knew was in the deck. Grace exhaled beside me, something tight in her shoulders finally releasing. That was enough, more than enough. For the first time since I had landed on cold stone in a stranger's hall, I felt like I was standing in the right place. The workshop district sat at the very bottom of the bowl, the deepest layer of Craig Hollow, where the mine entrance was guarded around the clock, and the air tasted like iron filings and old dust. Grace had brought me here the day after the family meeting, walking me down the switchback roads that zigzagged through each tier of the city, each level darker and louder than the one above. Ed was exactly what I expected a master craftsman to look like, if that craftsman happened to be 4 feet tall, over 100 years old, and possessed of ears nearly as long as his forearms, a gnome, hands thick with decades of calluses, an expression that said I had interrupted something far more interesting than visitors. He warmed to Grace immediately, his gruffness melting into something almost grandfatherly. To me, he was polite but guarded. Then I showed him my watch, the mechanical one with the moon phase complication, and he forgot I existed as a person and became very interested in me as a delivery mechanism for precision engineering. He turned it over in his thick fingers for nearly 5 minutes, murmuring to himself about the gear tolerances. He demonstrated his craft after that, magic ink brewed from crushed stone powder and a liquid metal that stayed molten until mana touched it, then solidified instantly. A function circle drawn on a wooden board with steady hands, an activation circle on a separate board, 2 boards joined at specific connection points, a tap of mana against the unaffiliated stone, and a sphere of white light bloomed in the air above his work table. I stared at the activation circle, stared at it the way I used to stare at unfamiliar code bases at 2 in the morning, waiting for the structure to resolve. It resolved. Ed, I pointed at the grid of tiny symbols covering the board. This is not random. These are words, written with rules, structured like a script. He looked at me like I had told him water was dry. I borrowed his notebook, copied the activation circle carefully, then drew it again below, stripped down to only the functional components. The original was 20 centimeters square. Mine fit in 5. I had removed everything that was not executing. The same way I would strip dead code from a production system nobody had refactored in a decade. Comments, redundant conditionals, what looked suspiciously like decorative ASCII art left by some ancient programmer with too much time. Try this one, I said. He built it. Smaller board, less ink, same connection points. Tapped the stone. The light came on. Same brightness, same stability. A fraction of the size, half the mana consumption. Ed stared at my notebook for a very long time. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. The activation circle is structured like a programming language, I said, though I knew those last 2 words meant nothing to him. Conditions, commands, variables. Every craftsman in this world has been copying working code by hand for 1,000 years without reading a single line of it. I can read it." His eyes went wet. Not tears exactly, something deeper. The look of a man who had spent 30 years building things he did not understand and just learned that understanding was possible. "From today," he said, his voice rough, "you are my god." I told him that was completely unnecessary. He told me he did not care. We shook hands over the notebook, his calloused grip crushing my fingers, and something started that afternoon that neither of us could have predicted. He could build anything I designed. I could read anything he built. Together, the mathematics of what was possible shifted underneath us like tectonic plates. Nicole had already arranged a private workshop in the mansion's annex building. Ed would split his days, mornings at his old shop with his apprentices, afternoons at the annex with me. The experiments began the next morning and did not stop. Within 5 days, my stripped lantern array ran for nearly 5 days straight on a single stone. The original design managed 16 hours. Within a week, I had identified conditional statements, comparison operators, variables that stored accumulated mana-like capacitors, and the thing I had been hunting since the very first hour. I stared at an activation circle, a loop instruction, a goto statement. The moment I found it, I shouted loud enough that Luna fell off the workbench and Ed dropped his inkpot. He cursed. I apologized. Then I explained what a loop meant, and he stopped caring about the ink. With loops, small magic stones that were considered worthless because their output was too low could accumulate mana in a variable, cycling until the threshold was reached. Tiny stones, low output stones, the kind that made Craig Hollow a joke to every other noble territory in the region. The junk stones were not junk. I did not say that out loud yet, but I wrote it in my notebook, underlined it twice, and looked out the workshop window toward the mine entrance far below, where guards stood watch over what everyone in the kingdom still believed was the most worthless resource in the realm. This was not just reading anymore. This was reverse engineering, and I had 1,000 years of uncommented source code waiting for me, written by programmers who had been dead so long that nobody remembered they were programmers at all. For the first time in my life, being the guy who reads the documentation instead of just copying the working example was not a quirk. It was the entire point. The soup was different that night, richer. The cooks had taken the bone stock method I had shown them weeks ago and run with it, extracting flavor from every carcass that came through the kitchen. I barely recognized my own contribution in the bowl they set in front of me. Nicole mentioned it casually, between spoonfuls. Victor's condition was worsening. The joint swelling had returned, the bleeding beneath the skin. The physicians called it expedition sickness and prescribed rest, which had done nothing for months. I set my spoon down. Something was scratching at the back of my mind, the way a half-remembered error log scratches when you know the answer is in there somewhere. The symptoms, the timeline, the preserved rations he had survived on during the long expedition before I arrived. Dried meat, hard bread, cheese, nothing fresh for months on end. And now the bleeding beneath the skin, the joint pain that cycled but never resolved. "Does Victor eat raw vegetables?" I asked. Nicole blinked. "He despises salad, always has." "Why?" I asked what the expedition food consisted of. She listed it, all protein and starch. 0 fresh produce for what sounded like half a year. The scratching in my brain became a clear signal: scurvy. In my old world, sailors had died of it for centuries before someone made the connection. Vitamin deficiency. The body cannot store what it needs and slowly falls apart without regular intake. I had learned this in middle school. Every child on Earth knew it. Nobody here did. 1,000 years of medical research distilled into a single fact that every child in my world could recite: eat your vegetables or your body falls apart. And here was a lord dying of it because no one had ever drawn the connection between diet and disease. I asked the cook to bring every fresh fruit and vegetable in the kitchen. He returned with an armful and a confused expression. I washed each one with a water spell, shaping the water into a sphere and rotating the produce inside it, then tasted them one by one. A red fruit that tasted like tomato, a starchy root like potato, a green citrus that puckered my tongue, an apple-like fruit with a mild sweetness. "Make soup with the red fruit and the root," I said, "and juice from the citrus and the apple, twice a day, every day. Do not stop." Nicole studied me for a long moment. She did not ask how I knew. She simply turned to the cook and said, "From tonight, Grace touched my arm. Even if it does not work, it is no worse than what we have been doing. Within a week, the color returned to Victor's face. Within 2, he was sitting up and complaining about the soup's taste. Within 3, he walked to the workshop under his own power and thanked me personally. My entire unremarkable life, the schools, the textbooks, the general knowledge I had never once used professionally, had equipped me to save a man with a bowl of tomato soup. I did not know what to feel about that, so I went back to work. The functional arrays had been defeating me for days. I could read the activation circles. Those were straightforward, like reading a well-commented script with clear variable names and logical flow. But the function circles were something else entirely. Dense, compact, written in a theoretical framework I had not yet cracked. I stared at 9 different tools in Ed's workshop over 2 days and could not parse a single functional line. Then Will brought the Honeycomb series. Will was our new excavator, a quiet, methodical man who sourced ancient circles from ruins and markets the way a salvage diver pulls cargo from wrecks. Grace had recruited him after our first prototype test. 3 rules: bring everything to me first, release nothing I have not cleared, and keep his mouth shut. He did all 3 without complaint. The honeycomb circles were larger than anything I had seen, 70 centimeters square, dense with script, and, crucially, readable. I stared at the first one for so long that Ed had to wave a hand in front of my face. 3 days I spent in the workshop. I barely ate. I ignored Nicole's questions. I ignored Grace's messages. Luna sat on my lap and purred while I decoded line by line, section by section. The structure emerged like fog lifting, 3 layers in every circle. The first was runes, familiar from the activation arrays. The second defined the phenomenon in a rigid, verbose magic language. Heat application, water generation, the rules of what the magic would actually do, spelled out with 0 ambiguity. And the third layer, the one that made my hands shake, was a control language, sequential, procedural, variables and safety thresholds, and input parameters. It was code, ancient, verbose, rigid code written by someone who thought exactly the way I did. On the 4th morning, I emerged from the workshop with 4 decoded arrays, 2 fire type, 1 for heat application, 90% intact, 1 for fire ignition, maybe 40%, a water generation array at 60%, and 1 I could not read at all, written in a theoretical language I had not encountered yet. Ed was waiting at his bench before I even arrived. He had heard from the household that I was finished. I told him what I had found, the 3-layer structure, the procedural logic, the variable fields, and watched his eyes change. Not surprise, something deeper, recognition, maybe. The look of a man who had spent 30 years copying things he did not understand and was suddenly being told why they worked. The heating array was large and clumsy, nothing like the compact tools on the market. I said so. He waved the concern away. Size? His voice cracked slightly. Nobody in 1,000 years has done what you just did. Size is nothing. If this works, the world turns upside down. We shook hands. I started modifying the heat array's connection to fit a standard activation circle, adjusting the power variables the way I would tune configuration constants in a deployment script. Ed copied the base patterns while I drafted the new sections. Half a day later, we had our first prototype, a copper plate, a firestone, a neutral activation stone, a pot of water. Ed's hands were trembling when we activated them. 2 prototypes, 1 at full power, 1 at half. The arrays lit up. I counted seconds. Within a minute, steam rose from the first pot. The water was boiling. 40 seconds for the full power unit, just over a minute for the half. We high-fived, then immediately started discussing the next test. 5 days of testing, different power levels, double, 1.5 times, full, 7/10, 4/10, 3/10, down to 1/10. We measured heat output against runtime. The sweet spot was 4/10 of the original power. Below that, the runtime stopped increasing, which told us something fundamental about how attribute stones discharged. Above that, the heat was unnecessarily aggressive. 4/10 gave us a reliable flame equivalent that ran continuously for 4 days on a single small firestone. 4 days, 1 stone. We built 3 form factors: a thin square model, no thicker than a book, a tall rectangular unit designed for multiple burners, a circular model that only worked because I could reshape the array, something no craftsman in this world had ever done before, because no one had ever understood the arrays well enough to modify their geometry. Victor came to the demonstration, walking, under his own power. 3 weeks of citrus juice and tomato soup had done what months of rest could not. Nicole stood beside him with the satisfied expression of someone whose gamble paid off exactly as calculated. The cook took over. He tested each model, adjusted to the different heat response, and within an hour had produced a full meal for 8. Soup, omelet, sautéed vegetables with bacon. Everyone ate. The silence was the review. "It tastes the same," Victor said finally. "Exactly the same as the hearth," I nodded. 1 firestone, 4 days continuous. Intermittent use stretches longer. Operating cost is roughly the same as wood, about 1,200 ruin per month for 3 units. The cook's hand went up immediately. "When can I have more?" Nicole did not laugh. She was watching me with an expression I had come to recognize, the one that meant she was thinking 3 moves ahead. "Ethan," she used my name deliberately, "how quickly can you produce these? Ed and I can build the arrays. The casings are standard craft work, a few weeks to establish a production line." She looked at Victor. Something passed between them, a conversation conducted entirely in the slight tilt of his head and the way her fingers pressed against her teacup. "We need a cover story," she said. "Your ability stays hidden. As far as the outside world knows, Will discovered a compatible set of ancient arrays, and our workshop combined them. A research collaboration. Plausible. Boring enough that no one investigates further." Victor nodded. "And we need to secure your position before anyone outside this house learns what you truly are. A person who can read functional arrays is not a craftsman. He is a strategic asset, and strategic assets attract attention from houses far larger than ours." There it was. The thing I had been too focused on the engineering to see. Nicole had seen it from the start. The stove was not just a household tool. It was proof that someone in this territory could do what no one had done in 1,000 years. And proof like that painted a target. The workshop formalized over the next week. Ed became the head, the public face of production. Will continued his exclusive excavation contract, feeding us raw material from ruins and markets. Grace joined as the design lead and administrative bridge to the household. The company needed a name. I stared at Luna, who was sleeping on a stack of decoded circles with her tail curled over her nose. "Luna works," I said. Ed looked up from his bench. Grace tilted her head. "The product line," I continued. "Bastet series, after her divine name." I was not being sentimental. The brand needed to be clean, memorable, pronounceable. Luna was the most important thing in my life. The company was the most visible thing I would ever build. The combination felt obvious. Ed shrugged. Grace smiled in a way that suggested she saw right through my justification. The final design was Grace's suggestion, or rather, her challenge. She said that if this was truly the world's first original magic tool, it should look like nothing anyone had seen before, not the ornate gilded style of existing tools. Something new. I described what I remembered from Earth. Minimalist luxury, clean lines. A single base color, glossy black, made from polished beetle shell, with thin silver accents in magic ink. A small logo on the front, Luna's silhouette, sitting, looking right. The word beneath it in clean lettering. Ed built the casing in an afternoon. When he set the finished unit on the bench, all 3 of us went quiet. It looked like it had fallen out of a different century. Sleek, intentional, nothing like the crude brass and wood tools that lined every market stall in Craig Hollow. We registered it at the Magic Circle Guild the following week. Nicole handled the political arrangements, the paperwork, the introductions, the careful framing of Will as the lead researcher. I cooked a simple omelet for the guild staff during the demonstration, right there on the counter. They watched the stove heat in seconds, watched the egg set perfectly, and approved it without hesitation. Morris tested the sword prototype the same day, a blade enhanced with decoded earth arrays for sharpness and structural reinforcement. He swung it once at a training dummy and split it clean from shoulder to base in a single stroke. The dummy had been rated to withstand a knight's full power blow. Morris stood there grinning, the hammer fighter who had finally found a weapon worth his strength. Luna Works was operational. The Bastet Series 1, the world's first magic tool built from decoded ancient arrays rather than copied from artifacts, sat on the display shelf in our workshop. Black shell, silver lines, a cat's silhouette. I looked at it for a long time. I had been in this world for less than 3 months. 3 months ago, a man had waved his hand at me and said my ability was redundant. And now I was holding something no one had built in 1,000 years. I did not feel triumphant. I felt like the work was just beginning. The foam insulation worked better than I had any right to expect. Ed and I spent 2 days lining every cold storage box in the mansion, and by the 3rd morning, the kitchen staff reported that produce was lasting twice as long inside them. The ice stones barely flickered. In my old world, that would have been unremarkable. Here, it meant we had just cut the territory's food waste problem in half with a material nobody had ever seen before. I moved on to the next project before the household finished celebrating the last one. That was the pattern now. Build, test, confirm, hand off to Ed for production, start the next thing. The Feely series swords were already in the knight's hands. 20 blades, each one plated in white magic silver to hide the array underneath. The spears followed a week later, but I kept thinking about something else entirely. Ed, I set my notebook on his bench. What if we applied the heating array to water flow instead of a cooking surface? He squinted at the diagram. His magnifying loupe swung on its chain as he leaned forward, tracing the flow path with one calloused finger. A bath? A shower, gravity-fed from a rooftop cistern, heated inline by a fire array with adjustable output. You would stand under it and the water would already be hot before it reached you. How long to build? If you handle the plumbing housing and I write the array tonight, we could have it running by tomorrow afternoon. His amber eyes went bright. That was all the answer I needed. Victor was the first to try it. He stood under the stream for what must have been 10 minutes without saying a word, just letting the hot water run over his shoulders. His color had been good for weeks now since the scurvy cure, but under the steam, he looked genuinely relaxed for the first time since I had met him. When he finally stepped out, he looked at me like I had handed him something he did not have a word for. This is remarkable. He dried his face slowly. How much does it cost to run? One firestone lasts about 40 days at normal usage, less than a candle budget. Nicole appeared in the doorway. She had heard the water running from down the corridor. Her expression shifted from curiosity to something sharper when she saw the copper pipes, the cistern connection, the adjustable lever Ed had milled from a single brass ingot. She asked me 3 questions in rapid succession. How many could we build? How fast? And whether anyone outside the household knew about it yet. I answered, as many as Ed could assemble, about 1 per day, and no, nobody outside knew. Good. She folded her arms and studied the installation the way a general studies terrain. Keep it that way for now. The stoves are already drawing enough attention. She was right. I had been so focused on building that I had not properly tracked what was happening outside our walls. The Bastet series stoves were registered at the guild. Word travels. And anyone who paid attention to guild registrations would be coming to our door soon enough. I added serial numbers to every product that week. Each magic array carried a unique identifier encoded into the circle itself, readable only by someone who could parse the ancient language, which meant only by me. If a product was stolen, the thief could use it, but they could never copy it. They would not even know where to begin looking. Simon arrived 3 days later. He looked like a man who had not slept in a week. His coat was wrinkled past saving, his boots were mud-caked to the ankle, and his eyes were absolutely sharp behind the exhaustion. 3 days from the capital, Nicole raised an eyebrow. That journey normally takes 5, he bowed. I did not stop except to change horses. Simon was the branch head of the Hargrove Trading Company. He had spotted our magic array registration at the guild, reverse engineered what it implied, and gambled his health on being the first person through our door. I respected that. It was the kind of calculated bet I understood from a different life, a different world. The engineer who arrives at the client site before the competitor finishes reading the spec sheet. He laid out his proposal over fresh tea that the servants had barely finished pouring, exclusive distribution rights, strict confidentiality, profit sharing at 50%, manufacturing in Craig Hollow only, customer lists shared with us, no foreign sales without our permission. Nicole handled the negotiation. I watched Simon's face while she listed conditions that would make most merchants walk. He did not flinch at a single one. Not the asset forfeiture clause for leaks, not the 1-year renewable term, not the restriction on reselling to other trading houses without prior approval. These terms are acceptable, he said. His own workshop chief started to protest. Simon silenced him with a look. I will have the chairman's seal within 25 days. He stood and bowed again. This product will define the next decade of household commerce in this kingdom. I intend to be the man who delivers it." Victor said something to me afterward that stuck. "The confidence it takes to bet your career on a product you have seen exactly once." He paused, looking at the door Simon had just left through. That tells you what the stove actually represents to someone who understands markets. Before Simon left the grounds, Nicole mentioned almost casually that we had 3 heat variants ready for production. His eyes went wide. He was out the door and calling for his driver within the hour, and I thought about the poor horses that would carry him home at the same brutal pace. The Duke's delegation came 10 days after Simon left. A young man in expensive riding clothes, escorted by 4 armored guards, whose equipment alone was worth more than most village budgets. He introduced himself as the eldest son of Duke Alden and asked for a private audience with Victor. I was not in the room for the proposal itself. Victor told me afterward. The offer was annual payments worth more than our entire territory's yearly revenue, extended over 5 years. Exclusive usage rights to every magic array we had registered and every array we would register in the future. The son had laid it out with the casual precision of someone who had never been refused. He had even raised the figure when Victor paused to consider. Victor had listened to the full presentation without interrupting. Then he had declined. The reason he gave was diplomatic. The terms did not align with the family's current direction. The real reason was simpler, and Nicole had articulated it days before the Duke's people ever arrived. Alden's family controlled fire magic stone mines across the eastern provinces. If they owned our arrays, they would own the entire supply chain, raw materials to finished product. We would become redundant, a footnote in someone else's ledger. I asked Victor what the son's reaction had been. Victor said the young man had nodded politely, expressed hope they might revisit the discussion in the future, and excused himself. But Ed, who had been near the gate when the delegation departed, told me something else. He heard the son mutter 2 words as he mounted his horse. Junkstone dealers, the old insult. The one this family had carried like a scar for years before I arrived. The dismissal that said, "You are small, you will always be small, and this conversation was a courtesy you did not deserve." I filed it away. A man who reaches for contempt after a polite refusal is not finished with you. He is recalculating his approach, and whatever comes next will not arrive with an offer letter. Nicole said nothing about it at dinner. Victor said nothing. I said nothing, but the household spent the next week quietly accelerating everything. I had already been building military equipment before the Duke's visit. After it, I doubled the pace. Felis swords for every knight in the order, Felis spears for the infantry line, and a new project I had been sketching for weeks: impact dispersion shields. I called them the Cub series. The foam material from the Stone Generation array, layered behind a metal faceplate, absorbed force on contact instead of transmitting it straight through to the arm holding it. Simple physics. No one here had ever thought to separate the impact from the defense. Morris tested the first one by having another knight swing a training mace into it at full force. He barely shifted his footing. The grin that spread across his face was worth every hour I had spent calculating the foam density. David visited during this period. The neighboring Viscount, an old friend of Victor's from their academy days. His territory ran on forestry, and he was worried, reasonably, that the magic stoves would destroy his firewood trade once they reached commoners. Victor assured him the initial market was nobles only. Mass production for the common market was years away. David nodded, satisfied, and asked Victor to give him advance warning before that changed. I liked David. He came with an honest concern and left with an honest answer. Not everyone who knocked on our door would be that straightforward. Simon returned on the 20th day with the chairman's seal on the contract. He had threatened to leave the company and start his own if the chairman refused to sign. The chairman signed. I respected that level of conviction, even as I worried about the horses and the driver who had carried it across the kingdom at a dead sprint. The sales plan came together quickly. First units to the royal household as tribute, then the Hargrove showroom in the capital. I wrote a demonstration script for the shop staff, something between an instruction manual and a pitch. Grace reviewed it for clarity. Nicole reviewed it for anything that might accidentally reveal too much about where the arrays came from. We were sitting in the Great Hall that evening, the whole household together for the first time in weeks. Victor and Nicole across from me, Grace beside me, making notes in the supply ledger. Luna curled on the warm stones near the hearth, her lilac fur catching the lantern light. The first shipment of stoves had left that morning. The cub shields were stacked in the armory. The felis swords hung on every knight's belt. For one quiet hour, everything felt like it was working exactly as designed, every system running clean. Then the knock came. Not a servant's knock, a fist against oak, urgent and ragged. The knight at the door was not one of ours. He wore David's colors, and he was bleeding from a wound across his shoulder that had soaked through his riding cloak. He had ridden hard enough to foam his horse white. Victor was on his feet before the man finished his first sentence. A monster horde, over 200 strong, goblins, orcs, ogres. They had struck David's territory from the west, overwhelming his defenses, and half the swarm had turned east, toward us. I looked at the armory door. Every weapon I had built in the last 2 months was stacked behind it. Every phallus blade, every cub shield, every enchanted spear. I had designed them for exactly this moment. I just had not expected the test to come so soon. Victor was already giving orders. Nicole was already moving toward the household staff. Grace caught my eye across the table, and I saw something in her face that was not fear. It was the same thing I felt in my chest, sharp and immediate. We had spent months building. Now we would find out if what we built was enough. Victor's army met the horde just before dawn. The scout had reported 120. By the time our knights crested the rise, the number had nearly doubled. Colonies merging on the road, drawn together by whatever instinct drives monsters to cluster when blood is in the air. Over 200 spread across the path and into the tree line. Goblins in tight packs. Orcs shouldering crude weapons that would still kill a man if they connected. And in the rear, 3 shapes too tall to be anything but ogres. Each one over 3 meters. Each one capable of flipping a battle on its own. Victor did not hesitate. He gave the signal and the formation executed exactly as drilled. Archers loosed 3 volleys into the front ranks, dropping 20 before the horde could react. Then the mages opened up. Explosion magic tore through the center. Wind blades carved the flanks. Stone hail scattered whatever tried to regroup. The combination killed over 30 in under a minute. The felis spears hit the line next, 15 wide, 4 deep, and every front rank soldier carrying one of my weapons. The spears punched through orc hide like it was parchment. No jamming, no snapping. No soldier left struggling to pull a blade free from bone. The formation held and advanced, step by step, and the monsters could not stop it. I was not there. I heard this later in the debriefing, and I will tell it the way Victor told it, with the satisfaction of a man who bet on the right tools and watched them pay off exactly as designed. The ogres broke through from the rear. They grabbed wounded allies, their own kind, still alive, and threw them into the spear formation like boulders. 3 soldiers went down under the impact. The line buckled. For a moment, it looked like the formation would collapse, and if it collapsed, people would die. But the spear commander split the unit on reflex. 2 groups wrapped around the ogres in a half circle. 1 group held the center against the smaller monsters still pushing forward. They did not try to kill the ogres. They bought time. Then Derek moved. He had never told anyone, a rare ability, something in his right eye that let him see what was about to happen. Not prophecy, not clairvoyance, just a fraction of a second of the future overlaid on the present, like a ghost image showing where the next blow would land. Against a man, it would be a marginal advantage. Against an ogre swinging a club the size of a tree trunk with enough force to cave in a gate, a fraction of a second was the difference between dead and alive. His eye flashed green. He dodged the first strike by the width of a hand, came up inside the ogre's reach, took the arm off at the elbow with 1 clean cut from a phallus sword that did not slow down through the bone, then opened the leg on the backswing. The ogre went down. The spearmen surrounded it and finished the job. Felix coordinated the second kill with 5 knights working together. The 3rd ogre fell to the rear squad before the forward pair were even done. Over 200 monsters, 0 fatalities on our side, heavy bruises, cracked ribs, some broken bones that would heal within the month. But every single person who marched out that morning came back breathing. The Fellis swords did what they were supposed to do. The cub shields absorbed what they were supposed to absorb. The spears held the line they were supposed to hold. I had built these things in a workshop, late at night, thinking about numbers and stress tolerances and edge retention. I had never really known, until Victor returned, whether they would work when the math met a real monster's hide. They worked. While Victor was winning in the field, the capital came under attack. A splinter group, about 200 monsters that had taken the forest route nobody was watching. They appeared from the tree line with 18 minutes of warning. Nicole took command. Felix had the wall. I had one job, the heat trap. Ed and I had built it the day before, a contingency, because I could not stop thinking about what would happen if something reached the walls while Victor was gone. A 5-meter copper grid buried beneath the gate approach, connected to a magic array that turned the entire surface into something hotter than a forge floor. Essentially, a giant frying pan buried under sand. We had tested it with a water sphere. The water vanished before it touched the ground. I activated it and sprinted back inside the wall just as the first wave hit. The goblins reached the gate approach, running. They stopped running almost immediately. The ones behind them pushed forward. The ones in front could not go backward. 30 monsters burned and collapsed in the first minute, their bodies piling on the grid. It was brutal. Nicole said as much from the wall beside me. I told her I had made my peace with it when I built the thing. That was not entirely true, but it was true enough for a battle. The archers fired. The mages cast. Everything was working. Then the ogres stepped forward from the back of the horde. They did something I had not anticipated. They grabbed wounded monsters, their own allies, and threw them onto the heat grid, body after body, piling up until the copper was buried under a layer of dead weight, a bridge of corpses. The heat could not reach through. Then they charged. Nicole hit them with everything: fireballs, wind magic, direct blasts that would have killed anything else their size. The ogres kept coming. I saw it, a flash of golden light around their bodies, just for an instant, absorbing the impact. Mage ogres, Nicole said. Her voice had gone flat. Magic barriers, light attribute defenses that weakened everything non-physical. My heat trap was useless against them. The mages were useless against them. They reached the gate and the first one slammed into it hard enough to bend the iron brace. I tried. I cast the only physical type spell I had. Stone pillars from the earth, straight up through the ground beneath one of them, 20 centimeters wide. It impaled the creature through both legs and pinned it, but the other one was already through. The gate was buckling. Felix was shouting orders. I was calculating which spell might work and coming up empty. Luna jumped off my shoulder. She had been there the whole time, quiet, pressed against my neck, the way she always was when things got bad. But now she dropped to the ground and walked forward. And as she walked, light gathered around her, not reflected, not cast, generated, a column of gold that expanded outward from her small body until her silhouette was something else entirely, something vast and precise and ancient. She moved faster than I could track. One spin past the ogre's swing, a second spin that opened its throat from ear to ear. The creature's head separated. Its body was still standing when she landed. Then she turned toward the remaining monsters at the gate and moved through them like a blade through water. Legs severed, tendons cut. Dozens dropped in seconds, not dead, but unable to stand, unable to flee. Felix found his voice. He ordered the sortie. Ed killed the heat trap. The gate opened. Our soldiers poured out and finished what Luna had started. 30 minutes later, Felix declared victory. I sat on the wall with my back against the stone and watched Luna walk back toward me. The golden light was gone. She was small again. She hopped up onto my lap, turned once in a circle, and closed her eyes like nothing had happened. I had always known she was more than a cat. The church had said it. The priest had named it. But knowing and seeing are different countries. I had just watched my house cat kill something that shrugged off a viscountess's best magic. I scratched behind her ear. She purred. Victor returned 3 days later. His army had relieved the neighboring territory of Badalona, saved a border town called Terni on the way, and confirmed 0 fatalities across every engagement. The origin of the entire horde was traced to a failed subjugation in Kallenberg territory. A baron who had lied about his kill count and let over 50 monsters escape into the forest, where they merged with other colonies and grew into the 1,000-strong wave that hit 3 territories. That baron would lose his house and his life. Count Kallenberg's formal apology was already on its way. In the debriefing, Victor told his side. I told mine. Derek's secret ability came out at last. The eye that saw fractions of a second forward. He had kept it private for years, worried about the cost. Victor admitted he had used it once during the field battle, just for 1 second, and paid for it with days of headache and eye strain afterward. He would not use it again lightly, but it had saved lives. When my part came, the heat trap, the stone pillars, the moment the gate buckled, I watched their faces change. Nicole told them about Luna, about the golden light that was not reflected, not cast, but generated from within her, about the mage ogre's head separating in a single movement, about the dozens of monsters that dropped in seconds afterward. Felix, who had been there and ordered the sortie in Luna's wake, nodded slowly. Derek, who had not been there, leaned forward with his elbows on the table. Victor said nothing for a long time. Then he looked at Luna, asleep on Grace's lap across the room, and said something I will not forget. "We have a guardian," that was all. 2 words, but the weight of them settled over the room like a verdict. No one argued, no one qualified it. Everyone in that room had seen either the field result or the gate result, and both results pointed the same direction. This territory could defend itself now, against anything. 3 days after that, Victor arranged the public ceremony. The church had already begun work on enshrining Luna as the territory's guardian deity. A plushy prototype of her had appeared, of all things, made from monster fur materials by a young sister with terrifying craftsmanship. Nicole was already talking about mass production. The world moves fast when you are not watching, but the ceremony was Victor's decision, and it was not complicated. A platform in the central square. The citizens gathered, several hundred of them, the same people who had helped bury monster corpses 3 days earlier, the same people who had heard the battle from behind the walls. Victor spoke first. He told them about my work, about what I could do, about how my tools had kept every soldier alive. He told them about Luna's divine nature, confirmed by the church through a formal appraisal that broke precedent. He used the word guardian. Then he stepped aside, and I was standing in front of all those faces, and they were looking at me like I belonged there. I had prepared the speech the way I prepare everything, like a technical brief. Key points, no decoration. Say what is true. Say it plainly. I told them I came from another world, that I had arrived with nothing but my cat, and a skill that one powerful man had called useless, that the people of this territory had taken me in anyway, that I had spent every day since trying to be worth that decision. I told them this place was my home now, that I would like to keep being useful here if they would have me. That was it. No flourish, no grand declaration, just the truth, delivered the only way I know how, directly, without reaching for words bigger than what I actually felt. The crowd cheered. It was loud and long, and I did not know what to do with my hands. Luna sat on my shoulder and watched the people with her copper eyes half closed, and I think she was satisfied in whatever way a divine cat is satisfied. I had been passed along once, evaluated, and found redundant, handed off to the next name in a rotation. Standing on that platform, with that sound washing over me, I understood something for the first time. Not because someone told me, because I could feel it in my chest, in the way the sound did not stop. I was not redundant here. I was not the acceptable option before a better one appeared. I was the one they chose to keep. The road to Stoneburg took 6 days. 6 days of carriages, forest paths, and 2 monster packs the knights handled before I even stood up. Luna slept through most of it, curled in my lap like a loaf of bread, with opinions about travel food. Bernard's city was different from anything in our territory. Iron everywhere. The walls had iron plates riveted into the stone. The gates were iron. The watchtowers gleamed with it. 300 years ago, a landslide had exposed ruins beneath the city, and the whole place had rebuilt its identity around what lay underground. I liked it immediately. A city built on the question of what was buried below felt like my kind of place. The reception room smelled of fresh tea and old money. Bernard sat across from us with his steward and a guard captain, every line of his posture communicating controlled discomfort. His baron had concealed a failed subjugation. That concealment had let the monster horde grow until it crossed into our territory. 200 creatures, 3 ogres, and nearly a catastrophe. He owed us, and he knew it, and we all knew he knew it. Victor handled the opening with the calm precision of a man who had rehearsed every move. The apology was accepted graciously. Bernard visibly relaxed. Then the compensation offer came. He named a figure, double the standard rate for an incident without fatalities. His steward winced slightly, but Bernard had clearly decided that overpaying was cheaper than lingering debt. Victor declined the money. The room went very still. I watched Bernard's face. He had expected this to be expensive. He had not expected us to refuse the currency entirely. "We request access to the restricted ruins," Victor said. "Current generation only, and we propose a joint development arrangement for the cold storage box." Bernard stood up, not in anger, in recalculation. The cold storage box was the thing I had briefed Victor on before the trip. Food preservation at a fraction of the current cost, using the heat insulating stone from our territory. For a count managing a large population across multiple baronies, the military logistics alone made it worth more than cash. I presented the demonstration unit. The numbers were simple. Manufacturing cost roughly 1,500, retail at 3,000 standard, 10,000 premium. His territory would manufacture. His name would appear as co-developer. In exchange, we walked into the ruins whenever we wanted. He sat back down slowly. His guard captain leaned in and whispered something. Bernard ignored him. 2 conditions: indefinite production rights on the new model and co-development credit on future improvements. Victor accepted both without hesitation. The contract was signed before the tea went cold. Then Bernard noticed Luna. She had been sitting on my lap through the entire negotiation, watching him with the calm superiority only a cat can produce. His hand twitched toward her. He caught himself. His hand twitched again. "May I?" The word came out smaller than anything else he had said that afternoon. Luna walked to him, sat, tilted her head, and let him scratch behind her ears. The dignified count melted like butter on a warm stove. His steward looked away politely. Nathan's territory sat at the kingdom's northeastern edge. The manor had weapon racks instead of paintings, and narrow windows designed for archers. Everything about it said that this was a man who lived next to danger and preferred not to pretend otherwise. He already knew our products. The trading network had carried samples to the frontier months ago. What he wanted now was not information, it was a relationship. I brought an enhanced magic stove model as a gift. He examined it the way Felix examined a new sword, turning it over, checking the weight, running a finger along the activation array. His hands were a soldier's hands, scarred across the knuckles. He handled the stove like a weapon he was evaluating for field deployment, and in a way, that was exactly what it was. "Your trading company, Luna Works." He set the stove down carefully. "How many more of these are coming?" I told him the truth. As many as I could design. Weapons, tools, communication devices. The problem was never ideas. The problem was time and political protection while we built. He understood immediately. A frontier lord lives and dies by the quality of his equipment. Monsters hit the border territories hardest. Supply lines stretched thin. Any tool that worked better for less was not a luxury. It was survival. "When you go public," he said, "certain houses will move against you. You know that." I knew it. The Duke's refusal still sat in the back of my mind like an unresolved bug in production code. Alden would not stay quiet forever. Nathan leaned back. "My voice carries weight in the Northeast. When the time comes, I will use it." He paused. "In return, I want a workshop branch here, and the ruins in my borderlands. I have 3 sites no one has been able to open. If your ability works on those doors the way I suspect it does, we both benefit." The exchange was clean and specific. No hidden conditions. No ambiguity. I liked him for it. His daughter cornered Grace during the afternoon meal and interrogated her about me with the subtlety of a cavalry charge. How long had we worked together? Did I really build all these things myself? Was it true about the cat goddess? Grace handled it with perfect composure, answering questions about our partnership while her ears turned faintly pink. I pretended not to notice, which took more effort than decoding a hex array. The Bernard ruins were nothing like our territory's liberated areas. These corridors curved in wide arcs, the architecture built on a different principle entirely. The material was the same pale gray as every ruin I had seen, but the construction was tighter, more precise, less damage, fewer monsters. Whatever had been built here, someone had maintained it longer than the others. We found the first sealed door on the upper level, a square slit in the wall, 3 meters across, with an activation array recessed into it. Previous explorers had vandalized most of these. Hammer marks, chisel gouges, desperate attempts to force what could not be forced. But one slit had been hidden behind a fallen rock, and I cleared it with a mutification spell that made Felix stare at me like I had pulled a rabbit from a hat. The activation array needed 12,000 units of mana. A small magic stone outputs 500. The math was ugly, but math is just a problem, and problems are what I solve. Ed and I stayed up half the night at the trading company workshop, building a parallel extraction circuit. 4 small magic stones, feeding through variable storage. The theory was sound. The execution took 5 boards and a lot of magic ink. The next morning, we connected the circuit and activated the stone. Blue light, red flash. A keypad appeared. I stared at it. A keypad in an ancient ruin. My brain from the old world kicked in before my adventurer brain could catch up. The top right button was worn slightly more than the others. Default password. Whoever built this 1,000 years ago had set a factory default, and nobody had ever changed it. 4 presses. The door opened. Beyond it, a room full of plates. Hundreds of them, stacked like documents in an archive. Every plate was engraved with a magic array. I picked one up and read it like a page from a textbook. Ed came up beside me and stared at one of the smaller plates for a long time. Then his head snapped up. "This is a lantern array," he said. "The same functional pattern as the ones we use today, but smaller, tighter." He was right. These were not treasures. This room was a workshop's garbage pile. Defective boards, old versions, prototypes that did not make the cut. Someone had been manufacturing magic tools down here at industrial scale, and this was their reject bin. The burn marks on the walls confirmed it. An incinerator room, which meant the floors below held the real workshop, and the real workshop held the designs that worked. On the 3rd basement floor, things changed. The corridors widened, the ceilings rose. A plaza opened on our left side, and 2 armored spiders with red eyes charged from the darkness. Felix and the knights handled them, though the creature's shells resisted his enhanced sword. Past that plaza, we found a massive door that needed 200,000 mana to open, a number so large I sat down on the steps and laughed. In the stairwell landing, a storage console sat flush against the wall. Inside was a hexagonal magic stone 3 times larger than any recorded in the kingdom. Colorless, non-attribute, the kind our territory produced, the kind everyone called junk. And deeper still, past that massive locked door we could not yet breach, lay whatever the ancient builders had considered worth protecting with that much power. I filed the question away. Who had built this? What civilization operated on a scale where 200,000 mana was just a door lock? Terry, who had spent the entire expedition vibrating with impatience at the slow pace of my investigation, nearly knocked Will over, rushing to examine the spider corpses. He earned a sharp word from Felix, and a completely unbothered expression from Luna, who had ridden in my pack the entire time, like visiting royalty, tolerating a bumpy road. Martin had been watching from a distance for months. As Victor's patron count, he received reports, sales figures, the stove distribution numbers, the cold storage deal with Bernard. He had the data. What he lacked was a demonstration. I brought a prototype magic sword, not just any enhancement. This one could convert between elemental attributes at the touch of a non-attribute stone. Fire to ice to lightning. The same blade, 3 different combat profiles. I activated it in his study. The blade shifted from a faint orange glow to ice blue to crackling white in the span of 3 breaths. Martin's expression went through stages. Skepticism while I explained. Blank surprise when the blade changed. Then something I had not expected. Joy. The man leaned forward in his chair with both hands on his desk and the expression of someone who had just realized his quiet investment was about to return 1,000-fold. "You built this," he said, not a question. "I designed it, Ed built the housing. The array is my work." He was silent for a long moment. Then he stood, walked to his window, and looked out at nothing in particular. When he turned back, his voice had shifted from formal to something closer to conspiratorial. "When you announce yourself publicly," he said, "my house will stand behind you, formally, legally. Anyone who reaches for you reaches through me first." I had come prepared to make that case. I had rehearsed the logic, the mutual benefit, the political architecture that would protect both houses. He had not needed any of it. He had already decided before I walked in. The months of reports, the sales figures climbing quarter over quarter, the Bernard deal that proved we could negotiate with counts as equals. The demonstration was just the permission he gave himself to say yes out loud. The relief hit me harder than I expected. We had walked into this world with nothing. No allies, no standing, no protection beyond a minor viscountcy that half the kingdom called the Junkstone Shop. Now we had a patron count willing to put his name between us and anyone who came reaching. Luna had found his desk and was batting at his letter opener. Martin looked at her, then at me. Does she eat fish? She did. He called for the kitchen. Within minutes, a plate of grilled river trout appeared, and the most powerful count in our political network sat on the floor of his own study, hand-feeding fish to a cat, while discussing the formal structure of patronage law. I thought about the man who had dismissed me in a cold stone hall months ago, the wave of his hand, the word redundant. I thought about where I sat now, and who was choosing to stand behind me, and how none of it had required me to become someone different. I had just needed people willing to look twice. The world was calling, and for the first time since I arrived in it, I was ready to answer. The first shipment went out on a Tuesday. 54 magic stoves, packed into padded crates, loaded onto 3 of Simon's trading wagons, and sent to every noble house that had placed an order. I watched the last crate roll through the gate and felt nothing dramatic, just the quiet click of something working. Felix found me in the workshop an hour later. He stood in the doorway with his hands clasped behind his back and said Victor had made a decision. 4 nights, rotating escort duty, effective immediately. Felix would lead. You are apparently someone worth guarding now, he said. No smile, but his eyes were warm. I wanted to argue. I did not argue. Victor had watched me walk into ruins, decode sealed doors, and negotiate with counts. The man was not wrong. Grace moved into the annex the same week, not as a visitor anymore, as a full member of the research team. Her desk appeared beside the main workbench, stacked with reference texts and a fresh pot of ink. Ed built her a custom shelf for translation notes without being asked. The workshop had grown into something that needed a proper name, and we already had one. The organization chart for the Oriheim Trading Company now listed 8 permanent members. The sales report came by courier 3 days later. Every stove sold, reorders from 6 houses, a waiting list forming in the Eastern Territories, and one line that made me pause. The Duke's household, Alden's family, had ordered 3 units. The man who tried to buy exclusive rights for 10 billion and was refused was now a retail customer. I read that line twice. Then I set the report down and went back to work. 2. The Russell River was wider than anything I had imagined, several hundred meters across, the current moving with the slow confidence of something that had carved this valley over millennia. Rebecca, our captain, stood at the helm with her hands on the wheel and explained that the wind always blew upstream on this stretch, which meant sails were useless going downriver. We moved on current and oar power alone. She was a lean woman with sun-darkened skin and cropped gray hair, and she spoke to her crew the way a good systems architect speaks to junior developers, precise, unhurried, and expecting competence without needing to demand it. Her catamaran was a twin-hulled vessel about 25 meters long, wide enough to carry our 3 carriages and horses below deck. She had been running this river for decades. I trusted her within 5 minutes of boarding. The first 2 days were peaceful. We docked at river ports each night, small harbor towns with ship-ins, and the smell of fish drying in the wind. During the day, the landscape scrolled past, green riverbanks giving way to rocky desert a few hundred meters out. I set up a compact stove on deck and cooked for the crew. Ed stood on a stool to reach the grill and declared it the greatest meal he had ever eaten on water. Morris knocked a shark off the port rail during a practice drill and then made a joke about it that nobody laughed at. Felix and one of the younger knights argued over who had let a piece of grilled meat burn. They called it a battlefield dispute and settled it with paper, scissors, rock. The sun moved overhead, and I let myself enjoy the rare feeling of going somewhere without a deadline. Luna slept in my lap. The river carried us. Then the lookout shouted, 20 river sharks, each one 3 to 5 meters long, gray-blue and fast, cutting toward the ship from the starboard side like torpedoes. Rebecca moved before I finished counting. Battle flags went up. Smoke bombs hit the water. She barked orders at her crew. Lightning balls to the rails. Mages to starboard. Do not let them reach the hull. I grabbed Felix. What are lightning balls? He pointed to a cylindrical device the size of a large bottle, a disposable magic tool that discharged a burst of lightning into the water when thrown. Single use. The ship carried fewer than 10. Give me one. Felix handed it over without questions. I turned the cylinder in my hands, popped the activation cover, and looked at the magic circle inscribed on the board inside. My breath caught. I could read it. The circle was old style, the same ancient language I had been decoding for months. And now that I understood it, the design was obvious, painfully obvious. The thing discharged 90% of its stored mana in a single burst and threw the rest away. One shot, then garbage. It was like finding a program that deleted itself after running once when all it needed was a loop counter. "I need 20 minutes, I said to Rebecca. She stared at me. Sharks were hitting the water 30 meters out. Morris smashed one out of the air with his variable weight hammer as it leaped for the port rail, and the impact sent spray across the entire deck. "You have 10, she said. I ran below with Ed and Will. The carriage cabin became a workshop. I sketched a modified circle, same lightning discharge, but looped 3 times before stopping instead of 1. Power draw increased 5-fold, and a rope tied to the housing so it came back after each throw. Reusable, stronger. Ed built the casing, while Will drew the activation array from my sketch. I swapped in a fresh thunderstone and tied the rope. 8 minutes. I came back up into chaos. Sharks on both sides now, water across the deck. Luna was hiding in the carriage. She hated water, but the knights were holding the rails. Felix fired ice lances. Morris hammered another shark mid-leap. I threw the modified lightning ball overboard, starboard side. The rope snapped taut in my hand. 3 flashes lit the river white. 6 sharks surfaced belly up. I hauled the ball back, moved to the bow, threw again. 5 more dead. The remaining sharks scattered and fled downstream. The crew erupted. Rebecca stared at the rope in my hand, then at me, then at the dead sharks floating past the hull. That, she said, was not a normal lightning ball. I made some improvements. The silence after the fight lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then a voice, not sound, not spoken aloud, something that arrived directly in my mind, said a single sentence. Something about the youngest god in this world, and doting, and a quiet laugh that felt older than the river itself. I looked at Luna. She was perched on the rail now, ears forward, staring at the water. Then the river moved. From directly below the ship, something rose, a shape, white-blue, spotted with pale markings, longer than the entire catamaran. It broke the surface without a ripple, arched its body skyward, a serpent, or a whale, or something that was neither, hung in the air for a single impossible second, and dove back down without disturbing a single wave. The river goddess Rusalusa, her incarnation. I was certain of it without knowing how I was certain. She had come because Luna was here, the youngest god, the voice had said. Our house cat, our small, water-fearing, fish-loving house cat, who was apparently important enough to bring a river deity to the surface. Luna rubbed her face against my hand. I scratched behind her ear and said nothing. Some things do not require commentary. Rebecca offered me free passage for life. I gave her the modified lightning ball instead, and told her I would be selling them commercially within the month. She tried to refuse. I was already walking toward Simon to discuss distribution channels. Nathan's territory was exactly what a frontier should be. Sparse, practical, and full of people who measured worth by what you could do rather than who your father was. About a third of the population here were beastmen, dog-eared shopkeepers, cat-tailed waitresses. The integration was old enough that nobody stared. Grace and I visited the Nashara merchant house on our second day. It was one of the most powerful commercial families in the Northeast, and the building showed it. 3 stories of polished timber, a courtyard wide enough for 6 wagons, and a reception hall lined with display cases of goods from every corner of the continent. The current head met us in that hall, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a ledger permanently tucked under one arm. He listened to my proposal, local production rights for the magic stove, distributed through their existing network, and asked exactly the right questions. How many units per month? What margin? Whether the formula was transferable. I answered everything. Then I asked my own question. Your founder, Wami Nashara, he was a lost person, was he not? The room went still. The head looked at me for a long time. Then he nodded. Over a century ago, a cat-eared beastman had appeared in this world from somewhere else. He called himself Wami Nashara. He had a unique ability, a phantom warehouse that let him store enormous quantities of goods in thin air. He used it to build a trading empire from nothing. He hired beastmen when nobody else would. He mapped ruins. He documented everything he found. And when he died, The family he built kept going without him. A lost person, like me. A century dead, and his work still stood. I would like to propose something, I said. His companion, he had a fairy partner, yes? I can produce a memorial figure, life-sized, accurate to the historical descriptions. A gift from one lost person's workshop to the family of another. The head's expression shifted, not softer, sharper. The look of a man recognizing leverage he had not expected to hold. And in return, his travel logs, specifically any maps of ruins he documented. The deal closed in under an hour. The stove production license, the memorial commission, and 3 leather-bound journals of Wami Nishara's exploration notes, including detailed maps of 2 ruin sites within 3 days' ride of the city. I held one of the journals on the way out. The binding was cracked and soft with age. Inside, the handwriting was meticulous. Observations about terrain, distances marked in a unit system I did not recognize, sketches of doorways and corridors with notations about which ones yielded to his phantom warehouse ability and which ones held secrets he could not crack. A century-old engineer's field notebook. I understood this man without ever having met him. Grace walked beside me on the way back to the inn. The sun was dropping behind the frontier wall, painting everything amber. The street was busy with beastmen and humans moving together. Dog-eared shopkeepers closing their stalls. A cat-tailed waitress waving customers into a restaurant. A city built by integration, not tolerance. There was a difference. You saw something in there, Grace said. Not a question. I had. A man from another world who built something that lasted 100 years past his death, who was remembered not for where he came from, but for what he left behind. His phantom warehouse was gone. Abilities die with the person who carries them, but the network, the family, the maps, the infrastructure, those kept running long after the source code was lost. I wondered, briefly, if anyone would remember my work in a century. Then I set the thought aside. There was no use building for legacy. You build because the problem is in front of you and the tools are in your hands. I did not say any of that. I said, I saw a good deal. She smiled like she knew exactly what I was not saying. She usually did. The Nathan ruins were nothing like what we had explored before. Every corridor ran in straight lines. The ceilings were high enough for 2 men to stand on each other's shoulders. The stone was a pale brown I had not seen in any other ruin. Cleaner, more uniform, like poured concrete rather than carved rock. Will noticed it first. The architecture was newer than the ruins back home, but the damage was worse. Something had happened here that had nothing to do with time. By the 3rd day, we had pushed to the 5th basement level. Monster density dropped floor by floor, which made no sense unless something down here kept them out. Then we found the door. No handle, no visible mechanism, just a flat metal slab set into the wall at the end of a corridor that went nowhere else. I checked the ceiling. Habit. Every secure door I had ever worked on in my old life had an access panel somewhere the average user would not look. 50 centimeters to the left, same color as the surrounding stone, 2 screws with a single groove each. I borrowed a knife and opened it. Inside was a small magic circle connected to what I can only describe as a terminal. It needed power, roughly 1,500 mana units to activate. Ed and Will built a charging circle from scratch in under 4 minutes. The younger knights stared at them like they had performed surgery on a battlefield. For Ed and Will, it was Tuesday. The terminal lit up. Text appeared on the wall beside the door, a numeric keypad, 0 through 9, and a prompt I could read. Initial value, input, a 6-digit password. I tried the obvious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nothing. The prompt shifted. Setting. Input. The system had not rejected me. It had accepted a reset command and was asking me to choose a new password. I had accidentally triggered a factory reset by entering the default code for that action. I typed in 6 digits of my own, and the door slid open. Felix went through first with his sword drawn. Nothing moved inside. We followed. The room was longer than it was wide, with metal shelving running both walls from floor to ceiling, organized, labeled in the ancient script. Everything was sorted by type, and every type was a weapon. Cylindrical canisters the size of water bottles, packed in rows of 12. I pulled one out. Thunderball. Same magic circle as the one I had decoded on the river. but factory fresh. Hundreds of them. Next shelf. Smaller spheres wrapped in segmented metal casings. I recognized the design principle before I read the array. A fragmentation shell. The casing was scored in a grid pattern so that upon detonation, it would shatter into uniform shrapnel and scatter outward in every direction. A grenade. Ed leaned in close, read what he could of the outer inscription, and looked at me. His expression said everything. I nodded. "This stays between us," I said. "All of it, past the grenades. Short swords with gems set into the pommels. Lightning-infused blades. I could read the enhancement circle near the hilt. Simple activation, sustained discharge on contact. Field weapons. Standard issue for whatever army had stored them here. There were also 2 sets of armor made from a material I could not identify. Lightweight, segmented, with the most complex magic array I had ever seen inscribed on the inner surface. The array used conditional logic, external parameters feeding into branching instructions. I would need days, maybe weeks, to decode it properly. Ed was watching me. He had seen me decode 100 arrays by now, but this one had me leaning closer, tilting the armor piece toward the light, tracing the same line 3 times. He knew what that meant. "That complex?" he said. "The most complex I have ever seen." I set the armor piece down carefully. The array was not just complicated, it was elegant. Whoever had written it understood things about magic that nobody alive today could replicate. I photographed it in my mind and moved on. That was when Will screamed. He was standing at the far wall, pointing at the floor. Something was buried there, or rather, something was mounted on a rack that had partially collapsed into the subfloor. A limb, 2 meters long, 3-fingered hand, each finger thick as my forearm. The entire surface covered in plated armor, jointed at the wrist and elbow, with articulated segments that moved independently. On the forearm, a large black device bolted to a rail system with quick-release clasps. I knew exactly what it was. The proportions, the joint articulation, the way the fingers were designed for gripping force rather than dexterity. The forearm-mounted equipment on a modular hardpoint. I had seen this configuration 1,000 times. In engineering textbooks, in factory automation diagrams, in every mecha anime I had watched since I was 12 years old. This was a robot arm. Felix crouched beside me. "You recognize it. It belongs to something much larger," I said. "Something humanoid, built to move like a person, but scaled up, many times larger." I touched the joint where the elbow articulated, a master-slave control architecture, the same engineering principle as the armor arrays, one system driving another. The same people who made that armor made this. Will remembered something, a legend about a conflict with the neighboring country decades ago. A red giant that appeared on the battlefield once, devastated everything in its path, and was never seen again, never confirmed destroyed either. I thought about the elevator door we had found behind the weapons racks. A single button, a shaft going down to somewhere we could not access without a key. Whatever was below us might be the rest of this arm's owner. We dismantled the mounting rack, wrapped the arm in canvas, and loaded it into the supply crates we had brought for exactly this kind of haul. Morris carried the bulk of it on his shoulders without complaint. We sealed the room behind us, and I deactivated the terminal on our way out. The password I had set would keep anyone else from getting through that door without significant effort. The next morning, we tested the grenade. Morris threw it. He had the strongest arm in our escort, and I wanted maximum distance between us and the detonation point. 30 meters, 5-second fuse. We crouched behind a rock formation and waited. The sound was not what I expected. Not a crack. A deep percussive thud that I felt in my chest before I heard it with my ears. Dust rose in a column. When it cleared, there was a crater 5 meters across and deep enough that I could not see the bottom from where I stood. Metal fragments from the casing had embedded themselves in the rock face behind us, 10 meters away from the blast center, driven into solid stone like nails. Nobody spoke for a while. "One of those inside a building," Felix said quietly. "Inside a formation of soldiers." I nodded. "The yield is too high. The fragmentation radius is too wide. This is not a tactical weapon. It is an area denial device. If anyone mass-produced these and distributed them to an army, the casualties in a single engagement would be..." I did not finish the sentence. I did not need to. The decision was mine by default. I was the only person alive who could read the array. I was the only person who could reproduce it, and I chose not to. I will build a reduced version, I said. Lower yield, smaller fragmentation radius, something that can break a door or clear a blocked passage without leveling everything around it. The original design stays classified. No reproduction, no distribution. Felix looked at me for a long time. Then he nodded once. On the road back, I spent most of the journey with the armor pieces spread across my knees, tracing the arrays with my fingers and sketching the logic flow in my notebook. Ed sat across from me, watching. The armor was not just protective plating. The array on its inner surface was an impact dispersion system. I could see the architecture now, even if I could not decode every instruction. When force hit the outer shell, the array distributed the energy across the entire surface rather than letting it concentrate at the point of impact. The same principle as reactive armor from my old world, but achieved through magic rather than explosives. It was incomplete, a prototype. Whoever had written it had not finished the edge cases. There were gaps in the conditional logic where specific impact angles would bypass the dispersion entirely. But the concept was there. The foundation was brilliant. I already knew what I would build with it. Not armor, not yet. Something smaller first. Something that would protect one specific person who kept rushing into danger with a hammer bigger than his torso. Ed watched me sketch for another hour before he spoke. You found something you can use. It was not a question. He knew me well enough by now. When my hand moved that fast across the page, something had clicked. I looked up from the notebook and smiled. The ancient civilization had built humanoid war machines, explosive ordnance, lightning weapons, and reactive armor. They had understood magic at a level nobody in the current era could match, and they had left it all behind in a locked room with a factory default password. I did not know yet what had happened to them, but I was starting to build a picture, and the arm sitting in the crate behind us, that 3-fingered, 2-meter monument to someone else's engineering, was the clearest evidence yet that whatever they had built, it was enormous, in every sense of the word. The stall was unremarkable. Rough canvas shade, barrels of dried goods, a merchant who looked like he had been selling the same inventory since his grandfather was alive. I almost walked past it. Then I saw the grain in the open sack near the back, and everything inside me went very still. It was small, slightly pink, oblong, unmistakable. Rice. Or something so close to rice that the distinction did not matter. I bought the entire stock. The merchant stared at me like I had lost my mind. I did not care. I carried 4 sacks of it back to the inn and spent that evening researching processing methods with the intensity of a man solving the most important problem of his career, because it was. The next 3 days were monotonous and backbreaking. I built a wooden mortar and pestle from workshop scraps, sat in the courtyard, and pounded grain until my shoulders burned. Hull the husk, polish the kernel, repeat. For 3 days straight, I did nothing but pound rice. Ed watched from the doorway on the second morning, said nothing, and went back to his own work. Will asked once if I needed help. I said no, this was mine. On the 3rd evening, I cooked it. The kitchen was quiet. I washed the grain 3 times, measured the water by eye, and set it on the prototype stove. When the lid came off and the steam hit my face, I stood there for a long time without moving. It was rice. Slightly pink, slightly sweet, but unmistakably rice. The texture under my teeth was home. My eyes were not dry. I pretended they were. Grace brought salt without being asked, and we ate it together in silence. Nobody said anything about my face. I was grateful for that. The recharger sat on my workbench like a puzzle that had been waiting 1,000 years for someone to ask it what it did. A gray cube, 30 centimeters on each side. Mithril panels on the sides and top. A shallow depression on the upper surface, sized exactly for a small colorless magic stone. Ed and I had opened it 2 days earlier. Inside, a large colorless stone fixed at the center of the base array, surrounded by the most elegant mana-routing architecture I had seen in this world. The principle was simple once I read it. Human mana enters through the mithril sides. The base stone stores it. The array compresses and transfers it into a smaller stone placed on top. I poured half my mana in. The test stone went from cloudy to a quarter clear. Grace tried next. Her pool was deeper than mine. The stone reached a third charged, a device that refills magic stones using human mana. In a world where magic stones were considered single-use and disposable, this was not an invention. It was a paradigm shift, but something nagged. The device only worked on colorless stones. Not fire, not lightning, not earth, only colorless. In a world where elemental stones commanded higher prices, that limitation made no economic sense. I filed the anomaly away. It would matter later. I could feel it. The cub shields were the second breakthrough. The armor from the ruins had given me two separate concepts. The first was reactive magic cancellation, complex and incomplete. The second was impact dispersion, and that one was ready. The principle was clean. Spread the kinetic energy across the entire shield surface, then convert it to light using a paired magic stone array. 2 stages, dispersion, then conversion. The flash was a byproduct, not a flaw. Ed cast the first prototype on a kite shield frame. Felix struck it with a one-handed blow, then two-handed, then full force. Almost nothing, Felix said, flexing his shield arm. His face had the expression of a man whose entire understanding of combat defense had just shifted sideways. I felt almost nothing. The impact that should have numbed his arm from wrist to shoulder had become a soft pulse and a brief flash of white light. Ed was already sketching modifications for mass production. I named the series after Luna, Cub Type 1. The first of what I suspected would be many. The arm was 2 meters of articulated metal, 3-fingered, modular at every joint. It sat on the cleared workshop table like a relic from a war nobody remembered fighting. I had been studying it for a week. The magic arrays inside were denser than anything I had decoded before, layers upon layers, and the control architecture was fundamentally different from every other tool I had examined in this world. Master-slave. The arm was not autonomous. It required a living pilot. The implications were enormous. Somewhere in the ancient past, someone had built human-piloted battle machines at industrial scale. The arm's joints were standardized. The connection points were modular. This was not a one-off prototype. This was a production component. I presented my findings to Victor and Nicole that evening over dinner. Victor listened with his usual calm. Nicole did not. She set her fork down very precisely. Her voice was quiet. She asked one question. Who else could build one? Nobody, I told her. Not yet. The control system was beyond anything I could replicate with current resources. I needed more examples, more data. The elevator shaft beneath the weapons room might hold answers, but we did not have the key. Nicole looked at Victor. Victor looked at me. The findings were classified immediately. No one outside the family would know what we had found until I understood enough to control the implications. I agreed. The ancient civilization had built weapons of war that could reshape this continent if they fell into the wrong hands. That knowledge was too heavy to carry carelessly. 2 weeks after the arm analysis, I asked Victor and Nicole for a private meeting. Not about weapons, not about research. I had a ring in my pocket, mithril. Ed had cast the band to my specifications, and I had spent a week inscribing the array inside it, an emergency signal beacon. If Grace activated it, a paired receiver I carried would pulse with her location up to 5 kilometers away. I told myself the safety function was the reason I had built it. That was technically true. It was also the most elaborate lie I had ever told myself. Victor knew before I finished my first sentence. He was already smiling. I would like to ask Grace to marry me, I said. Nicole's hand went to her mouth. Victor stood up from his chair, crossed the room, and placed both hands on my shoulders. Yes, he said. Before you finish asking. Yes. Nicole was crying. Victor was not, but it was close. I stood there in their sitting room with a magic ring in my pocket and realized that these people, who had accepted me when I was nothing, who had never once made me feel like a burden, were giving me the most important thing they had, their daughter. I bowed deeply. I told them I would never make her sad. Victor said he knew. Nicole said she had known for months that this was coming and was simply waiting for me to catch up. I found Grace in the workshop. She was reviewing shipping manifests at the side desk, her hair falling forward over the papers. The lantern caught the blue of it. I had seen her in this room 1,000 times. My chest had never hurt like this before. Grace, she looked up. smiled. The easy, automatic smile of someone who was glad to see me. I wanted to keep that smile exactly as it was for the rest of my life. I walked to her desk, pulled the ring from my coat pocket, set it on the manifest she was reading. Her hand stopped moving. "It is a magic tool," I said, because of course, that was what I led with. "Emergency signal, 5-kilometer range. If you activate it, I will know where you are." She picked it up, turned it in the lantern light. The mithril band caught the glow like captured moonlight. "That is the practical explanation," I continued. My voice was steady. My hands were not. "The actual reason I made it is that I am in love with you, and I would like to spend the rest of my life making things for you and with you, if you will have me." Grace looked at the ring, looked at me. Her eyes were enormous and very bright. "You built me a ring," she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. "And you are explaining the technical specifications." "Yes," something between a laugh and a sob. She pressed one hand against her mouth. Then she put the ring on. It fit perfectly. I had measured her finger 3 weeks ago while she was asleep. I was not proud of the method. I was proud of the result. "Yes," she said. "Obviously, yes." I kissed her. The workshop was quiet. The lantern flickered once. Somewhere down the hall, I heard Nicole say something to Victor, and Victor laugh, and then deliberately loud footsteps walking away from our door. We stood there for a long time, her hand in mine, the ring warm between our fingers. I had come to this world with nothing but a cat and the clothes on my back. I was leaving this room with everything. The church was empty except for family. Benedict had arranged it that way. He stood at the altar in his formal blue robes, hands clasped, trying very hard to look composed. He was not succeeding. The man was vibrating. Grace and I ascended the altar steps together. Victor and Nicole stood to the side. Luna sat on the altar cloth beside the ceremony documents. Her tail curled neatly around her paws. The ceremony was brief. Benedict spoke the formal words. We placed our hands on the crystal sphere. We swore. We signed. The parchment glowed. 3 divine crests appeared in sequence. Standard. Expected. Then Luna moved. She stood. Her fur shimmered gold for a single heartbeat. She walked across the altar to the documents, lifted her right front paw, and pressed it firmly into the parchment. A 4th crest burned into the paper, golden, paw-shaped, and a voice filled the church, not from any direction, from everywhere at once. A woman's voice, warm and amused, speaking directly into our minds. She said something I could not fully parse. Something about the youngest god's beloved child witnessing the bond. Something that sounded like laughter. Then silence. Benedict was frozen. His mouth was open. His eyes were the size of dinner plates. Luna sat back down, licked one paw, and began grooming her ear as if nothing had happened. Grace squeezed my hand. I squeezed back. We had just received a divine witness signature on our engagement documents from a cat goddess who was currently cleaning her face. "Benedict," Nicole said, her voice cutting through the silence with surgical precision. "You will not speak of today's events to anyone." Benedict nodded so fast I worried about his neck. Victor was laughing. Julius was staring at me with the expression of a boy who had just decided his brother-in-law was the most interesting person alive. Grace leaned against my shoulder, the ring warm on her finger. I looked at Luna. She looked at me. One slow blink. "Thank you," I thought. She went back to grooming. 7 months. That was how long it had been since I arrived on a cold stone floor and was handed away like a defective appliance. Now I sat in a carriage rolling through the capital of the kingdom, engaged to the woman beside me, carrying enough classified weapons in the convoy behind us to rewrite the military balance of the region. The royal capital Steinbern was quieter than I expected for the New Year season. Grace had explained that the real celebrations began after the first day. 10 days of councils, announcements, tournaments, and parades. For now, the streets were filling slowly, stalls still being hammered together, merchants arguing over corner spots. Felix rode alongside our carriage on his warhorse, eyes scanning the crowd out of habit. 25 knights had come with us, half our order, plus the full loadout I had spent the last month building. Fellis thunder swords and lances for the combat team, cub shields that scattered kinetic force as light, anti-magic cloaks decoded from the ancient armor arrays, flash grenades for emergencies, and the lightning swords, still hidden, still unactivated. Those were for a specific opponent. We checked into the Silver Dragon Inn, and I barely had time to unpack before Victor called a family meeting. 2 sealed letters had arrived ahead of us. One from Nathan at the border march, one from a marquise whose ice stone mine had tripled its revenue since our refrigeration boxes hit the market. Victor arranged visits to both within 2 days. The political preparation had begun. Nathan welcomed us into his drawing room, not the formal reception hall, which was a deliberate signal of trust. I presented the upgraded magic stove with 5 heat levels and watched his son examine it like a jeweler appraising a diamond. The real business came after the pleasantries. I told Nathan directly, I plan to reveal my abilities at this tournament. Everything. The ancient language reading, the array redesign, the old magic. I wanted him to know before the kingdom did. He studied me for a long moment. Then he nodded once and said he would cooperate. His reasoning was simple. I was the husband of his daughter's closest friend. That was enough. The marquis visit the next day was colder. His drawing room was immaculate. Old money displayed with the confidence of someone who never had to prove it. His questions were too precise. His knowledge of our private dealings too detailed. He knew about the compensation we had refused after the monster incident. He knew about Alden's failed purchase offer. He offered us a seat in his faction. Victor declined with perfect courtesy. We found a listening device hidden in our carriage afterward, tucked between the seat and the wall. A black market magic tool expensive enough that only a handful of houses could afford it. We disabled it without comment. The message was clear. Powerful people were already watching. Victor's response surprised me. He smiled. Knowing your enemies early, he said, was always better than discovering them late. The Great Council ran 3 days. Our engagement was approved, not without theater. An allied Margrave raised a staged objection that gave 3 other houses the opportunity to publicly defend my character. The priest at the announcement ceremony read off our accomplishments to the crowd below the royal terrace. 500 monsters repelled. A city fire extinguished. The audience cheered. Grace stood beside me in a blue dress that made every other noblewoman on that balcony invisible, and I kept my face neutral while my heart hammered against my ribs. This was the opening move. The tournament was next. The tournament bracket held 120 teams. 8 were seeded from last year's top finishers, the 3 border marches and 5 major houses. We were not among them. Our path started at the bottom. Round 1, the Reynolds barony, a low-tier family with a standard fire magic rearguard. Felix had studied them the night before and decided to use nothing from my workshop. No shields, no thunder weapons, no cloaks. Just the angled wind wall technique I had suggested during training. I watched from the stands as their mages launched explosive fireballs at our front line. The blasts hit the angled wind walls and scattered sideways into empty air. Our front 3 charged through the gap. The fight lasted less than 2 minutes. The referee called it when the Reynolds team had 2 fighters left standing against our full 5. Felix had held back everything. The lightning swords stayed sheathed. The cub shields stayed on their backs. We won on pure tactics, showing the crowd nothing they needed to fear. That was deliberate. Round 2 changed everything. Our opponent was the Barbaster family, vassals of Duke Alden, and commanded by a man named Chigoru, who had once proposed to Grace and been refused. He had been glaring at me since the bracket was posted. I could feel his attention like a weight on the back of my neck. Felix deployed our team in a flat horizontal line that spread across the full width of the arena. It looked like no formation anyone had ever seen. Chigoru ordered his backline mages to target our flanks. The moment they committed, our half-elf archer Morris broke their chanting rhythm with rapid arrows fired without any visible casting motion. Then, Felix and Terry exploded off the wings in a reverse wedge, a crane wing encirclement pulled straight from military history books no one in this world had ever read. The Barbaster front line crumbled in seconds. Their backline mages were exposed, and that was when Chigoru lost his mind. I felt the mana spike before I saw the spell. Too much power, far too much. He was casting something forbidden, a fire vortex that could have killed everyone on the field, including his own teammates. I was already chanting Heavy Rain, a wide area water spell almost nobody used because it was slow and weak against concentrated fire. But I did not need to beat the vortex alone. I needed to weaken it. Grace was beside me a heartbeat later, launching water spheres directly into the flames. And from somewhere in the stands behind us, a third voice. A water tornado spiraled down and crashed into the fire column from above. The forbidden spell died in a wall of steam. The referee disqualified Chigoru immediately. Our team was declared the winner. No one was seriously hurt. The woman who had cast the water tornado found us before we found her. She appeared behind Grace and me without a sound, tall, confident, wearing the Erickson family crest on her shoulder. Eleanor, countess of a house founded by mercenaries, commander of the strongest independent knight company in the kingdom, and apparently a mage with what I could only describe as monstrous reserves. Your reign was the correct call, she said, looking at me with frank assessment. Most people would have panicked and tried a direct counter. You chose suppression. That is not instinct. That is engineering. I told her that her tornado had done the actual work. She laughed. One short bark. Mine was unnecessary. Your rain weakened the flame. Her spheres neutralized the core. She nodded at Grace. I merely made it dramatic. Grace tilted her head and said nothing, but I caught the small evaluation in her eyes. She was measuring Eleanor the same way Eleanor was measuring us. I liked her immediately. Direct, irreverent, and she respected competence because she had enough of her own to recognize it in others. Within 5 minutes of conversation, I understood something that Victor had been hinting at for months. In a kingdom where every noble house was sorted into factions, Eleanor Erickson operated in the space between them. She was looking for allies who could actually fight. We had just demonstrated, in front of the entire tournament audience, that we could. That evening, the news reached us through Felix. Chigoru had been disowned by his own father. 5 years of hazardous labor. His family sent a formal apology and a favor owed to Clawfeld. The punishment was severe, but the man had nearly killed 6 people with forbidden magic because he could not stand losing. I felt no sympathy. Grace said nothing about him at all, which told me everything about how little he had ever mattered. Round 3 was efficient. The Filusky count team fell in 4 minutes. Our knights moved like a single organism now. Morris suppressing from the rear, Felix directing traffic from the center, Terry and the others executing with a precision that made the crowd murmur. Round 4 was personal. Duke Alden's team. The house that had offered us 10 billion in gold for my arrays and been refused. The house whose eldest son had tried to strong-arm Victor into a faction deal. Their tournament fighters carried flame swords. Expensive, well-made, conventional. The odds in the stands were 4-1 against us. Felix did not smile when I told him the plan. He nodded once, the way he always did when the strategy was sound and the execution was his responsibility. The team lined up. The Colosseum fell into expectant silence. The king himself was watching from the royal box. I could see the glint of his crown 3 tiers above. The moment the match began, Morris and the rear guard cast a wide water mist that blanketed the arena floor. Visibility dropped. The flame swords in Alden's team flickered, their fire struggling against the saturated air. They tried to push through. Conventional wisdom said mist was a nuisance, not a weapon. Then Felix drew his sword. Lightning crackled down the blade. Terry drew his. Same lightning. The rear guard drew theirs. 5 thunder swords ignited simultaneously in the mist. Lightning does not care about humidity. It loves it. Alden's team could not see clearly, could not use their fire, could hear nothing but the crack of electricity. Our knights closed the distance in 6 seconds. The flame swords went dark one by one as their wielders fell, under a minute. The entire match lasted under a minute. The Colosseum was silent for 2 heartbeats. I counted them. Then the sound hit like a physical wave. Thousands of voices erupting at once, a roar that pressed against my chest. People in the upper tiers were standing. I sat on the advisory bench with my arms crossed and let myself feel it, just for a moment. The family that had tried to buy my work for 10 billion in gold had just watched their fighters fall to the tools. I built for the family they tried to intimidate. I did not design this outcome for revenge. I designed it because the engineering was sound. but I would be lying if I said the scoreboard changing did not taste like something I had been hungry for since the day Alden's son walked into our territory and told Victor he was making a mistake. The bracket for the semifinals was posted that evening. I read it twice. Clawfeld versus Felker, the Marquis House, Samuel's Knights. The family that had looked at my ability on the day I arrived in this world declared me redundant and passed me along to the smallest house in the rotation like clearing an unwanted item from inventory. Felix stood beside me, reading the same board. Neither of us spoke for a long time. I did not need to say what this meant. Every person in that arena knew the story by now. The man who was dismissed, the house that took him in, the tools that had swept 4 rounds without a loss. The crowd had been building toward this since the first match. Francis, Samuel's captain, would be leading the Felker team. I had seen him in the stands during our rounds, watching with the particular stiffness of a man who is being forced to take an opponent seriously for the first time. Good. I thought about what to say to Felix, something strategic, something about formations and counters and the specific weaknesses in the Felker combat style that I had already mapped. What came out was simpler. Win, I said. Felix looked at me. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile, but close enough. Obviously, he said. The semi-final bracket said Clawfeld versus Felker. I had read it 3 times the night before, not because I doubted it, but because I wanted to feel the weight of it properly. The family that had dismissed me as redundant passed me along like declining a used appliance at auction. Their proudest Magic Knights, trained since childhood, and on the other side of the sand, our team. A team built from scratch in a minor vice county that the capital had forgotten existed until 6 months ago. Felix led the 5 onto the sand. The crowd noise dropped to a hum when both sides took their positions. Across the arena, Francis stood at the center of the Felker formation, chin raised, posture rigid. 5 Magic Knights behind her, every one of them trained to cast while moving. Their standard strategy had dominated this tournament for years. Dual firewalls, overwhelming volume, suffocate, and collapse. I already knew what they would do. I had designed the counter months ago. The horn sounded. Francis barked an order, and her 2 front casters raised their hands. Twin walls of flame erupted across the arena floor, 10 meters wide each, staggered to cut off every approach angle. The heat pushed back against the stands. Standard, textbook, exactly as predicted. Felix did not hesitate. He raised his hand and threw a single flash grenade into the gap between the walls. The burst was blinding, white light, and a crack of sound that shattered concentration across the entire Felker line. Fire magic requires sustained focus. You cannot hold a 10-meter wall of flame when your eyes are screaming and your ears are ringing. Both walls flickered. One collapsed entirely. The other thinned to a curtain of dying embers. Morris and Terry moved. The anti-magic cloaks absorbed what remained of the flames as the 2 knights walked through. The Felker casters saw shapes emerging from their own fire and had no answer ready. Morris closed on the first. Terry flanked the second. Lightning swords made contact, and both dropped. Francis recovered faster than her team. She launched a volley of rock fists, 15 of them, scattering across the arena floor. But Felix was already directing the counter. Wind walls intercepted. The remaining Felker Knights tried to regroup, but the formation was gone. One by one, they fell. Francis was the last one standing. She drew her blade and charged Morris directly, refusing to go down without a fight. He caught her sword on his and twisted. She stumbled. His lightning blade touched her shoulder and she collapsed. Morris caught her before she hit the ground. The arena was silent for 3 full seconds. Then it erupted. I sat on the advisory bench and watched Samuel Felker in the stands across from me. He did not move. His hands stayed folded. His expression did not change, but his eyes tracked Felix as our captain walked off the sand, and they stayed there until Felix disappeared into the corridor. After the match, Samuel approached Felix in the staging area. He did not raise his voice. He did not demand. He asked one question. Felix told me later what it was. Samuel wanted to know where the tools came from. The flash grenades, the cloaks, the swords that put his people down in under a minute. Felix told him the truth. The chief researcher of LunaWorks. Samuel sat with that for a moment. Then he nodded once and left. He knew now. The man he had dismissed as redundant, the one whose ability he had called a waste of time in front of an entire room of assembled nobility, had built the weapons that just dismantled his finest knights on the largest stage in the kingdom. He did not apologize. He did not ask for an explanation. He did not need to. The information had landed where it needed to land, and that was enough. I felt no urge to rub it in. The silence between us said everything neither of us would ever bother to say aloud. The finals came 2 hours later. Eleanor's Eriksson team split into 3 pairs, mercenary style, fast, adaptive, dangerous. They did not rely on any single strategy. Each pair operated independently, reading the battlefield in real time. Felix mirrored the split, 3 pairs of our own. The match was closer than the semifinal. Terry turned a stone wall into mud to trap an Eriksson frontliner. Morris used brick generation to trip a caster mid-spell. Felix threw both his sword and shield as a feint, then launched stone pillars from the ground to send the enemy captain flying. It was competitive, it was earned, and when the referee declared Clawfeld the winner, the crowd did not just cheer, they roared. The award ceremony was held on the balcony above the arena. The king presided. He was nearly 70, golden-haired, with a mustache and goatee that gave him a grandfatherly warmth that was not entirely real. Third place went to Felker. The first prince handed Samuel his shield and medal. Samuel accepted with perfect grace, as though losing were simply another administrative outcome to process. Second place went to Eriksson. The queen awarded Eleanor her medal and made a joke about wanting to fight personally. Eleanor laughed, loud and unashamed. First place, us. The king himself descended from his seat and placed the shield in Victor's hands, then turned to me. He asked about the tools, warm, conversational, like a grandfather asking what his grandchild had been building in the workshop. Then he made a joke about wanting them for the crown. Then a second joke about whether I might consider becoming a son-in-law to the royal family. Samuel spoke before I could. He said, politely but firmly, that requesting a house's secret tools was problematic. Eleanor backed him up without hesitation. 2 of the most powerful nobles in the kingdom, shutting down a royal probe on my behalf. The king laughed, said it was all in good fun, announced the joint subjugation would begin in 2 days, awarded medals to every member of our team. But later, in a room I was not in and would not learn about until much later, the king sat with his chancellor and said a single sentence. The Wanderer is either medicine or poison. Find out which. They decided to place intelligence assets in Clawfeld territory. The neutral faction was Nathan's idea, or Eleanor's, or both of theirs together, offered to Victor the evening after the ceremony in our inn's common room, while Luna dozed on Nathan's lap. Nathan said it plainly. With our strength proven publicly, the word protection no longer applied. What he proposed instead was an equal alliance, non-aligned noble houses cooperating without joining the existing political blocs. Not the pro-crown faction, not the anti-crown faction. A third option that had never existed before because no one had the standing to propose it. Nathan, Eleanor, Victor, Cedric, and one other border lord. A coalition with no declared political ambitions beyond mutual defense and mutual benefit. Victor looked at me. I nodded. We had been building toward this for months without naming it. Now we had the standing to formalize it. The 5 leaders gathered the next morning around a kotatsu in the inn's living room. Luna provided the warmth, curled beneath the heated table, as border counts twice her size melted into the cushions like they had never experienced comfort before. Grace took orders for additional kotatsu units to be shipped to their northern territories. Cedric, the blunt Margrave from the frozen borderlands, asked for 2. The alliance was real. The faction was formed. We had more friends than at any point since I arrived in this world. The joint subjugation was the first field exercise of the new coalition. 2 battalions, 700 soldiers each, clearing a terraced gorge of monsters. Our faction commanded the force by tournament privilege. The first day went smoothly. Ogres, spiders, routine clearance. The second day brought the crap. It emerged from a collapsed section of cliff, 4 meters tall, armored in shell so thick that standard weapons bounced off without leaving a mark. 4 legs, 4 eyes, and a beam of lightning that fired from its mouth and scorched a trench across the battlefield. 3 leaders charged in to test its defenses. Felix's enhanced sword left a scratch. That was all. Rock spells bounced. Fire arrows did nothing. Francis, fighting alongside us now, launched everything she had and barely singed it. I watched the creature move. 4 legs, high center of gravity, hard armor on every surface the enemy could reach from ground level, but it had to stand on something. And whatever it stood on could not be armored the same way you cannot walk on shellplate. I asked myself the question I always ask when a system looks invincible from the outside. What is the structural weakness nobody has thought to test? Flip it, I said. Felix and Terry cast stone pillars beneath the creature's legs, while Morris and Francis drove it backward. The crab tilted, overcorrected, and went over onto its back. Its underside was soft, pale, unarmored. Morris delivered the finishing blow. A lightning sword driven into the wound Luna had carved across the creature's exposed belly. The crab shuddered once and was still. We left the capital 3 days later, traveling with Cedric's caravan for the first stretch of the journey home. The tournament shield was packed in the supply wagon. The medals were distributed among the knights who had earned them. Victor rode ahead, talking trade routes with Cedric's steward. Luna sat in my lap in the carriage, purring against my chest. I scratched behind her ears and looked out the window at the passing fields. The family that had dismissed me now knew exactly what they had thrown away. The king was watching. The neutral faction had more combined military strength than any single house in the kingdom. And somewhere back in Steinbern, Samuel Felker was recalculating everything he thought he understood about the man he had once waved away like a broken appliance. I did not gloat. There was nothing to gloat about. I had built something useful for the people who took me in, and that building had made us strong enough that no one would wave us away again. That was not revenge. That was just engineering. The road home was long, and the day was warm, and Luna was asleep before we cleared the city walls. The morning after we returned from the capital, I was already standing at the main gate with Ed, chalk in hand, staring at the stone frame like it owed me something. Our castle sat on a cliff face with exactly one land approach, one gate. If anything got through it, everything behind it was exposed. Physical dispersion on the outer face, I said, kneeling to sketch the first array. Anti-magic absorption on the inner layer. Raw force hits the outer circle and spreads across the full surface. Spells hit the inner layer and get absorbed. Ed crouched beside me, loop swinging from its chain. And if they throw both at the same time, that is why we split into sections. I drew dividing lines. Upper third, horizontal only. Lower 2/3, 4 vertical sections subdivided again. Every section runs independently. No single point of failure. It took most of the day. By late afternoon, the chalk was replaced by permanent inscriptions, and Ed ran the activation sequence section by section while I monitored from the wall. Every panel lit with a faint blue shimmer, held for 3 seconds, then settled into invisibility. The arrays were live. Cedric had been watching since mid-morning. His roads north were still blocked by snow, so he had extended his visit past the point the weather required. He was learning things. "Hit it!" I called down. He did not need to be asked twice. The old man drew his sword, took 3 steps, and drove a full overhead strike into the center panel. The array flared blue-white. The stone did not move. Not a crack, not a chip. He hit it again, harder. Then a third time, with what I suspect was his actual combat swing, the kind that splits a mounted knight in half. The shimmer flared and died. The gate stood exactly as it had been. Cedric sheathed his sword, walked back to where I stood on the wall, and looked up. One nod. But the expression on his face was not a man watching a clever toy. It was a man recalculating what kind of ally he had made. The grenade launcher came next. We had explosive spheres that could shatter a shield wall at close range. What we lacked was a way to deliver them over fortifications without someone standing in the open. Metal tube on a tripod. Drop the sphere in, activate the propulsion array at the base, and it arcs out at range. Simple in theory. In practice, the barrel cracked after 3 shots. We tested 4 variants: thick iron, thin iron, black iron in 2 gauges. Everyone failed at the joint between barrel and base plate. The detonation force traveling backward found the seam and split it. Anti-magic reinforcement, I said, staring at the 4th cracked prototype. Redirect the force laterally through the array instead of letting it push straight back into the joint. Ed sighed. You always solve material problems with more arrays, because the arrays work. I was already sketching. Inscribe the reinforcement just above the base, not the full barrel length, or we kill forward propulsion, just enough to catch the backwash and spread it sideways. 2 hours later, version 2. I loaded a dummy sphere, stepped back, and activated. The sphere arced out in a clean parabola and landed well past the far marker, 150 paces at minimum. I fired 10 more, then 20. Then we pushed power until the dummy sailed past the field edge and the young knights had to chase it into the tree line. The barrel held, no cracks, no warping. Cedric watched from the stone wall. When I glanced over after the final shot, he was not smiling. He was doing arithmetic. I could almost see the numbers. This man is either the most powerful ally in the kingdom or the most dangerous person in it. The answer might be both. The kotatsu had become the center of the household. I built it weeks ago as a heated table, insulation stone underneath with a warming array, blankets over the edges. In my old life, it survived January. Here it was, where every conversation happened after sundown. Victor and Nicole sat on one side. Grace pulled her cushion close to mine. Cedric claimed the far corner with territorial certainty. Felix stood near the door, pretending he was not inching closer to the warmth. I set the tiles on the table. They were beautiful, if I could say that about my own work. Flat rectangles of insulation stone, cast in the workshop to precise dimensions, hand-painted by the staff over 3 afternoons. The number suits in clean black ink, the honor tiles in red and green, and where the circle suit should have been, tiny cat paw prints. That one was not my idea. The workshop had voted unanimously. This, I said, arranging 4 tiles face up, is called mahjong. Nicole picked up a tile and turned it in her fingers. The weight is pleasant. 4 players. You each build a wall of tiles, draw from it in turn, and try to complete a winning hand before anyone else does. 4 sets of 3 matching or sequential tiles, plus 1 pair, I demonstrated, laying out a completed hand. The faster you finish, the more points you earn. Points come from difficulty. Easy hands score low, hard hands score high. Gambling, Cedric said immediately. Absolutely not. I held up a finger. We play for pride only. Anyone caught betting gets banned from the table. Victor leaned forward with genuine interest. Nicole was already studying the tile backs to see if they were distinguishable. Felix had drifted 3 steps closer. I taught the basics that first evening. Just the structure, how to build the wall, how to draw, what constitutes a valid hand. We played open-handed for an hour, talking through every decision. By the end of the night, Nicole was muttering about probability, and Grace was asking about the scoring chart I had written on a loose sheet. The second evening was faster. Closed hands, real draws, real discards. Cedric played like he fought, aggressive, direct. He called every open set he could and finished fast with ugly low-scoring hands, while everyone else was still building something beautiful. Felix played defense. He read discards like a battlefield map and folded the instant he smelled danger. Nicole favored pairs, 7 pairs, always 7 pairs. By the third evening, it was a war. 4 full rounds, scored properly, teams rotating. Cedric won the final session by a devastating margin. He leaned back from the table with the expression of a man who had just conquered a small country and said, without any change in tone, "I want to manufacture these in my territory. 50-50 split." I looked at Victor. Victor shrugged. "Done," I said. Cedric smiled for the first time since he had arrived. The vehicle started as a question. Horses pull a carriage at 6 to 8 kilometers per hour. They need rest, they eat, they panic. The entire logistics chain ran on animal muscle, and nobody had challenged that ceiling because what else was there? Wind magic was what else was there. Compressed wind spheres blowing a sustained directional gust at whatever force you set. The problem was converting that into forward motion through wheels. Ed and I built the first prototype in 2 days. Simple frame, 4 wheels. A windmill at the rear, converting the sphere's output into axle rotation. I climbed aboard. It moved, slowly at first, then with gathering confidence, until I was at what felt like a brisk bicycle pace, 15 kilometers per hour, twice the speed of a horse-drawn carriage with no horse to feed. "Suspension," I said when I climbed off, teeth still rattling. "We need suspension." That began 10 days of pure engineering. We reinforced the frame with black iron, widened the wheelbase to 2.5 paces, rear wheels at a diameter of 1.5 paces, front wheels at 1. For steering, I improvised a rack and pinion system from memory. memory. 2 gears translating the wheel turn into lateral motion at the front axle. Brakes were the hardest part. No steel cable in this world, no hydraulic pistons. But there were whale whiskers, 20 pace strands of flexible, impossibly strong organic fiber from magical whales. I ran them from the brake pedal to calipers at the front wheels. For pads, rhinoceros horn plates, rough enough to grip a spinning iron disc without wearing smooth. Disc brakes, in a world that had never seen a bicycle. The finished prototype was black, solid beetle shell panels over the frame, curved and polished until they gleamed. I painted a small cat paw emblem on the nose because at this point, it would have been stranger not to. Ed named it the Black Cat before I could suggest anything else. First full test run. I settled into the driver's seat, whale whisker cables taut under my feet, steering wheel firm in my hands. Ed sat beside me with a wind sphere primed and his hand on the output control. Half power, I said. The wind caught the rear mill. The axle turned. The Black Cat rolled forward, accelerating smoothly through the first straight. And within 20 seconds, I was at cruising speed, 15 kilometers per hour. The suspension absorbed the field ruts. The steering responded. The world moved past at a speed this land had never seen from anything without legs. I pressed the left pedal. The whale whisker cables pulled. The rhinoceros horn pads bit the spinning discs. The Black Cat slowed, smooth and controlled, and stopped exactly where I wanted it. Felix stood at the edge of the track. I pulled up beside him, cut the wind, and waited. He did not say anything for a long moment. He just stared at the vehicle, then at me, then at the vehicle again. "Get in," I said. He did. We drove the full circuit at speed. When we stopped, Felix exhaled through his nose and said very quietly, "This changes everything." He was right. It did. The next 2 weeks were driving lessons. I set up a course on the training field with barrels for obstacles, slopes for hill practice, and a tight turn section to test steering control. Most of the nights passed within 3 attempts. Luna sat on the roof of the Black Cat during every lesson with her tail twitching like a metronome, and any driver who took a corner too fast received a claw to the ear. Terry failed the course 4 times. The problem was not skill. The problem was that the moment his hands touched the steering wheel, something in his brain disconnected from every cautious instinct he had ever possessed. He took the first straight at maximum output, missed the barrel chicane entirely, bounced off the slope sideways, and ended the run embedded in the perimeter fence with a grin on his face that said he had never felt more alive. Felix apologized to me on his behalf. I told Felix not to worry about it. Then I told Terry he was banned from driving until further notice. He looked at me like I had taken away a limb, but the fence was already being repaired for the 3rd time, and we were departing in 2 days. Some risks were not worth taking. The morning we left, 3 vehicles sat in the courtyard. The Black Cat at the front, a cargo variant behind it, lighter frame, more storage, and the bath vehicle, which was exactly what it sounded like, and which I refused to explain to anyone who had not ridden in it. Victor and Nicole stood at the gate to see us off. Victor mentioned, almost as an aside, that they had been stockpiling magic stones for months, wind and fire stones specifically. The anti-royal faction had started restricting supply through their territories, and Victor had seen it coming before anyone else moved. 3 months of reserves, he said, and agreements with every ally in the faction for mutual supply if one of us runs dry. I nodded. The man had been governing a territory on the edge of poverty for decades. He knew how to plan for siege conditions, even when nobody was at the gates yet. Grace climbed into the Black Cat beside me. Ed took the passenger bench behind us, already pulling out a notebook. Felix drove the cargo vehicle. Luna claimed the dashboard like it was her throne. I turned the wind sphere to quarter power, felt the axle engage, and the Black Cat rolled forward through the castle gate into the morning light. Behind us, the cargo vehicle and the bath vehicle followed in formation, 15 kilometers per hour. No horses, no rest stops, no limits except the magic stones in the housing and the road ahead. The world was getting smaller. I intended to keep shrinking it. The road through Balshan territory was flat and long and perfect for testing the vehicles at speed. 3 Black Cats in formation, wheels humming over packed earth, wind spheres pushing us at a clip that would have left any horse convoy behind by midday. Grace sat beside me in the lead vehicle, occasionally pointing out the vast fields of grain stretching to the horizon. Ed rode in the back, sketching modifications to the suspension system in a notebook balanced on his knee. We had been traveling for the better part of 2 days when the border town of Pharesia appeared on the horizon. A walled settlement built on the bones of an old fortress, its gates flanked by weathered watchtowers and the sprawl of an adventurer district outside the walls. The kind of town that existed because monsters existed. The gate guard recognized our crest and waved us toward the noble entrance. Before we could reach it, alarm bells split the afternoon silence. 3 horses burst from the eastern road, trailing dust and panic. One rider was slumped forward, tied to the saddle, a dark stain soaking his cloak. Behind them, maybe 200 meters back and closing, a wyvern glided on thermals with its wings spread wide. It was playing with them. Felix had told me once that wyverns did that when they knew their prey could not escape. I stopped the vehicle. Ed, I did not need to finish the sentence. He was already climbing into the cargo compartment, pulling the long canvas case from beneath the bench. The spear cannon prototype and 5 short spears, each one tipped with a lightning enchanted head, I had built specifically for this kind of field test. The fleeing riders thundered through the gate. I had Felix position our people in a spread formation while Morris took the wall with 2 of the mages. The wyvern banked, saw us standing in the open, and decided we were more interesting than the horses. It dove. Luna cast a wind wall across its path. The shimmer of displaced air forced the creature into a rolling dodge, wings tucking and snapping open. A second wind wall from Morris on the rampart clipped its trajectory again, pushing it lower. Terry hit it with a downdraft from above, and the wyvern dropped to 50 meters, now close enough that I could see the orange glow building in its throat. 3 fireballs arced toward us. Grace deflected them with an angled wind wall that sent the fire hammering into the dirt. I shouldered the spear cannon, the makeshift laser sight, just a modified magic lantern focused through a crystal lens, painted a dot on the wyvern's right wing joint. I pressed the activation stone. The spear left the barrel with a crack that hurt my ears. It punched through the wing membrane at the joint, and the lightning enchantment discharged on impact. The wyvern screamed, its right wing folding uselessly. It spiraled down, hit the ground hard, and Felix and Terry were on it before it could recover. 2 strikes to the wing roots, 1 finishing blow. The whole engagement lasted maybe 40 seconds. The adventurers watching from the wall erupted in cheering. I set the spear cannon down and looked at the smoking barrel. No cracks. The reinforcement held this time. I made a mental note in my head. Field test successful. The guildmaster confirmed what the rescued party leader had already told us. 4 wyverns had nested in the old fortress ruins east of town. We had killed 1, 3 remained. I offered to carry the guild's request letter to Morris in Balshan, where the regional lord could dispatch a proper hunting squad. Our vehicles would make the trip in hours instead of days. The guildmaster accepted immediately. The rescued adventurer, a man named Gale with blood still drying on his sleeve, thanked me 3 times. The guild offered our entire party a rank upgrade for the contribution. I noted that the ranking system in this world operated on demonstrated evidence, not seniority or paperwork. An engineer who ships working code gets promoted. A fighter who kills a wyvern gets promoted. I could respect that logic. We departed for Balshan before sunset, carrying the letter and enough wyvern meat to keep Luna fed for a week. The spear cannon rode in its case between the seats, barrel still warm. Erickson territory was a different world. The mercenary culture saturated everything, from the guards who challenged us to spar at the gate, to the innkeeper who had to threaten her own customers to stop them pestering us. When we finally reached the capital and I saw the 2 arenas, I understood why Eleanor had built her reputation. The larger arena was 400 meters long and 300 wide. Inside, the terrain changed every few years using earth magic, so no team could memorize the layout. Hills, ditches, forests, a river with a bridge, cliffs on the south side. It was a war simulator, rebuilt by the people who used it. Eleanor watched from the high stands as 2 squads clashed below in a scouting exercise. She explained the rules without looking away from the field. Her voice carried that specific tone of someone who had spent decades building something they were genuinely proud of. The field gets rebuilt every 3 to 4 years, she said. If they memorize it, they stop thinking. The whole point is thinking. She invited us to participate. I accepted before my better judgment could intervene. The scenario was a pursuit exercise. Our team was the rear guard, covering a retreat westward. The enemy had cavalry and numbers. We had magic and whatever tactical creativity we could muster in 30 minutes of planning. Gavin led the pursuit force. He was Eleanor's mercenary commander, a man built like a wardrobe who moved like someone half his size. His cavalry hit the road at full gallop the moment the bell sounded. They hit my mud trap first. I had laid a modification spell across the road that looked almost natural. One horse stumbled. The cavalry slowed. Felix raised low earthen walls behind the mud, forcing the horses to jump and lose momentum. Terry laid a smokescreen. Each trap bought seconds, and each person who cast one peeled away from the road and headed for the cliff on the south side. Gavin figured out our game at the bridge. By then, it was too late. Grace and Morris crossed first, then turned and hit the bridge supports with explosive fire. The span collapsed into the river. Gavin's force found a ford downstream. As they crossed, waist deep in the current, we hit them from the cliff above. Combined rock and fire magic, raining down from a height they had never expected anyone to reach. Every member of our team could use body enhancement to climb. Gavin's people could not look up and defend and cross a river simultaneously. The exercise ended with Gavin's entire force eliminated. He stood in the shallows afterward, shaking water from his boots, and shouted up at us. "How are you all on top of that cliff?" "Body enhancement," I called down. We climbed. He stared at me for a long time, then laughed. It was the laugh of a man who had just learned something new and was already figuring out how to use it. The individual matches ran through the afternoon. When my turn came, I drew a mercenary knight who outweighed me by at least 30 pounds and moved with the easy confidence of someone who had never lost to a visitor. He closed distance fast, expecting a magical exchange or a weapon draw. Instead, I stepped inside his guard, seized his wrist and lapel, turned my hip into his center of mass, and threw him over my shoulder. A basic hip throw, judo. Something I had learned in a self-defense course during my second year at the company. Practiced twice a week in a gymnasium that smelled like floor wax and sweat. He hit the ground flat on his back. The air left him in a grunt. The spectators went silent, then erupted. Eleanor came down from the stands afterward. She studied my stance, tried the motion 3 times, failed each time. The technique required committing your balance to the throw in a way that felt suicidal if you had trained your entire life to keep your center low and your weight back. "Show me again," she said. Not a request, a demand from someone who could not stand not understanding something. I showed her again. She still could not replicate it, but she memorized the principle. I could see it clicking behind her eyes. The farewell dinner was held in a hall large enough for 60 people, centered on a massive iron plate I had helped build with Ed and the local smiths. Meat sizzled in concentric rings. Wine flowed. The mercenaries ate like people who worked their bodies to exhaustion every day and refueled accordingly. Eleanor found me between courses. She had that look, the one Grace got when she was about to propose something she had been calculating for days. "I want to station a company of my knights in your territory," she said, "permanently, under your command in the field. My expense." I set down my cup. "Why now?" "Because I watched your people today." She leaned back. "They think differently. They adapt. I want my knights learning from that, and I want them in position when the next crisis comes. And it is coming. You are certain. The border reports from Balshun, the wyvern displacement, the monster activity increasing along the southern frontier." She counted them on her fingers. "Something is pushing creatures north. I do not know what yet, but I want soldiers where they matter before I find out." I thought about it for exactly the time it took to finish my drink. Foreign soldiers in our territory, Eleanor's people, trained and loyal to her, but also trained and positioned to defend the people I had promised to protect. The risk was real. The benefit was larger. "I accept," I said. "Victor will want to discuss command protocols." "Already drafted," Eleanor said. She pulled a folded document from inside her coat and slid it across the table. Of course she had. I looked at Grace. She gave me the smallest nod, the one that meant she had already run the political calculations and arrived at the same answer. The faction was growing. The number of people willing to stake resources on our judgment kept expanding, and I was not sure whether that made me feel more secure or more responsible. Both, probably. The wait was not unpleasant. We departed the next morning. Gavin rode with us as far as the river port, where he turned green within 30 minutes of the vehicle starting and had to be transferred to the ship. The most feared mercenary commander in Erickson territory, undone by motion sickness in a magic car. Grace tried very hard not to laugh. She failed. The lower level had been sealed for centuries. I knew that because the console beside the door had required 1,800 units of mana just to wake up, and the ID card we pulled from a locker 2 floors above was the only reason it accepted us at all. I pried the console open with a thin mithril blade, traced the activation array inside, and mapped its logic. Simple authentication. Card in, compare signature, pass or fail. The kind of clean design that told me whoever built it expected authorized users to come back. They never did. I pressed the card flat against the reader. The light switched from red to green. The door groaned open on mechanisms that should not have still functioned after a millennium of neglect, and the air that came through was stale but dry, preserved. Whatever this room held, the builders had designed it to last. Ed leaned forward past my shoulder, his amber eyes catching the blue wall light. Big space, he said quietly. That was an understatement. The room beyond was the size of a gymnasium, ceiling lost in shadow, and along the far wall, a crane held something suspended by chains thicker than my arm. A leg, a humanoid leg, armored in sand-colored plating, 5 meters from hip joint to ankle. The same alloy as the arm we had recovered on the first expedition. Same crest on the heel plate. Same construction era. But it was not the leg that stopped us. The sound came from the corner, a low electronic hum, like a server rack waking from sleep mode. Then movement. It stood 3 meters tall, 4 legs, 1 red eye in a featureless head, sand beige armor identical to the suspended limb. A guard, still operational after 1,000 years of standing in the dark, waiting for someone to open the door. The red eye swept across our group. I felt it pause on each of us individually, scanning. Felix had his sword half drawn behind me. Will's hammer was already in his hands. I heard Nathan's breathing go shallow. I held up the ID card, keeping my arm steady despite the pulse hammering in my wrist. The eye flickered, red to green, then back to red. Then it turned away from us entirely, walked to the far wall on those 4 mechanical legs with a measured clicking cadence, and resumed its post. It stood facing the corner like a sentry who had logged an intrusion, filed the report, and returned to standby. It had scanned us. It had determined we were unauthorized, and it had chosen not to attack. It is old, I said, mostly to myself. It is patient, and it is still working. Nathan exhaled beside me. That thing has been guarding an empty room for longer than my family has held this territory. I looked at the 5 identical units lined up against the opposite wall in standby mode. 6 guards total, all functional, all choosing inaction. Their programming distinguished between threat and trespass. We were trespassers, not threats. So the protocol was observe and wait. I understood that logic. I had written security protocols with the same philosophy back on Earth. Log the intrusion. Do not escalate unless the intruder escalates first. Patient systems outlive aggressive ones. The thing that stayed with me was not the guard itself. It was the implication. A machine still faithfully executing instructions from a civilization that no longer existed. Someone had built this to protect something, and the protection had outlasted the builders by a millennium. That kind of engineering does not come from a primitive culture. That comes from a society that understood exactly what it was building and expected it to matter for a very long time. Ed was already at the crane console, replacing a dead magic stone with a fresh one. The mechanism groaned to life. We lowered the leg. I knelt beside it and found the crest on the heel plate. Nathan recognized it before I could ask. Abalon, he said, the old city-state, destroyed before the current age. The ruins were not just ruins. They were an assembly facility for magic giants, and the thing they had been assembling was never finished. The side room was a workshop. Bookshelves lined 2 walls, mostly empty. Someone had cleared out the important documents before sealing the facility, but they had left the drafts, sketches, working notes, the kind of thing you leave behind because it seems obvious at the time and not worth carrying when you are evacuating. I pulled a sheaf of yellowed papers from a desk drawer and spread them under the light. Magic circle drafts, 20 or more, some with ink corrections and margin notes in the same ancient script I had been reading for nearly a year. Ed crowded beside me, his magnifying loupe swinging on its chain. "Can you read them?" he asked. I could. The ancient language flowed as naturally as code comments in a legacy system, and what I read made me sit down on the nearest crate and go very still. The circles described extraction procedures, specifically how to pull a single elemental attribute from a multi-attribute source stone. Dark magic for weight reduction, fire for heat generation, lightning for power transfer, water for cooling systems. Any attribute. from a single type of stone, a stone they called in the old language an all-attribute stone. I read the passage 3 times. Each time, the implications expanded. Then I looked at Ed. "The no-attribute stones," I said. My voice came out quiet, precise, the way it does when something enormous has landed and I need to hold it steady. They are not empty. They contain every element at once, all 8. The ancients called them all attribute. They could extract any single element from them using these procedures. Ed's hands stopped moving. His loop swung gently against his chest. "The stones that made Clawfeld a backwater," I continued. "The stones nobody wanted because they seem to contain nothing useful. They contain everything, every element, all of it. The extraction technique was lost with this civilization. So for 1,000 years, every user has been accessing a fraction of what these stones actually hold." Ed sat down on a crate across from me. He was quiet for a long time. His eyes were unfocused, staring at a middle distance where 30 years of assumptions were rearranging themselves. Then he said, very softly, "The mithril tool, the one that charged stones. It required so much rare metal for what seemed like a simple function. Now, I understand why." I understood too. The economic foundation of every noble territory in the kingdom was built on a classification system that was fundamentally wrong. Fire stones were expensive because they were rare. Lightning stones were expensive because demand outstripped supply. And no attribute stones were cheap because nobody could use them properly. Clawfeld had been sitting on the most valuable resource in the kingdom for generations. Nobody knew. Nobody could know because nobody could read the language that explained it. Until me. I told Nathan that evening. Just him. No staff, no servants, no written record. He sat down halfway through the explanation. Not because his legs gave out, because the political implications hit him like a physical weight, and he needed to be still while he processed them. "Every noble house that dismissed Clawfeld as a junkstone territory," he said slowly. "Every trade agreement that priced those stones at 1/10 of fire or lightning attributes. All of it built on incomplete knowledge," I said. "The stones are worth more than any single attribute source, potentially by orders of magnitude." Nathan pressed his palms flat on his knees. His jaw worked for a moment. Then, who else knows? Ed, Grace, my inner circle, nobody outside my household. I paused. "And whoever built the demand letter that arrived from the south 3 days ago." His head came up sharp. The message had come by hawk from Simon while we were still underground. Nathan pulled it from his desk and handed it to me without a word. I read it twice. The handwriting was frantic. Simon's script was normally precise, measured, the penmanship of a man who wrote contracts for a living. This looked like it had been scratched at a dead run with ink bleeding through from pressure. A group calling themselves the Abalon Giant Corps had deployed functional magic giants against the southern kingdom of Plazzo. 30 giants, 300 soldiers. They had taken the largest southern city in a single day without significant resistance. Their demand letter to the Stalin kingdom was attached as a copy. I read the demand, then I read it again. Then a third time, slower, because my brain needed to be sure. They wanted the kingdom's supply of no attribute magic stones, surrendered, delivered, under threat of demonstrating what the giants could do to defend its cities if the demand was refused. But it was not the demand that made my stomach drop. It was the vocabulary. The letter used a word I had only seen once before, today, in documents written 1,000 years ago in a dead language that nobody in this world could read. The ancient term for all attribute stone. Whoever wrote this demand had the same knowledge I had just decoded in that underground laboratory. They knew what the stones were. They knew why they mattered, and they had known long enough to build an army around acquiring them. Someone else can read the old language, I said, or someone else found translated documents. Either way, the people behind this know exactly what those stones are. They know what Clawfeld has, and they have an army of ancient machines to take it. Nathan stood. His chair scraped against stone. "How long do we have?" I looked at the demand letter's deadline. 14 days from the date stamp. 6 of those were already gone. 8 days, I said. Maybe less. Nathan moved to the door. Orders to give. Messages to send. Border garrisons to alert. I stayed in my chair for another minute, staring at the demand letter's careful calligraphy. The handwriting was educated, deliberate, not the scrawl of a bandit leader. The precise script of someone who understood exactly what they were asking for, why it mattered, and what they would do if they did not get it. Clawfeld's weakness had been its greatest asset all along, And now, someone with giants and soldiers and a 1,000-year-old operating manual was coming to collect. I folded the letter, stood, and went to find my team. 8 days. We had work to do. The emergency council had the shape of a trial and the smell of a trap. I sat in the observer's gallery with Grace beside me, watching the hall below fill with high nobles I had only seen at tournaments and trade fairs. Samuel stood near the far wall with his arms folded, expression carefully blank. Victor sat at the accused's bench, like a man who had been expecting this for days. He had. We all had. Alden rose first. He did not shout. He did not accuse with venom. That was what made it dangerous. He spoke in the tone of a man presenting evidence at a board meeting, reasonable, regretful, thoroughly prepared. His argument, paraphrased through the diplomatic language of the court, came down to this. The Clawfeld territory had been the kingdom's sole producer of no-attribute magic stones for generations. The enemy's magic giants ran on no-attribute stones. Therefore, Clawfeld had supplied the enemy with the fuel for their weapons. The forged records he presented were elaborate, production volumes, shipping dates, quantities that matched what the giants would need within a 5% margin. I listened and felt my jaw tighten. Not because the accusation was convincing, because it was too specific. He cited the exact stone grade. He described the consumption rate per giant per operational hour. He named the ruins where the giants had been excavated, a location that had never appeared in any public document. Every detail in his accusation required knowledge that could only come from direct contact with the people operating those giants. The accusation was the confession. He just did not realize he had made it. The king sat through the entire presentation without expression. When Alden finished, the border counts erupted. Nathan slammed his fist on the armrest. Eleanor stood and demanded to know if Alden understood the weight of what he was saying. The king raised one hand, and the hall went silent. He adjourned without resolution. Both Alden and Victor were to remain in the capital as parties under review. The evidence would be examined. No one was permitted to leave. Victor caught my eye across the hall as the session ended. He gave me one small nod. He understood. We both did. The king could not publicly side with either party during a war. Detention of both was politically neutral, but the clock was running. Back at the townhouse, I laid it out for the border counts and Samuel. The level of detail in Alden's accusation was impossible without inside knowledge. He knew the stone consumption rate. He knew the excavation site. He knew the exact grade of stone required. That was not inference. That was a supply manifest. The only way to have that information was to be the person who arranged the supply in the first place. Samuel listened without moving. Nathan swore. Eleanor asked the obvious question. If we knew, why not say it in open session? Because we had no physical proof yet. Alden had been careful enough to frame his knowledge as deduction, but I had noticed the slip. And slips like that, once made, could not be taken back. We decided to let him move next. People who think they are winning make larger mistakes. I asked the border counts to return to their territories and begin preparing. Mass production of the anti-giant weapons. Magic vehicles for rapid deployment. The war was not coming. It was already here. The messenger arrived the next morning while I was still calculating weapon production timelines. Grace read the hawk letter aloud. Her voice was steady, but her hands were not. 10 magic giants had hit Craighollow while Victor was trapped in the capital. A direct strike at our home while our lord sat detained in a council chamber. The timing was surgical. The report said no deaths. Nicole had deployed the gate fortifications I had built. The Erickson mercenaries stationed there since last month engaged immediately. Half the attacking giants were disabled before they breached the outer wall, but some got through. They went straight for the stone warehouse. Small stones, the ones we had not moved to the hidden vault in time. They took what they could carry, retrieved their disabled units, and withdrew within the hour. I set the letter down and stared at the wall. The attack was timed to the minute. The council accusation pulled Victor away. The giants hit while the territory's lord was a 4-day ride from home. The The same person planned both operations. Alden had not just accused us of treason, he had created the conditions for the attack to succeed. "We need to go home," Grace said quietly. I nodded. But beneath the urgency, something else caught my attention in the report. A single line from Felix, added at the bottom. Luna had coordinated the civilian evacuation. Through routes she apparently mapped weeks earlier using the city's cat network. Nobody told her to do it. Nobody knew she had done the reconnaissance. She simply understood the city's defense structure better than anyone realized. And when the attack came, she moved every civilian in the lower streets to safety before the first giant cleared the wall. My cat, running a strategic intelligence operation. Without orders, I was not sure whether to be proud or terrified. I settled on both. 2 days later, we were home. I spent the first day inspecting the wall damage and praising the defense, because it deserved praising. 5 giants disabled out of 10. No civilian deaths. That was not luck. That was preparation meeting execution. That night, Luna returned to my room with a cat I had never seen. Pure black, white-tipped paws, copper eyes. Not from our territory, not from any territory I knew of. Luna sat beside the stranger and looked at me with an expression I can only describe as expectant. The next morning, the black cat led us into the forest. Morris and Felix flanked me as we followed Luna and her guest along a path that should not have existed. Narrow, clean, as if something had been clearing it for days. 30 minutes by vehicle, then an hour on foot through dense woods. I was about to ask Luna what exactly she thought she was doing when the trees opened into a clearing. A magic giant stood in the center, 2nd generation, inert, arms at its sides, moonlight catching the ancient metal of its frame. Beside it, a small covered carriage, and stepping out from behind the carriage with both hands raised, a young woman in pale fitted clothes, dark hair pulled back, a white wolf the size of a horse sitting calmly at her feet. Morris drew his sword. Felix did the same. Luna walked straight to the wolf and touched noses with it like greeting an old friend. The woman spoke carefully. She said her name was Lily. She said she was the 38th head of Avalon, the clan that had built the giants attacking our home. She said she opposed those who had deployed them, and she said she had come to ask for my help. I told Morris and Felix to lower their weapons. Not because I trusted her words, because Luna trusted the wolf, and Luna had never been wrong about a threat, Lily explained. Her ancestor Abel had been an American, a systems engineer, transferred to this world 300 years ago the same way I had been. He found the ancient giants in ruins across the western desert, repaired them using a synchronization skill, and built the Avalon nation around their preservation. He was, in every way that mattered, the first version of me, someone from Earth who looked at magic and saw engineering. A year ago, the nation of Zun excavated over 100 first-generation giants from a ruin Abel's people had never found. 80% of the Avalon clan defected to Zun's side. The faction attacking Clawfeld was the result. Traitors within her own bloodline, armed with ancient weapons, and funded by a duke who wanted our stones. She paused. Then she said something that made the entire forest go quiet. "Your cat found mine," she said. "Abel had cats too. Their descendants still remember the old network. When the black one led me here, I knew you were the same kind of person he was." I looked at the giant behind her, at the wolf, at the black cat now curled against Luna's side like they had known each other for years, at this woman who carried 300 years of someone else's engineering legacy on her shoulders and had come to a stranger in the dark because a cat told her to. "You need pilots," I said. She blinked, then nodded. "And you need someone who can read the activation language." Another nod, slower this time, like she was only now realizing what she had found. I thought about Abel, an American SE who looked at magic giants the way I looked at magic circles. A man who built something extraordinary in a world that was not his, and whose legacy was now being used as a weapon against the people I had sworn to protect. His story was 300 years old, and it still was not finished. "Show me how they work," I said. "We will figure out the rest." Lily exhaled, a sound that carried more relief than any thank you could have. Felix was grinning behind me. Morris had already sheathed his sword. Luna purred against my ankle. The black cat purred with her. Somewhere above us, through a gap in the canopy, the moon was full and the sky was clear. The war had found us. But for the first time since the council, I felt like we were not just defending. We were about to move. The tunnel opened and I stopped walking. A town sat in the basin below us, wooden storefronts with painted signs, a raised boardwalk running the length of the main street, a water tower on a hill, a church with a white steeple, wide streets of packed dirt, and beyond them a saloon with swinging doors and a fig leaf motif carved above the frame. It looked like something out of a Western film, not a fantasy world approximation. An actual 19th century American frontier town, complete with a general store and a hitching post that had never held a horse. Abel built this, I said, not a question. Lily nodded. Her expression was careful, like someone showing you their grandfather's house for the first time. 300 years ago, he said he wanted to remember where he came from. I understood that feeling better than I could explain. I had built a kotatsu in my workshop, recreated rice from memory, taught my household mahjong on winter nights when the snow kept us indoors. Abel had done the same thing at a civilization-wide scale, and 3 centuries earlier, he had carved homesickness into architecture. The parallel landed somewhere between admiration and grief. Cats appeared everywhere as we descended the hill path toward the main street, on porch railings, sunning on windowsills. A tabby perched on the water tower's base watched our approach with the authority of a building inspector who had seen too many violations. I counted 7 adults before I stopped counting. 2 kittens chased each other in circles around a barrel. About 30 people lived here, Norman later explained. 7 families, guardians, maintenance staff, a blacksmith, a carpenter. Some rotated out to live in the wider world, so the village never became completely isolated. They had kept Abel's legacy running for 300 years. Norman met us inside the saloon. He was tall, weathered, with hands that looked like they had spent decades maintaining machines rather than fighting with them. His handshake was firm and brief. Greg's son, Lily said by way of introduction. Welcome. His voice carried the kind of authority that does not need volume. My father speaks highly of your abilities, and we have been waiting for the right people. He apologized for the trouble his distant relatives had caused us. I told him it was unnecessary. The people who attacked our territory and stole our stones were not his people. Apologies cost nothing when the real problem was still marching toward us with 300 giants. After lunch, he led us through a hidden door in the kitchen, past a security phrase I could read because Abel had written it in English, and down a set of stairs into the hangar. The space was enormous. Bright ceiling lights, smooth walls of the same ancient construction material I recognized from the ruins where we had found magic giant parts months ago. And at the far end, 2 giants stood dormant on raised platforms, one purple, one yellow, massive, still, patient as mountains. I stared up at them and thought about Abel. He had sat in that purple giant's control chair for decades. The same model of mind that had built this town, designed these arrays, and changed this world's magic forever. A systems engineer 300 years before me. I wondered if he had felt the same mixture of obligation and curiosity that I felt now. 2 kittens broke the silence. They bolted across the hangar floor toward us. A calico skidded to a halt at Terry's boots and immediately started climbing her leg. A gray and white one went straight for Julius, making it to his chest before anyone could react. The kitten licked Julius's chin. Julius looked down with an expression of pure bewilderment. I think he chose you, Norman said, something warm in his voice. We call him Leo. Training began the next morning on the field behind the village. Norman explained the fundamentals with the patience of someone who had taught this 100 times. The pilot's soul transferred to the giant through the control chair's magic arrays. Your body stayed behind, unconscious, completely unaware of your surroundings. That was why every pilot needed a cat partner. The cat watched your body while you were gone and could scratch you back to awareness in an emergency. He brought out a measurement tool Lily had lent us. Magic Path Aptitude, scale of 0 to 10. Average was about 3. Anything below 5 meant functional piloting was nearly impossible. Felix scored 6, strong. I scored 5, respectable, but not extraordinary. Terry got an 8 and immediately demanded to go first. Then Julius stepped onto the platform. The display read 10. Norman checked the tool, ran it again. 10. He stared at the number for a long time without speaking. I have never seen this, he said finally. His voice was quiet, the way someone speaks when they are watching history happen and know it. Julius looked around at us. Is that good? Nobody answered him immediately. Felix was staring at Julius, the way you stare at a weapon you did not know was loaded. I understood the feeling completely. This kid, this excitable, earnest kid who I had watched grow from a boy following knights around the training yard into someone who called me brother and meant it with his whole chest. He had the highest natural aptitude Norman had ever recorded. "Try walking it," Norman said. Julius sat in the control chair, connected. The purple giant took a step, then another. Then it jogged the length of the training field with the fluid ease of someone who had been doing this for years. On his first attempt, Terry could barely stand. She managed 3 staggering steps and collapsed. Felix lost coordination after 5. I fell on my first try and only managed a slow walk on the second, with Luna sitting on my lap, her presence feeding me clearer sensory feedback through our bond. The difference was night and day, but I was still walking like a man learning to use prosthetic legs. Julius ran laps. He waved at us from 20 meters up, and his kitten Leo meowed from his lap like a tiny co-pilot who had been born for this. 3 days of decoding. The magic arrays on Abel's control chair were dense, layered, beautiful in the way that well-architected legacy code is beautiful. Thousands of lines of magic instruction, copied faithfully for 3 centuries by people who understood what they did but never asked why, and scattered throughout them, like comments in a program file that nobody had touched in a decade, were grayed out sections, deprecated, inactive, but preserved. Ed leaned over my shoulder. "What are those sections?" "They are drawn, but they do nothing. Commented out code," I said. The term did not translate perfectly, but Ed had learned to trust my software metaphors by now. The original engineer wrote them. Then a later revision disabled them without deleting them, probably because nobody was sure what removing them would break. I spent the night tracing the deprecated sections. They described an older control method. Before magic path piloting existed, the giants had been operated through a mechanical system. Small sensors attached to the pilot's body detected movement, compressed the data into a mana signal, and transmitted it to the giant. Motion capture, crude by comparison to soul transfer, slower. A noticeable time lag between thought and action, but it did not require magic path talent at all. I looked at Ed, he looked at me. We both understood what this meant without saying it. "If I re-enable this," I said slowly, "anyone on our team can pilot. Not as smoothly as Julius, not without delay, but they can walk, fight, contribute. We go from 3 viable pilots to a full squad overnight." Ed was already reaching for his engraving tools. "What do you need from me?" "Hold the lamp steady. I will need the night." I re-enabled the deprecated arrays on both training giants before sunrise. The engineering was straightforward once I could read the original notes. Abel had disabled the method because the magic path system was better in every way. He was right, it was. But Abel had not been facing a war with 3 pilots and 20 enemies. Felix tested the deprecated method first. The movements were stiffer. The response lagged by a fraction of a second, but he walked. He swung a practice weapon. He blocked a strike from Julius and held his ground. "It works," Felix said, and there was something in his voice that sounded like a door opening. We had a squad, not the elite force I wished we had, but a functional one. The next project took a week of testing alongside continued combat drills. I had found references in the arrays to power regulation systems, and the engineering principle was one I recognized from my old world. Controlled overcharge. Feed more magic stone energy into the giant than its standard operating cycle allows, and the output spikes. Speed, strength, reaction time, everything up. The cost was accelerated fuel consumption. 10 stages of intensity, each burning stones faster than the last. I called it overdrive. Julius tested it. Stage 3 made the giant blur between positions. Stage 5 cracked the training field stone markers from the shockwave of a punch alone. We did not push above 5 yet. The fuel cost above that would drain a stone in minutes. "How does it feel?" I asked when he disconnected. He grinned. It was the same grin he had worn as a child watching knights spar in the courtyard, unchanged after everything. Like the giant wanted to run and I just had to stop holding it back. Luna's cat network found the enemy camp. 20 first-generation giants in a dense forest clearing across the border, 200 cavalry surrounding them, the 2nd guerrilla unit. Their orders, according to Lily's intelligence from inside the enemy faction, were to link up with rogue pilots and push east to block reinforcements from reaching the capital before the main invasion force arrived. We had 9 days. I spread the map on a fallen log. Felix and Lily gathered close. Ed stood behind me, making small noises of calculation under his breath. Luna sat on my shoulder, tail flicking against my collar with the steady rhythm of a metronome. 4 giants, I said, against 20. They are bigger, stronger, and have more raw power, but slower, Felix said. Their pilots trained for weeks. Ours have Julius. And overdrive, Lily added. And surprise, I tapped the map. They do not know we exist. They think this border is unguarded. If we hit them before they form up, before they link with the rogue pilots, we turn their numbers from an advantage into a traffic jam. The plan was capture, not destroy. Every enemy giant we took intact was 1 more unit on our side and 1 fewer on theirs. Disable the pilots. Do not wreck the machines. Use the deprecated control method to put our knights in captured giants immediately after seizure. 3 days to position, I said. Julius takes point. Overdrive stage 3 on approach, stage 5 if they consolidate. Felix and the squad on deprecated control take flanks. Lily's infiltrators cut their communication from inside. Felix nodded once. Ed made a sound that was half approval, half the anticipation of an engineer about to watch his design work under load for the first time. The war was not going to wait for us to be ready, so we would be ready before it expected us to be. The assault team moved through the trees in a loose column. 11 people, 2 cats, 0 conversation. The forest was dense enough that the giants we had left behind, our second-generation reserves, would have struggled to navigate it. On foot, we slipped between trunks and under low branches without breaking a single twig. Felix walked point with his hand raised in a closed fist every time the wind shifted. I stayed mid-column with Luna on my shoulder, her ears rotating like satellite dishes, tracking signals I could not hear. The plan was simple in the way that systems engineering made things simple. Lily had provided patrol timings. 2 giants walked this route every morning, each one accompanied by a bonded cat in the cockpit. The cats managed the monopath interface, a co-pilot arrangement that improved response time by roughly 30%, which meant the cats were also the vulnerability. If you could get friendly cats onto those nodes first, the pilot lost control of his own machine. We had been walking for an hour when Felix stopped. He dropped to one knee and pointed northwest. Through the gaps in the undergrowth, I could see the silhouette, a giant, first generation, standing motionless between 2 massive oaks, its frame draped in moss and vine netting for camouflage. The black mark on its right shoulder confirmed it. Cat-bonded pilot, our target. I tapped Luna twice on the back. She chirped once, soft and clipped, and 3 shapes detached from the canopy above us. Cats. They flowed down the branches like water finding cracks in stone. 1 gray, 1 tabby, 1 black with white paws. They hit the ground running and split, 2 circling wide, 1 heading straight for the giant's leg strut. Phase 1, I whispered. Felix nodded. Luna launched off my shoulder and hit the giant's ankle frame at a dead sprint. She climbed, not scrambled, climbed. Each paw placement deliberate, precise, finding the maintenance handholds that the ancient engineers had built into the frame for exactly this kind of access. The other 3 cats followed her path within seconds. These were not ordinary house cats. The divine connection that ran through Luna's lineage made every one of them faster, stronger, and more precise than anything their size had a right to be. A normal cat could not pin a grown man's hands to a control panel. These cats could. By the time the pilot noticed, 4 cats were inside his cockpit frame. I could hear the muffled shouting from 50 meters away. The giant lurched, stumbled sideways, then froze. The pilot was fighting for control of his own interface with 4 sets of claws occupying the contact nodes. He could not remove them. They were stronger than he expected and faster than his hands could track. Now, I said. Felix and I closed the distance. The emergency access panel was on the lower back of the frame, exactly where the maintenance documents from the village had described. I punched in the decoded password sequence, 6 characters, each one a symbol I had memorized from the activation array grammar. The panel hissed and slid open. Felix reached in, grabbed the pilot by his collar, and pulled. The man came out swearing. Morris had the restraints on him in 4 seconds. I counted. 1 down, Felix said. The second patrol giant was 300 meters northwest, following its scheduled route. We repeated the procedure. Different cats on the climb, The 6 who had joined from Lily's clan took that one. Same result. The pilot could not fight the interface and the cats simultaneously. Nobody could. The ancient control systems had no contingency for a divine cat occupying the monopath nodes from inside. 2 giants captured, 0 casualties. Total elapsed time, 43 minutes. We rode into the Avalon base inside a carriage that smelled like damp canvas and old wood. The second operation was higher risk, infiltration into an active military camp with 30 personnel and 20 operational giants. But the camp's security had been designed against external threats, perimeter patrols, lookout posts, thermal scanning outward. Nobody expected an attack from inside their own supply chain. Lily's people had marked this carriage as a supply vehicle 3 days prior. The giants carried it in without inspection. The camp guards waved familiar markings through. We were cargo, invisible. I pressed my eye to the gap between the canvas panels. The base was larger than Lily's reports suggested, a clearing of maybe 20 meters across, a small pond at the center, tents arranged in clusters. I counted the giants, 20 frames visible, a third of them parked in standby, cockpits disconnected, pilots presumably in the mess tent having lunch, 7 inactive units. 3 of those 7 were within sprinting distance of our carriage. Felix leaned close. The 2 guards near the pond. They are ours. I looked. 2 men, leaning against a supply crate, watching the camp with the casual posture of people who have already decided which side they are on. Lily's internal allies. They caught my eye through the canvas gap, and one of them gave an almost invisible nod. When Lily arrives from the east, that is the signal, I said. Samuel hits Rockwall first. You hit the 3 nearest cockpits. I hit the flash. Felix repeated it back without being asked. Confirmed. We waited. The coordination relied on the cat network Lily and Luna had established during Phase 16's training. Dead letter communication. Luna passed signals through allied cats stationed inside the camp, and those cats relayed timing back to us without any visible human contact. When Lily was ready on the opposite side, a gray tabby appeared at the base of our carriage and meowed once. Confirmed. Lily descended from her giant at 12 minutes past noon. She landed near the east edge of camp, walked 3 steps toward the mess area, and stopped. That was the signal. I threw the flash grenade through the canvas flap before her foot hit the ground the 4th time. White. The camp went white. Half the personnel had been eating lunch with their faces toward the light source. They were blind for 8 seconds minimum. Samuel's rock wall erupted from the earth behind them, 5 meters tall, 20 meters wide, cutting the camp in half. The wind wall followed immediately from the opposite side, sealing the corridor. Felix was already out. Terry was with him. They sprinted for the 3 nearest cockpits, parked, disconnected, completely undefended. Lily's allies dropped their casual posture and moved to block the 2 camp guards who had not been blinded. I threw a second flash. Insurance. The camp erupted into shouting. Someone screamed about escaped prisoners. They could not process that the attack came from inside their own supply line. By the time the first pilot stumbled toward a cockpit, Felix had already claimed 2. Terry had the 3rd. Lily was resetting monopaths faster than I could track, her hands moving across activation stones with the efficiency of someone who had done this since childhood. The captured 2nd-generation giants rolled in from the tree line outside. Julius leading, Morris flanking. They punched through the camp perimeter with the identification markers I had built glowing red on their shoulders. Our units, do not engage. 1 enemy giant activated. Luna was already on it. She had crossed the entire camp during the chaos, boarded the frame from the rear access ladder, and was inside the cockpit before the pilot could register his monopath nodes were occupied. The giant froze. Felix and Morris pinned it from both sides. The pilot ejected voluntarily when he realized his own machine was fighting against him. 4 cockpits seized in the first 60 seconds, a 5th taken by Luna's intervention. The 6th came when Julius simply walked his giant up to a parked enemy frame and physically lifted its cockpit clear of the chassis while the fleeing pilot watched from the ground. 6 total. The remaining enemy units retreated behind the far rock wall. They would wait for reinforcements that Samuel's forces were already intercepting from the northwest. The math had shifted. We had come with a plan to capture 2. We left with 6. I stood in the clearing and counted. 6 captured giants with red identification markers. All cockpits secured. All pilots restrained or surrendered. 0 casualties on our side. The entire operation from first patrol contact to final cockpit seizure had taken less than half a day. Luna sat on my shoulder again, cleaning her paw as though she had not just single-handedly disabled a war machine from the inside. Lily, I turned to her. Your internal contacts. Did they get clear? She nodded. Both safe. They slipped out during the rock wall confusion. Her face was calm, but I could see the relief in the set of her shoulders. Those two had been her responsibility. If they had been caught in the crossfire, she would have carried that. Felix was already organizing transport. The captured cockpits needed to move before the enemy reinforcements arrived. Samuel's forces were converging from the northwest to intercept, but timing was not guaranteed. We had a window. We were using it. I looked at the 6 giants standing in a loose formation among the trees, their red markers pulsing quietly. 12 hours ago, they had been pointed at us. Now, they were ours. The engineering was the same. The arrays were the same. The pilots were different. That was all it ever took. Not superior weapons, not overwhelming force, just knowing how the system worked and exploiting the gaps no one else could see. The patrol capture had proved the concept. The base assault had proved the scale. Luna had proved that a single cat could disable a war machine designed to be operated by humans. Every tactic we use today came from somewhere. The flash grenades from the tournament, the rock walls from Samuel's repertoire, the monopath knowledge from the village documents I had decoded 2 weeks ago. None of it was new. All of it was deployed correctly. Move them out, I told Felix. Standard column. Julius on rear guard. He raised his hand. The column began to move. The operation was not over. Samuel's main force was converging from the northwest to deal with the remaining enemy concentration. The real battle, the one with numbers we could not solve with cats and flash grenades, was still coming. But for now, 6 machines that had been built to destroy us would fight beside us instead. I had not built any of them. I had not designed any of them. All I had done was read the manuals no one else could read, decode the passwords no one else could decode, and trust a cat who had never once been wrong. That was enough. We had 18 second-generation giants, 20 enemy first-generation units approaching from the south, and 200 cavalry somewhere behind them. The math was not in our favor, but math was never the whole picture. I spent the night before the march with Ito and the workshop crew, installing the extended overdrive powertrains. 20 small stones per unit instead of 1 medium, 3 times the active duration. The giants could run hot now for over an hour without draining, and the enemy had no idea we had changed the equation. Felix stood beside me at the forest edge as the first light crept through the canopy. His armor was damp with morning mist. He did not ask if the plan would work. He asked where he should position the cannons. 300 meters back from the road, I said. 2 volleys maximum. After that, pull east and do not stop until you reach the next waypoint. He nodded once. No hesitation. No questions about what happened if the first-generation units broke through. We both knew the answer. The pit traps were already dug. 12 of them, staggered along the main highway in clusters of 3. The supports were metal-rich beams with pressure detection circles embedded in the surface. Anything over 4 tons would trigger the collapse. A first-generation giant weighed 6. The joints at the knee and ankle were their structural weak point. A 5-meter drop onto angled spikes would buckle them sideways, and a buckled giant could not stand back up without external help. Julius had his unit positioned at the southern tree line with the reserve force. 10 giants ready to secure fallen cockpits the moment the traps fired. His cat was asleep on his control console, which meant he was calm. I climbed into my own cockpit. Luna settled around my neck, warm and heavy. Her tail brushed my chin once. "All right," I said to no one. "Let them come." They came within the hour. The first-generation giants moved in a column, 2 abreast, their footsteps shaking the canopy a full minute before they appeared. 6 meters tall, metal that caught the light wrong, too polished, too heavy. They moved like siege towers with legs. The lead pair hit the first trap cluster simultaneously. The road surface held for half a second. Then, the metal-rich supports dissolved under the magic detection pulse, and the ground dropped away. Both giants went in leg first. The sound was like a building falling over. Metal shrieked against metal. One buckled at the knee and toppled sideways into the second pit. The giant behind it tried to stop, but its momentum carried it into the collapsing edge, and it slid in waist deep. immobilized. 3 down in the first 8 seconds. The column halted. I watched from the tree line as their commander screamed orders I could not hear. He sent scouts into the forest. They triggered the secondary traps. Exploding logs. Electrified fences strung between tree trunks. One giant took a net charged with lightning magic across its torso and seized up. Mana paths overloading. 4 giants disabled before anyone on our side drew a weapon. Then we hit them from behind. 8 second-generation units in overdrive burst from concealment on both flanks. The cats coordinated the approach, Luna sending signals faster than any radio. We struck the rear giants while they were still facing forward, targeting the leg joints with reinforced spears. I gave the retreat signal after 90 seconds. We did not stay to fight. We ran. They chased. Of course they chased. The first-generation units lumbered after us, burning mana stone reserves at maximum output just to maintain pursuit speed. That was the point. Every minute they ran hot was a minute closer to empty. The first-generation design was never built for sustained campaigns. It was built for siege breaks, short, overwhelming force. Nobody in its design history had accounted for an enemy that would refuse to stand and fight. Felix fired 2 cannon volleys from the forest as they passed. 2 more giants took critical damage. The thunderballs struck at the knee joints, and the explosion balls hit center mass. 1 giant stumbled sideways into the trees and did not get up. We vanished into the trees, regrouped, waited an hour, did it again. The second run was a decoy caravan. We sent empty supply wagons down a side road with a handful of mounted escorts visible from a distance. Their commander took the bait and sent 3 giants to intercept. The giants burned reserves at full sprint for 400 meters to reach a convoy that simply scattered into the forest. By the time they turned around, they had wasted 10 minutes of peak output on nothing. The third run was the same flanking pattern from a different angle. Overdrive at full for 30 seconds. Strike. Vanish. The cats coordinated every approach like a single nervous system. Luna would send a long meow, and every pilot in the formation knew exactly when to brake and which direction to pull. By midday, their entire force had burned through their medium reserves. The stones turned white and cloudy, dead. Over half their giants stood frozen on the road like monuments to bad logistics. The survivors limped into Malaja's outskirts and stopped, unable to advance or retreat. I was standing on the walls when Samuel arrived. He came from the northwest with 3 platoons of his household knights and 2 companies of border infantry. Banners I recognized from the arrival ceremony 4 years ago. The same crimson and gold, the same rigid formation discipline. But Samuel was not in his carriage. He was mounted on horseback at the front of the column, wearing armor I had never seen him wear. Steel and leather, not ceremonial, functional. He surveyed the field, the immobilized giants, the scorched road, the pit craters. His aide said something to him and he nodded once. Then the remaining enemy giants, the ones that still had power, attempted to break east toward the border with their stolen cockpits. 5 of them, moving in a ragged line, abandoning their dead companions. Samuel raised his hand. I was 30 meters away on the wall. I saw the mana gather around his fingers, blue-white, crackling, dense enough that the air smelled of metal. He held it for 3 seconds, eyes fixed on the retreating line. Chain lightning. The bolt left his hand and split into 3 arcs. Each one found a giant. The electricity did not bounce off their anti-magic armor the way lesser spells would. It overwhelmed. 3 giants seized, sparked, and dropped to their knees simultaneously. The mana paths inside them overloaded, and the cockpits went dark. Samuel's hand fell to his side. His body swayed once. Francis caught his shoulder from behind. The old man sagged against his aide like someone had cut his strings. He had just spent more mana in 3 seconds than most mages used in a month. I watched from the wall. He did not look up at me. He did not need to. The man who had dismissed me as redundant 4 years ago was on his knees in the dirt 30 meters from where I stood, empty and trembling, because he had decided the situation required him to be there. That was it. That was the whole statement. I did not go down to him. I did not say anything. There was nothing to say that the chain lightning had not already said. The war was over. Eleanor arrived the next morning with Cedric. They came by magic vehicle, ahead of the main reinforcement column. 3,000 troops from the combined houses would follow within days, but the two of them drove through the night because they wanted to say something in person. Eleanor leaned against the doorframe of the guest hall with her arms crossed. Cedric stood beside her, solid and calm. Neither of them looked like they had slept. "You did more than your share," Eleanor said. No preamble, no flattery. Cedric nodded. His voice was lower, rougher than hers. "He told me the kingdom needed me building things, not fighting wars, that the tools I made were worth more than any single battle I could win, that they would handle the cleanup from here. The enemy was broken. What remained was conventional, and conventional was what they were equipped for." I stood there for a moment, processing it. It was not an order. It was not even a request. It was two people who had fought beside me telling me to go home because they were worried I would keep pushing until something broke. And maybe they were right. "All right," I said. "I will go home." Eleanor's expression softened by exactly 1 degree. Cedric clasped my shoulder once, firm and released. They left an hour later to greet the local viscount and begin organizing the occupation force. I watched their vehicle disappear down the western road and then went back inside to pack. Grace would need to know we were coming. I sent a message by the fastest courier available and spent the rest of the afternoon making farewell gifts for the local knights. Lightning spears, improved scatter orbs, small things that took an hour each and would save lives in the cleanup operations ahead. It was what I could give. It was enough. We departed at dawn on the 4th day. Felix drove the lead vehicle. Julius sat in the back with his cat curled on his lap, already half asleep from the vibration. The rest of the team filled 2 more vehicles behind us. Luna claimed her usual spot around my shoulders, her weight familiar and warm. The road east was quiet. No convoys, no giants, just the sound of wheels on packed earth and the occasional bird startled out of the hedgerow. I leaned back and watched the countryside pass. Green fields, small farmhouses with smoke rising from chimneys. Normal life continuing as if the last month had not happened. For most people here, it had not. The giants had been a rumor and a distant thunder. Now, even the thunder was gone. Grace would be waiting. The household would be functioning. The workshop would be exactly as I left it, with Ito's latest project probably covering my desk. There was so much I wanted to build. Communication devices that worked across distances, better power systems, a vehicle that did not shake your teeth loose on rough roads. The ideas had been stacking up for weeks, crowded out by tactics and logistics, and the endless calculation of who lived and who died. Now the calculation was over. The math had held. The plan had worked. The war was won, and I was going home to build things. Luna purred against my neck. I closed my eyes and let the road carry us east. The arm sat on a heavy metal stand in the middle of the annex, like a sculpture nobody had commissioned. 3 articulated fingers, oversized, originally designed to weld joints inside a magic giant at continental scale. I had been staring at it for the better part of a week, comparing its internal array to the control circle in the cockpit we recovered from the ruins. The concept was straightforward. The cockpit converted a pilot's motion into a magic wave, transmitted it, and the receiving end converted it back into physical movement. In theory, if I paired this arm to that transmission system and gave it a pen, I could write something on paper in Craig Hollow, and the arm would replicate the same strokes anywhere the signal reached. A telegraph, a fax machine, real-time written communication in a world that still relied on horses, hawks, and prayer. Ed had built me a charcoal pencil from monster powder and crucite composite. Will had identified the artificial muscle material running through the arm as seraphim whiskers, the same substance layered inside first-generation giants. Both of them stood behind me now, arms crossed, watching me trace the final activation strokes onto the connecting board. The identifier string was blocking everything, I said, not looking up. Registration code baked into the parsing layer. The arm expected a serial number header before every motion instruction. Without it, it rejected the data outright. Once I stripped the identifier from the conversion step, the arm accepted the raw input. Ed leaned over the bench. And then I moved my index finger. The arm moved its index finger. I looked up at him. Then I picked up a pencil, and the arm picked up a pencil. Will pulled out his notebook, already writing. Ed stared at the arm for a long time without blinking. I recognized that look. It was the same expression he had worn the day I showed him the optimized magic lantern array. He was recalculating the implications. We placed the arm in the cafeteria on the far side of the compound, and controlled it from the mine entrance. 70 kilometers of straight-line distance to the neighboring vice county. A 3.5-minute delay. Magic wave propagation at roughly the speed of sound. The arm drew a paw print on a stone slab, and Terry sprinted back from the receiving end, yelling that the thing had moved by itself and drawn Luna's foot. The next day, I downsized the entire assembly. First-generation giant materials were bulky, but the same seraphim whiskers could be woven at human scale with dramatically lower magic consumption. By evening, we had a prototype that fit on a desk. By the morning after that, it had written a full sentence across the distance to the Bisserlink estate, over 1,000 kilometers. No signal degradation. I named it the Magic Giant's Scribe. That evening, I reported to Victor and Nicole. Victor leaned forward in his chair, the way he always did when he sensed a strategic shift. Any distance limitation? He asked. None we have found. The pairing array creates a resonance link that does not decay with range. The ancient engineers designed these for continental scale coordination between giant units separated by entire kingdoms. Nicole set her tea down carefully. She understood before Victor finished his next breath. How many pairs would we need for the full faction? 1 pair per connection creates an exponential problem. 7 members means 21 pairs. I drew the star topology on a napkin from the side table, but with a central exchange station, every member gets 1 unit. All messages route through a single hub here in Craig Hollow. 1 trained operator at the hub reads incoming messages and transcribes them to the recipient's paired unit. 7 members, 7 pairs. I manage the hub location. We keep it secret. We guard it with giants. Victor was quiet for a long time. The firelight moved across his face. Then he said something that told me he understood exactly what I had built. I will present this to the king myself. The rice was an afterthought that became a miracle. I had planted the seeds a week earlier at the church, following the instructions the goddess Mert gave me on the river months ago. Offer them first, then plant. Grace and I had blessed them at the altar, while Luna rubbed her cheek against the goddess statue and made sounds that were either prayer or conversation or both. Green light fell from the stained glass ceiling. The seeds hummed in my palm for exactly 3 heartbeats and then went still. I planted them that evening using direct sowing across 4 patties I had mutified with earth magic, filled with water from the forest stream. I expected nothing visible for at least a month. Tillering alone should take 20 to 30 days under normal conditions. Terry burst into the lab at dawn, still in his sleeping tunic. They sprouted. He was out of breath. All 4 patties, full shoots, green everywhere, swaying. I walked out into the morning air and stood at the edge of the nearest patty. Green, dense, 30 centimeters tall, with stems already splitting into secondary tillers. I crouched and pulled one stalk gently from the mud. The roots came up firm, deep, spread wide, healthy beyond any reasonable expectation. 2 months of growth compressed into a single night. I checked the next patty. Same. The next, same. All 4, uniformly advanced, as if time itself had accelerated within their borders and stopped precisely at the edges. The next morning, I checked again. Normal growth had resumed. Whatever the goddess had done, she had done it once, brought the crop forward to viability, and then released it to follow ordinary time. A gift with boundaries, a blessing that knew when to stop. Divine agriculture, I said, standing at the patty's edge with Luna on my shoulder, operates on a different schedule than anything I learned from watching farming documentaries. Luna said nothing, which from her meant she had already known. The scooter started as a speed problem and became the most entertaining 3 days of engineering since I arrived in this world. Our 4-wheeled magic vehicles maxed out at a safe speed and could not go faster without a differential gear I did not know how to build from first principles, but I knew exactly how a 2-wheeled vehicle handled high-speed turning. Lean into the curve. Let gyroscopic stability do the balancing. Physics handles what gears cannot. Ed built the frame from metal reach. I designed the motor, a vertical axis wind turbine with 6 blades and 3 miniaturized wind spheres mounted between them, all housed inside a cylindrical metal reach casing. The spheres generated wind, The wind drove the blades. The assembly rotated. Continuous power from magic stones. No fuel, no combustion. The stopping problem almost killed the project on day 2. The activation stone sat at the center of the rotating turbine. It spun with everything else. I could not reach in to shut it off, and any physical contact between the rotating shaft and the stationary frame would grind the magic ink connections to powder within hours. Grace raised her hand, hesitant, like a student not entirely sure she belonged in the conversation. The first-generation giants transmitted motion data as raw magic through the air, attributeless magic. No physical contact needed. She paused. Could you send the activation signal the same way? I stared at her. Then I crossed the room in 4 steps and hugged her, because she had solved in 1 sentence what I had been circling for 2 days. Wireless power transfer. The answer had been sitting in the cockpit array the entire time, and I had been too focused on the scribe application to see it. The modified array worked on the first test. I built the friction drive using metal reach discs coated with lightning attribute magic to increase surface grip without mechanical wear. No noise, no degradation. Continuously variable transmission by shifting the contact point along the disc radius. By the next evening, we had a working prototype. 2 wheels, handlebar steering, throttle on the right grip, brake on the left. I rode it from the manor gate to the main street at dawn the following morning. 30 kilometers per hour felt like flying on 2 wheels. The lightweight enchantment kept the frame manageable. The reinforcement array kept it from shaking apart over cobblestones. I did a wide turn at the end of the street, came back, and dismounted, grinning. Everyone took turns. Everyone grinned. Ed could not fit on it due to his frame, but he watched every rider with the satisfaction of a man whose metalwork was performing flawlessly. Then Terry reached for the handlebar. "No," said 5 people simultaneously. Felix, Ed, Will, Grace. Even Luna exhaled through her nose in a way that unmistakably communicated denial. Terry sank to his knees in the courtyard, protesting that he had not broken anything yet today, which was technically accurate only because the sun had been up for less than an hour. I did not expect the ban to require a formal written notice. By noon, it did. 3 scooters were mass-produced in 3 days using metal reach molds cast from wooden models. We loaded them with scribe units and dispatched supplies, then sent them to the front lines. 300 kilometers in 3 days, twice the speed of a magic vehicle on roads that would have flipped a 4-wheeler. The letter that ended the Alden era arrived through the scribe itself, the first piece of intelligence transmitted by the network it was built to carry. Victor read it aloud in the study, Nicole standing at his shoulder. The captured correspondence from the war campaign had been fully analyzed. Every document pointed in one direction. Alden had coordinated directly with the Zun military command through encrypted written channels. He had arranged the magic stone thefts, provided attack timing windows, fed intelligence on troop movements, and constructed the legal framework to frame our family for treason, all meticulously documented in his own hand. His encryption was based on the ancient magic language, the language nobody in this kingdom had read in 1,000 years, the language I had been decoding since my 2nd week in this world. Bizarlink pressed him at the border, Victor continued. The Margrave planted first-generation giants near the trading post as bait. Alden saw them and ordered an immediate attack, calling them enemy units by type designation. He could not have identified them without prior coordination with the enemy who built them. Nicole folded the letter precisely along its original creases. His house has been stripped. He faces trial before the Great Council. She looked at me with an expression I had not seen from her before, something between gratitude and calculation. Victor, you are formally cleared of all charges. The neutral faction will receive public recognition for its war contributions. A pause. And the Chancellor has sent a separate message. His Majesty requests your presence in the capital, both of you. I sat with that for a moment. The fire crackled. Luna shifted on my knee. The man who had framed Victor, stolen from our minds, engineered armed attacks on our territory, and sold the kingdom's strategic intelligence to an invading force had been undone by his own meticulous record-keeping. He trusted a language no one could read. He did not know I existed until it was far too late. Victor was already planning the journey. Nicole was already composing the formal acceptance. And somewhere in my workshop, a mechanical arm was transcribing the news to 7 allied territories simultaneously, because the world had changed changed shape underneath the people who thought they controlled it. Nicole had been preparing for this audience since before we left Craighollow. The trip to the capital took 3 days by magic vehicle, half the time a carriage would need. She used every hour of those 3 days refining her approach, testing her gifts, rehearsing angles of conversation that the queen might take. I was not in the room. Victor and I had separated from Nicole at the castle entrance, guided by white-armored royal guards toward the throne chamber, while she was led in the opposite direction to the queen's private wing. But she told me everything afterward with the kind of precision that made me suspect she had been composing the report in her head while it was still happening. The queen's tea room was smaller than I expected from her description. Intimate, 2 cushioned chairs, a low table, fresh flowers, and light curtains softening the morning sun. The queen herself was in her late 40s, but carried herself like someone 10 years younger. She greeted Nicole warmly. They had not spoken since before the war. Nicole began with the paper theater. Stories about magic giants and traders had been spreading through the capital's churches, teaching literacy and raising funds for orphanages. Certain nobles had been pressuring the churches to stop. Nicole proposed a solution, a proper stage play based on those same stories, performed at the theater. The queen would attend opening night. She would speak favorably, a public endorsement from the crown's consort. In exchange, a production honoring the royal couple was already in preparation. Nicole's school friend ran the theater. The script was written. The timing depended only on the queen's agreement. The queen considered. Nicole waited. She had learned, she told me, that silence after a proposal was always better than filling the gap with more words. The risk to the crown was minimal. The benefit was visible. The queen agreed. Then Nicole shifted to the second offering. She produced a mithril short sword from a silk-lined case, 2 attribute stones mounted on the guard, earth and lightning, switchable by touch. I had built it with Ed. We limited the output deliberately because it was a gift, not a weapon, but the craftsmanship was unmistakable. The queen, who apparently collected magic swords in her youth with a fervor that her guards still found alarming, lost her composure entirely. She tested the switch. Her voice rose. 2 guards burst into the room. Nicole waited until the excitement settled before revealing her final card. She opened the basket. A silver tabby cat looked up at the queen with round green eyes and stretched into a perfect pose. Sigbert. He was one of Luna's allied cats. Born at the church in Craighollow, raised among knights and adventurers, friendly to a degree that made him the obvious choice for this operation. Nicole had selected him weeks ago. She explained the lineage to the queen carefully. The cats descended from a companion brought by another traveler centuries before me. They had interbred with the local cat-like creatures, and now carried traces of something beyond ordinary. Sigbert was registered as a familiar of the Bastet cult through the church. He could not be given away permanently, but his presence in the royal household as a long-term guest was something that could be arranged. Sigbert rolled onto his back. The queen's hand found his belly without conscious thought. The political calculation was clean. A cat connected to the Bastet cult living in the royal quarters was not a pet. It was an alignment. The Bastet cult was Luna's domain. Luna was ours. The queen petting this cat in front of her ladies, in front of visiting nobles, in front of anyone with eyes, was a signal that required no words. Understood. The queen's voice was soft. Her fingers had not paused. I will attend the theater. I will recommend the paper stories publicly. And this creature stays with me. Nicole bowed. She told me later that she had prepared 3 contingency approaches in case the first 2 offerings failed. She had not needed any of them. Victor and I knelt before the king. The throne room was larger than the entire ground floor of our manor. Polished stone under my knees. Tall arched windows throwing gold lines across the floor at a steep angle. Guards in white at attention along both walls. The chancellor stood to the king's right, holding the inventory of our offerings. The war minister to his left, arms folded, watching us with the careful attention of a man who had spent 30 years evaluating people by how they held themselves under scrutiny. Victor rose when invited and presented the scribe. No theatrics. He placed the writing station on the table provided, took the brush, and wrote a line. 1,000 kilometers away, in Craighollow, the paired unit reproduced it exactly. Grace was monitoring the receiving end. The chancellor tested it himself, writing a question that only someone in our household could answer. Grace replied within minutes. The handwriting matched her known samples. The king leaned forward. The war minister asked about range. Victor told him. Over 1,000 kilometers, tested and confirmed. The minister repeated the number as though saying it aloud would make it more believable. Victor then outlined the exchange network, one-to-one pairs connected through a central bureau guarded by the Ericsson mercenary knights. Friendly territories receive full units. Unfriendly houses receive only receivers. They can be contacted. They cannot initiate. The information asymmetry was the point. The king accepted. Then he stood, announced a break, and said the second offering, the captured magic giant, awaited on the training grounds. In the corridor between sessions, walking behind the royal guards toward the grounds, Victor told me what the king had said quietly before dismissing us. He intended to reward the faction formally. Victor would receive a higher title. I would receive a hereditary one. Hereditary, not lifetime, not a courtesy that dies with me, a family line. Land under my name that passes to whoever comes after. I had been in this world for less than 2 years. I arrived on a cold floor with a cat in my arms and an ability that the most powerful man in the room called redundant. Now a king was telling me he intended to give me a family name that would outlast me. I did not say anything clever. I walked behind Victor through the white stone corridor and thought about what kind of soil the coastal territory might have, whether it got enough rain, whether there were trees for lumber, or if I would need to import. My brain had already started building before the title was even formally granted. That was, I think, the engineer in me. The emotion could wait, the planning could not. New Year's Day, the Grand Assembly. Every titled house in the kingdom sent a representative. The hall stretched wider than a tournament field, lined with columns of pale stone, crystal chandeliers burning overhead, despite the morning sun already filling the upper windows. 300 nobles arranged by faction. The neutral section was larger than it had been at the last assembly. Nicole had been busy. I stood with Victor and Nicole in our section. The formal tunic she had commissioned for me was dark navy with silver at the collar and cuffs. It fit precisely. I suspected measurements had been taken while I was sleeping. The herald announced the king. The doors at the far end opened. He entered at his usual pace, unhurried, regal. Sigbert was sitting on top of his crown. The cat was perfectly calm, front paws tucked neatly together, tail wrapped around the base of the crown as though this arrangement had been rehearsed, which, knowing Nicole, it probably had been. 300 nobles did not know where to look. Some stared. Some glanced at their neighbors. Several in the anti-faction section went rigid. The king walked the full length of the hall without acknowledging the cat. He ascended the 3 steps to the throne. He sat. Sigbert shifted his weight slightly and settled. I turned to Nicole. Her expression had not moved. Not one muscle. She was watching the hall with the precise calm of an engineer observing a system perform exactly to specification. The signal was unmistakable. The Bastic cult was associated with Luna. Luna was associated with our household. The king of this kingdom had walked into the most important political gathering of the year with our symbol sitting on his head, and he had done it with the absolute confidence of a man who wanted every person in the room to understand exactly what he meant. It was the single most effective piece of political communication I had ever seen, and it was a cat sitting on a crown. The assembly proceeded as though a cat were not supervising from the highest point in the room. The king addressed the war. Formal language. The chancellor read the charges against the traitor houses. 3 counts who had conspired with the enemy. Death sentences for the principals. Families spared but reduced in title. Lands redistributed to loyal houses. The names were read. The hall was silent except for the chancellor's voice and the occasional sound of Sigbert grooming himself on the king's head. Then the rewards. Victor was called forward. He crossed the open floor between the faction sections, knelt before the elevated throne, and held still. The king spoke his full name and title. Viscount Clawfeld became Count Clawfeld. Territory expanded, new vassals assigned, increased responsibilities enumerated. The room applauded in the measured, contained way that nobles applaud when someone else receives exactly what they had been angling for. Victor returned to our section. His face was composed. His hands were not quite steady. Nicole touched his elbow once. He breathed. Then my name. I crossed the same floor. The stone was cold through the fabric. I knelt. The silence in the hall was complete. 300 people and not one sound except the faint hum of the chandeliers above. The king's voice carried without effort. Baron Matsumoto, hereditary title. A new noble line beginning with me. Coastal territory to the south, undeveloped, assigned to my governance. I thought about the cold stone floor where I had first appeared in this world. The circle of nobles examining me like a defective appliance. The wave of the hand. The long walk to the minor family nobody wanted to host. That was less than 2 years ago. Now a king was speaking my name into this silence, and 300 people were watching me receive what none of them would have bet I would ever hold. I stood, bowed, walked back. Nicole placed her hand on my arm for exactly 1 second. Victor nodded once. The nod contained everything: gratitude, pride, the unspoken acknowledgement that this had started with him accepting a hand-me-down and choosing not to treat me like one. After the ceremony, in the corridor outside, 6 noble houses that had been uncommitted approached our section and formally declared for the neutral faction. The cat was still on the king's head when the assembly closed. I had a barony to build, a coast to survey, a town to plan, and somewhere back in Craig Hollow, Luna was probably already aware of everything that had happened today because she always was. The engineer had a territory now, time to see what I could make of it. The first time I saw the sea in this world, I nearly forgot I was a lord. The water was turquoise and impossibly clear. White sand ran all the way to the horizon in both directions. Behind us, the village of Melvina sat quiet and sun-bleached. 100 households painted white against the pine trees. 500 people who fished from rowboats because the water was too shallow for anything larger. That was the problem. I could see it immediately. The sandy bottom extended at least 100 meters before any depth worth mentioning. No port meant no trade ships. No trade ships meant the village survived on rapeseed oil and subsistence fishing. For a coastal territory, that was like owning a highway with no on-ramps. Grace had been reading the report beside me. She looked up from the parchment. The beach is beautiful. It is. I was already calculating. The sand layer was thin, maybe a meter deep, based on what the village chief had told us. Below that, bedrock. That afternoon, I borrowed a fishing boat and went out about 20 meters from shore. Felix came along, looking like a man who expected to catch fish and had not been told about the experiment. I stood up in the rocking hull, pointed my palm at the water, and cast Earth Pillar. The sea erupted. A column of stone, half a meter wide and perfectly cylindrical, punched through the sandy bottom and rose a full meter above the waterline. Salt spray soaked my sleeve. The boatman grabbed the gunwale. Felix stared at the pillar like it had personally insulted him. I pushed against it with both hands. Solid. Rooted in the bedrock below the sand, not floating on it. I never would have thought of that, Felix said quietly. I asked him to try one himself. His came out slightly thicker than mine, but just as stable. That meant we did not need to wait for me to do all of them. Between the two of us, Ulysses, and a few of the stronger mages, we could raise enough pillars for 3 piers reaching out past the shallows. A week of work, then lumber for the decking, and this village would have a functional port. I spent the rest of that day sketching pier layouts on a scrap of parchment, while the village chief watched with an expression caught between hope and mild alarm. The next morning, I walked the fields. Rapeseed coming up green in rows, broad beans and tomatoes rotating through the plots. Standard crop cycle for sandy coastal soil. None of it surprised me. What surprised me were the trees on the hillside above the fields. 5 of them, twisted and silvery green. The leaves on 4 were identical. The 5th was different, slightly rounder, slightly thicker. I knew that shape. I had seen it once on a trip to an olive-growing island years ago in my old life. Self-incompatibility. These trees needed a different variety nearby to cross-pollinate, or they would barely fruit at all. 4 of the same type, producing nothing. 1 different type, ignored by everyone because nobody had ever connected the two. I told the village chief to survey every tree on the hillside and send samples of any fruit he could find. If I was right, this territory had just acquired its first export commodity, olive oil from a variant nobody else had bothered to cultivate. It was not glamorous, but infrastructure never is. Piers and olive oil, the bones of a territory, laid down 1 piece at a time. The balloon took 3 days to build. Ed stitched the envelope from flying weasel leather, lightweight, airtight, and strong enough to handle the heat. The heating element was a coil of metallic alloy wired to a magic array that I had adapted from the dark magic weight reduction system we had pulled from the ancient giants. A wind sphere handled initial inflation. The basket was simple wicker, reinforced with whale demon whisker for the structural frame. The first unmanned tests worked perfectly. The envelope rose on its tether like a slow, fat soap bubble, stabilized at 20 meters, and came back down when I cut the heat. The manned flight needed more lift. I calculated a 10-meter diameter for 2 people. 3 days of Ed and the sisters sewing. Luna played inside the half-inflated envelope and had to be scolded out before we sealed it. On the morning of the flight, Grace stood at the edge of the basket and looked up at the enormous sphere above us. She did not look afraid. She looked like someone about to step off the edge of the world and wanted to remember what the ground looked like. Ready? She stepped in. Luna jumped to my shoulder. I activated the heating array. We rose. The ground fell away like a page turning. The training field became a square of brown dirt. Then the town appeared around it. Then the roads leading out of town became visible, thin gray lines running into the green. Then the forest. Then the coast, a white crescent drawn at the edge of everything. I had seen maps of this territory. I had read surveys and reports. None of them told me what the land actually looked like. From up here, I could see all of it. The flatlands where the rice fields would expand, the forest where the monsters lived, the gentle slope running south toward Melvina and the sea. The whole territory laid out beneath me like a schematic I had drawn from memory and could finally check against reality. Grace said something. I am not going to repeat it here. It was quiet and it was for me, and it was exactly the right thing to say when someone who has spent his entire life building things for other people looks down and sees, for the first time, something that is his. We stayed up longer than the survey required. I told myself it was for thorough observation. Grace did not correct me. Luna sat between us on the basket rim with her tail wrapped around the rope, watching the coastline with the expression of a queen surveying her domain. When we finally descended, I realized I had not written a single note. The second flight was supposed to be a navigation test. I had built a controller with 7 magic stones in a cross pattern, each one connected to a small wind pod on the envelope. Directional thrust, simple, intuitive, modeled after a game controller, because I figured if I was going to standardize this for future operators, consistency mattered more than elegance. Grace was learning the controls when Luna went rigid on my shoulder, fur raised, low growl, eyes locked east. I heard the screech a second later, a grim vulture, 3 meters of angry bird-shaped muscle that hunted by vertical dive. It had seen the balloon and decided we were either prey or a territorial threat. There was no time to descend. Grace and I fought from the basket. I scattered stone shot. She sent wind blades. The vulture dodged everything, went straight up, and dove. The impact rocked the basket sideways. The defensive array absorbed most of it, but the envelope surface took a scrape. Another hit like that, and we would lose pressure. Luna was already climbing the rigging. She reached the top of the envelope and waited. When the vulture came again, she deflected it. A metallic ring, then again, and again. Each time she batted it downward, forcing it lower. I understood. She was herding it into range. Grace, ice lance. When it comes down next, I cast the lightning net wide. The vulture dove through it, stunned, wings locked. Grace's ice lance punched through its wing. It tumbled to the ground where the knights finished it. Luna descended the ropes with the satisfied air of someone who had done her job and expected dinner. A goddess told me to fly at night under the blue moon. I did not question it. By this point in my life, divine instructions had become a category of project requirement. Unusual client, but clear deliverables. From 100 meters up, I saw a light in the southwestern forest, faint, colorless, pulsing. Ulysses, standing beside me with the best eyes in the party, saw nothing. That meant it was mana, and only I could see it. The investigation took a full day of cutting through monster-dense forest. When we found the site, I understood why the goddess had sent us. A clearing on a hillside. Hundreds of leeches gathered in a writhing mass. 5 species at least, all sizes, crawling over each other and fighting. Not the mindless aggression of disturbed animals. This was structured, a battle royale with a purpose. We watched for 15 minutes while they killed each other. When only one remained, it crawled to the center of the clearing and pressed itself against a flat stone slab half buried in the earth, and it began to glow. Mana rose from the slab in visible streams. The leech absorbed it for half an hour, its body shifting color, hardening, gaining a metallic sheen. By the time it was finished, it was no longer a forest leech. It was a metal leech, born right in front of us. I had Ed dig. 3 meters down, we found the slab intact. A flat stone surface embedded with tiny mana fragments, each one no larger than a rice grain. A passive storage device, ancient, probably older than anything else we had found in this territory. The leeches fought for the right to absorb from it. The winner evolved. The losers died. Natural selection backed by ancient engineering. I classified it immediately. Top secret. If anyone else learned that metal leeches could be manufactured by finding these slabs, the strategic advantage would evaporate overnight. For now, this site belonged to us, and the breeding experiments could begin. The rice came in gold. The goddess-blessed second planting had done exactly what the church promised. Full crop, 4 paddies, 10 meters square each, heavy with grain that bent the stalks in the autumn sun. We harvested by hand, a dozen of us with sickles, working through the morning until our backs ached and our palms were stained green. Luna helped. Her claws cut the stalks cleaner than any blade. 2 weeks of drying on racks, guarded by cats. Then, threshing with a toothed comb, a design I remembered from Earth history. Rice separates differently from wheat. You cannot beat it loose. You comb it one handful at a time, running the stalks between iron teeth. Ed built the mill, wooden grooves that he adjusted 3 times before the grain stopped cracking. Then a magic blower for winnowing and a motor-driven pestle for polishing. By evening, we had white rice, pale, slightly pink, shining in the bowl like something that belonged to a memory I had almost forgotten. I cooked it that night with the chef, served it to the knights and soldiers and household. Most of them had never tasted it before. The reviews were split, but for me, looking at that bowl, it was not about whether they preferred it to wheat. It was about what it meant that I could grow it here, that something from my old world had taken root in this one. The crest took 5 days. I went through dozens of sketches. A sitting cat silhouette in the center. That was Luna, and it was never going to be anything else. Behind her, the crossed pickaxe and shovel from the Clawfeld arms, because that was where I came from. Around the whole design, an 8-pointed star representing all 8 magic attributes. The border was rice stalks, curving up both sides. At the bottom, a ribbon with a single word in my own alphabet, Matsumoto. Victor approved it for submission to the Herald's office. Grace smiled when she saw the final version. She did not say it was beautiful. She said it looked like me. I took that as the highest possible compliment. The capital needed a name. I had been avoiding it. Victor mentioned it casually, as if reminding me to sign a form, and I realized I had no idea what to call the place. Tradition said you could use your family name. I thought about it for half a second and rejected it. Matsumoto was a city on Earth. It belonged to a different life. I sat with the problem for a day, tried combinations, tried meanings, tried sounds. Nothing landed. Then I thought about Vega, the star, Luna's star, in a way. And I thought about what this place was supposed to become. I wrote the word on a scrap of paper. Vegaroa. Grace looked at it. What language is that from? Neither, I said. I made it up. She considered this for a moment. Then she nodded once, as if that was the most reasonable thing I had ever said. Vegaroa, my capital, named for a star and nothing else. The Grand Council ran for 3 days. 3 days of debate on reconstruction, territorial reorganization, purges, and faction declarations that would reshape the kingdom's political map for years to come. I sat through every session, took notes, answered questions from nobles I had never met, and tried not to fall asleep during the 4th consecutive speech about road maintenance allocations in the Northern Territories. Selphas was in his element. The man had energy I could not explain. He navigated faction politics the way I navigated magic arrays, with the casual fluency of someone who had been doing it since before I was born. By the morning of the Enobblement ceremony, I had not slept more than 4 hours in any of those nights. My back ached from the formal chairs. The Prime Minister read the achievements aloud from a scroll. The Clawfeld house elevated to Count. Then my name, 1st generation Baron Matsumoto, for military and commercial contributions during the recent conflict. I knelt on the terrace before the king and the assembled crowd. The king had a cat on his head, not metaphorically. The silver tabby we had given the queen sat perched on the royal crown like it belonged there, and the assembled nobility had no idea what to do with that information. The king smiled. The queen waved. The crowd decided it was charming. The ceremony itself lasted less than an hour. The political maneuvering that followed took the rest of the week. But by the time the festival tournament ended and the joint subjugation wrapped up, the ennoblement was done. Official. Sealed. I was a baron. The territory was mine. The day after the official ceremony concluded, I stood on the Charlesdoor harbor dock with Rebecca and Ed watching the water. "So," Rebecca said, crossing her arms. She squinted at the object resting on the dock beside us. "That is what you built from the propulsion array." The water jet bike sat low and sleek on its cradle, 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, 2 seats. The hull was reinforced with earthstone plating, and the nozzle at the stern was adapted from the mysterious ship's jet system. Water intake, magical compression, directed exhaust. 2 intake lines feeding 1 output to eliminate the thrust gap during compression cycles. We had spent 10 days on prototypes alone, testing in a pond we blasted out of the forest floor. The final version could outrun anything on the water. "Ready?" I asked. Rebecca did not answer. She was already walking toward it. I climbed on behind the controls. The activation was simple. Water and windstones fed the intake, compression, and exhaust cycle. I eased the throttle forward. The bike lifted onto its plane and shot across the harbor surface. The acceleration was immediate and clean. I leaned into a turn, felt the hull bite the water and slide through the curve, then opened the throttle on the straightaway. The dock shrank behind me. The wind tore at my coat. For exactly 12 seconds, I was not a baron or an engineer or anyone's son-in-law. I was just moving. I brought it back in a wide arc, killed the thrust, and drifted to the dock. Rebecca was grinning. Ed had his arms folded and his chin raised, the way he always looked when something he built performed exactly as designed. "How fast?" Rebecca asked. "Faster than a horse at full gallop." Sustained. Her grin widened. She was already thinking about hulls, about keels and displacement, and what a full-size ship would look like with this system scaled up. I could see it in the way her eyes went distant. "We start the fishing vessel adaptation next week," I said. "But I wanted you to feel what this propulsion can do before we design something larger." She nodded once. Crisp. I felt it. "Now show me the intake array." We spent the rest of that morning on the dock with the hull panels open, Rebecca tracing the flow paths with her fingers while Ed explained the compression staging. By noon, she had filled an entire notebook with hull shape ideas. The woman had been building boats her entire life. Give her a new propulsion system, and she turned into something between an artist and a siege engineer. 2 weeks later, I was in Melvina overseeing the olive replanting when a villager ran into the meeting hall with sweat on his face and terror in his voice. A small ship offshore, a large monster chasing it. The watchtower had confirmed it. Something with a massive shell, probably an assault turtle. I gave the order before the man finished speaking. Evacuation for the villagers, knights to the coast, magic giants in the shallows. We reached the shoreline in minutes. Felix had the line deployed with professional speed, the giants standing knee-deep in the surf with their waterproof boots holding against the current. The boat was small, 4 meters, maybe less. No sail, no mast, no crew. It zigzagged across the water with golden and blue light pulsing from its hull, then abruptly turned and drove itself straight onto the beach. The assault turtle behind it was less graceful. I hit it with a lightning net. Felix raised earth walls. The magic giants moved in with spears. 3 minutes later, the turtle stopped moving. The villagers cheered. I was already walking toward the boat. Ed reached it the same time I did. We peeled off the outer hull panels together. Inside was a compartment packed with magic arrays, a water jet nozzle at the stern, the same propulsion principle as the bike I had just built, but older, much older. "Unmanned," Ed said. From the start, I traced the lines of the arrays. Most were unreadable, ancient script, theory I had never encountered. But near the nozzle, one formation clicked. I could read it: direction, speed, compression ratios. And in the back, a small box. Independent power source, still running. Ancient words etched on its surface. The rest of the boat might have been dead on arrival, but that box was awake, waiting. I looked at Ed. He looked at me. Neither of us said what we were thinking. Someone built this. Someone sent it here on purpose. Will decoded 4 words from the box over the next 3 days. Urgent, open. First, light. We opened it. Inside, a neutral magic stone, a light magic stone, and 2 activation arrays. One was already running, connected through the hull to the propulsion system and a dome-shaped direction sensor. It was recording speed, heading, time, a continuous log of everywhere that boat had been. The second array was dormant, connected to the light stone. I activated it in a darkened room, and characters appeared on the wall. The entire journey, projected for anyone to read. It is a rescue beacon, Ed said quietly, or a voyage recorder. Either way, it wants to be found. I spent the next 5 days building a trigonometric table by hand, half-degree increments, 720 steps per full rotation. Then I wrote a magic formation that read the entire navigation log into an array, processed each entry against the table, and computed the origin point. The answer came back the following morning, approximately 2,000 kilometers south, 1,300 east, straight line distance, 2,400 kilometers. Direction, 33 degrees from due south, southeast, far out over open ocean, past every charted island, past every known territory. Someone had built an automated boat with ancient technology, loaded it with a navigation recorder and a rescue projector, and sent it across 2,400 kilometers of monster-infested ocean, directly toward us. I pinned the coordinates to the wall of the workshop and stared at them for a long time. The ancient coordinate system matched the framework I had deciphered from the ruins documents months ago. Same civilization, same engineers, but those ruins were 1,000 years dead, and this boat was new. Its stones were fresh, its arrays were clean. Somewhere 2,400 kilometers to the southeast, someone was still building. While I was chasing coordinates across the ocean on paper, Barbara had been running the metal leech experiment for a month with no results. 500 medium mana stones and 2,500 small ones arranged on the floor of a 2-meter square enclosure. A single forest leech living on that floor, absorbing whatever it could from the saturated mana environment. The hypothesis was simple. Replicate the conditions of the natural evolution site we had classified as top secret. Concentrated mana, time, patience. The patience paid off past midnight on a still night in the 4th month. I was not there when it happened. Barbara was. She noticed the leech go still. Then it began to glow. She sent an emergency message via the communication golem and activated every barrier she had. By the time I arrived with Felix and Grace, the transformation was complete. The forest leech was gone. In its place, inside the reinforced cage, sat a metal leech, smaller than the wild ones, sleeker. Its surface had the telltale metallic sheen. Barbara was pressed against the far wall, taking notes. Luna sat on her head. There was a fresh gouge in the stone floor about a meter from the cage where a spike had punched through. "It nearly got you," I said. She looked up. Her eyes were shining. 1-meter spike range, previously undocumented. Is that not wonderful? The leech had a name already. She called it Piggymaru. She had named it before the evolution, back when it was still a forest leech, and she was still rubbing it against her cheek during feeding time. "Barbara," I said carefully. "The spike." "Oh, Luna saved me." She scratched behind Luna's ears. Luna looked at me with an expression that clearly communicated she had opinions about researchers who got too close to predators. I was recording the glow pattern and got excited. Luna knocked me backward just before the spike came through the cage gap. I made a note to redesign the cage. Double the clearance. No gaps wider than a centimeter. Barbara was already back at the observation window, sketching the spike pattern with one hand, while Luna sat on her shoulder and watched the metal leech settle into its new form. She had named a predator. She was in love with it, and somehow, impossibly, she had made it work. The first domestically bred metal leech in the history of this world sat in a cage in our territory, and the woman who created it was already planning the second one. The metal leech breeding was the headline, but the discovery underneath it was bigger. The charging box we had found in the ruins months ago could fill mana stones using human mana. We had known that. What we had not known, until Barbara's experiment forced us to run the numbers again, was the efficiency ratio for normal mana stones versus the artificial ones from the ruin. Normal stones charged at 200 times the efficiency. 1 unit of human mana became 200 units of stone capacity. A knight with average mana reserves could fill a medium stone in a single session. 30 knights working in rotation could charge the entire experimental floor in a day. And it was not limited to trained knights. Anyone who could move their mana even slightly, anyone with even the most marginal control could use the box. The device provided the assist function. It guided the flow once initiated. The user just had to start the motion. About half the general population qualified. Half. The implications of that number hit me the moment I wrote it down. Ed looked at the numbers I had written on the board. He looked at them for a long time. "Mass production," he said. "Mass production." I circled the figure. 200 times efficiency. Every project I have ever built was constrained by stone supply. The vehicles, the communication network, the weapons, the giants. Every single one. That constraint is gone now. I added an automatic shutoff to the box design that same afternoon. Without it, an inexperienced user could drain themselves unconscious, and that had already happened once during testing. One of Felix's knights had tried it at Luna's suggestion, felt the mana flowing, kept pushing, and collapsed face first into the workbench. He was fine after a rest, but the liability was obvious. Then, I walked back to the workshop wall where the navigation coordinates were pinned. 2,400 kilometers southeast, an unknown civilization with ancient technology, a boat that crossed an ocean to find us. We were going to need a proper ship, and now we had the stones to build one. I started sketching hull designs before dinner. The first pilgrimage car arrived at dawn. By the time I walked outside, 3 of them were parked in a line along the main road into Vegaroa, each one more ridiculous than the last. The first belonged to a count I had met twice. He had commissioned a full canvas painting of the goddess, and Luna wrapped around both sides of his magic vehicle, then installed lanterns behind the fabric so the whole thing glowed from within. At night, it probably looked like a rolling shrine. At 9 in the morning, it looked like a very expensive lampshade on wheels. The second was a decorated truck style from the Margrave. White magic silver panels covered the body. Glass beads harvested from a 100-eyed centipede lined the edges, and they blinked in sequence whenever the wheels turned, which meant the thing sparkled like a carnival float every time it moved an inch. The driver was passed out cold in the front seat. Apparently, the Margrave had made him drive through the night to arrive first. The third was the worst. A Viscount had mounted a full-color statue of the water goddess holding Luna on the roof, then rigged a repurposed shower device to send actual water flowing over the entire sculpture. Mist caught the morning light and threw tiny rainbows in every direction. It was beautiful in the way a cathedral fire is beautiful. You admired it while wondering who was going to clean up the mess. I turned to Benedict, who was standing beside me with his hands folded and a look of absolute contentment on his face. You did this. He did not deny it. He merely suggested that the lords had come to this idea entirely on their own, that the church had simply provided the grounds for parking, and that he could not be held responsible for the enthusiasm of devoted believers. Every sentence was technically true and collectively damning. He also mentioned, casually, that the royal family was building one too. I set 3 rules on the spot. No more than 12 vehicles per season, no blocking the trade road, and absolutely no competitive escalation involving live animals. Benedict agreed to all 3 with the serene confidence of a man who had already gotten everything he wanted. The school had been open for 3 weeks by then. Barbara taught arithmetic in the first half and basic reading in the second, all inside a purpose-built room attached to the church that Benedict had constructed without needing to be asked twice. Grace and I stood outside the window and watched. 30 children sat on low benches with small blackboards balanced on their knees. The school started at noon because mornings were for chores. A girl of about 10 raised her hand and showed her work. Barbara leaned in, counted the answers, and told her 8 out of 10 were correct. The girl beamed. Barbara told her to redo the other 2. The girl stopped beaming, but went back to her seat without complaint. A boy named Marte showed his board next, 9 out of 10. He looked triumphant. Barbara pointed to the single wrong answer and asked him to fix it. He protested. 9 was good enough, he said. Barbara explained, calmly and without raising her voice, that if he shorted a customer by 1 coin every 10 transactions, he would lose their trust within a month and their business within 2. Marte thought about this for exactly 3 seconds, then returned to his bench with his shoulders slightly lower than before. She is suited to this, Grace said quietly. I agreed. I had expected to feel noble about the school, like I was performing some grand charitable act. Instead, I felt like I was investing in infrastructure. These children would grow up knowing how to count, how to read a contract, how to check a ledger against a delivery manifest. In 5 years, I would not need to personally audit every transaction in the territory. In 10 years, some of them might be running workshops of their own. Both things could be true, the warmth and the calculation. The kids deserved this because they were kids, and the territory needed this because it needed a future that did not depend on one man. I funded the school from the olive oil revenue and did not feel a single contradiction about it. The bell rang. The first half session ended. Every child in the room stood up at once and practically ran toward the door. A night was coming for the afternoon vocational session. Their excitement was the kind you cannot fake and cannot teach. Grace watched them go with an expression I had not seen on her before, something between pride and longing. She was already thinking about the next term, more students, reading materials, maybe a second teacher. When you come back from the voyage, she said, I want to expand this. I told her she did not need my permission. She already had the budget authority. She smiled at that, small and knowing, and we walked away from the schoolhouse together. The forest lake was deep enough and calm enough for what we needed. Ed had built the launch platform at the end of the pier, a simple wooden frame angled downward toward the surface, with a groove to hold the body steady until activation. Terry called from the far side of the lake on his water bike, waving one arm. The target was ready. A rock scorpion shell, sourced from the Adventurer Guild in the next county over, suspended on chains between two anchored floats about 40 meters out. The hardest natural material available to us. If this worked on a rock scorpion shell, it would work on a sea dragon. I checked the torpedo one last time, 150 centimeters long, nearly twice the size of the explosive variant. 2 water jet nozzles at the rear for propulsion. The tip was reinforced with every enhancement pattern I had adapted from the magic sword arrays, layered and compressed into 20 centimeters of penetrating force. This was the piercing model, built for one purpose. The sea dragons lost their earth magic scale defense when submerged. That meant their underwater body was merely physically armored, merely the toughest thing alive in the ocean. This torpedo needed to punch through whatever remained. Ready here, Ed said from beside the platform. I triggered the launch. The torpedo shot forward with a sound like tearing canvas and kicked a curtain of spray into my face. Luna, perched on the railing beside me, got splashed and yowled in protest. The weapon crossed the 40 meters in less than 2 seconds. The impact was a deep, metallic thud that echoed across the entire lake, followed by a brief flash of blue-white sparks where the enchanted tip met the shell. Terry pulled alongside the target on his water bike and let out a long whistle. The torpedo had buried itself halfway through the rock scorpion shell, halfway, at half thrust. At full power, it would go clean through. Ed looked at me with the expression of a man recalculating every assumption he had ever made about what was possible. The sea dragon, he said. We'll have a very bad day, I finished. We pulled the torpedo free, inspected the penetration channel, smooth and clean as a drill hole, and I certified the weapon as ready for deployment. 3 body variants remained for testing, balance and speed and stealth, but the warhead was proven, the hardest natural material in the kingdom, and we had punched through it like it was wet clay. The Azure Cat sat in the dry dock at Charles' store, like a blade laid across velvet, slim where the cargo ships were fat, sharp where they were blunt, 35 meters long, 10 meters wide, painted deep blue with waterproof monster hide lacquer that caught the light like polished stone. 2 masts carried fore and aft sails that existed mostly as backup. The real propulsion was hidden beneath the waterline where no curious eyes could study it. Rebecca walked me through the final inspection the day before the launch. Water jet nozzles at stern, side thrusters at the bow for lateral docking, voice pipes running from bridge to helm to engine room, glass windows in the wheelhouse, sourced through Benedict's church connections. The galley had magic stoves and cooling boxes from our own workshop line. A catwalk Ed had designed wrapped the perimeter at railing height so Luna could exercise in bad weather without crossing the working deck. On launch day, Benedict led the prayer at an altar set up outside the dry dock gate. Luna jumped onto his head during the invocation and meowed 3 times, which Benedict took as divine endorsement. The goddess statue glowed faintly. Then 6 teams moved into position, wedges removed, props knocked free, ropes hauled. The Azure Cat slid down greased logs and hit the harbor water with a sound like the world drawing a deep breath. The splash rose 3 meters. Rebecca's crew brought her alongside the pier using side thrusters alone, precise as a needle threading cloth. Then Luna appeared on the bow, sitting on the figurehead of the goddess Amphory. She meowed once, long and sweet, and nothing like any sound she usually made. The goddess spoke, not aloud, inside my head. A voice like deep ocean current shaped into language. She said she had been waiting for the youngest one to come to her water. She said the sea would test what the land had built. She said nothing else. The presence withdrew as suddenly as it had arrived. Benedict wept openly with joy. The Marquis asked careful questions afterward, his face carefully neutral. I told him Luna sometimes attracted divine attention, which was true in the same way that lightning sometimes attracted tall trees. He accepted it with the grace of a man who had already decided not to be on the wrong side of whatever I was becoming. We departed Melvina on the 5th day of the 10th month with 45 souls aboard. Felix commanded the combat complement. Rebecca commanded the ship. I commanded the navigation. The first 3 days were calm. The crew settled into watch rotations, 3 shifts covering dawn through night. Morning drills on deck, where Luna trained the soldiers in footwork by tripping them until they learned to watch the ground. Afternoon maintenance and equipment checks. Evening meals in the mess hall, where the cook served salted meat with mustard sauce, and the soldiers debated whether mayonnaise belonged on potato salad. It did. This was not up for discussion. I spent my bridge time working with the navigation tool I had built from the principles of the mysterious ship's logging device. A grid of symbols showing our position relative to Melvina. Each unit represented 10 kilometers. We cruised at 20 per hour during daylight. At night, we turned to face the current, deployed a sea anchor for stability, and held position with minimal thrust until dawn. After 3 days, we had covered roughly 600 kilometers. The water had shifted from coastal green to open ocean black. The waves were longer and smoother. The monsters we had fought on day 1, sea crocodiles killed with the thunder ropes, were twice the size of anything near the shore. The further we went, the bigger things got. The torpedoes sat in the armory below, waiting for something worthy. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Felix joined me on the bridge. Lookout reports weather forming to the southeast. His voice was level, professional. I checked the navigation grid. 600 kilometers from port, 1800 to the ship island. We were barely a quarter of the way there, and the sea was already changing its mind about us. Storm? Dark line on the horizon, moving in our direction. I studied the grid for a long moment. Too far from port to turn back efficiently. Too early in the voyage to waste days sheltering. The Azure Cat was built for open ocean. The hull was reinforced. The crew was trained. The weapons were proven. Hold course, I said. We prepared for exactly this. Rebecca nodded from her station at the helm. Felix returned to the deck to inform the watch. The dark line grew on the horizon, slow and patient as a closing hand. I thought about the school, the children with their blackboards, the territory running without me for the first time since I had arrived in this world. Grace managing the accounts, Ed running the workshop, Barbara teaching the next generation to count. Everything I had built was behind me now. Everything I was building toward was ahead. Somewhere past that storm, 1,800 kilometers beyond the rain, there was an island that had sent an unmanned boat to our shores from across an ocean. No one in the kingdom had ever crossed. A civilization, a technology, an answer to a question I did not fully know how to ask yet. We were going to find out what was there, and we were not turning back. 8 days out from port, and I had almost forgotten what land smelled like. The morning routine had become something I looked forward to. Rod in hand, line trailing behind the stern, Luna dozing on the railing beside me, while Terry argued with his reel on the port side. The ocean had been kind since we departed Melvina. Fair winds, gentle swells, the kind of steady monotony that makes you trust the world for a few hours before it reminds you what it actually is. Terry hooked something around the 2nd hour. I heard the reel scream before I saw the rod bend double. Got one, he said, already bracing his boots against the deck rail. His voice had that edge it always got when something was fighting back. It took him 4 hours. 4 hours of the line singing out, the rod bowing until I thought it would snap. Terry's full-body reinforcement magic flickering gold around his forearms every time the fish changed direction. The crew gathered. Rebecca called heading adjustments from the bridge so the ship would not overrun the line. Felix offered to take over twice. Terry refused both times with a grin that said he would rather lose the fish than share the fight. When the thing finally surfaced, it was longer than Terry was tall. 2 curved horns jutting from its skull like polished bone. scales the color of hammered bronze catching the midday light, a body built for nothing but speed and endurance. A two-horned marlin, the biggest catch anyone aboard had ever seen. Terry dragged it over the rail with both hands and collapsed flat beside it on the deck, chest heaving, grinning at the sky like a man who had just won a war. Luna walked over, sniffed the fish once with professional disinterest, and sat on Terry's chest. That was the last easy morning. The storm hit 14 hours later. Rebecca called it medium scale, the most dangerous category, she said, because medium storms formed fast, moved faster, and killed more ships than typhoons ever did. We changed course southwest. The variable ballast went up 10%. The shock-absorbing arrays activated along the hull, magic circles glowing faint blue against the dark water. None of it mattered when the wave pattern shifted and the ship began to twist. I heard the crack from the bridge, a sound like a bone breaking inside a body, deep, final. Somewhere below the waterline, the Azure Cat had just developed a wound. The report came in 30 seconds. A 1-meter fracture in the keel, 3 warped beams above it, torsion stress from the crosswaves that the shock arrays were never designed to absorb. I went down. The emergency lanterns threw orange light across wet wood and iron bracing. The crack was worse than the report made it sound. A dark seam running along the spine of the ship, edges flexing apart with every roll, not yet breached, but threatening to open further with the next bad wave. Luna was already there. She had gone below before anyone else. While the crew managed sails and heading and every other crisis the storm was generating on the surface, she had moved through the ship in the dark, alone, following some perception I did not share. When I found her, she was sitting in the equipment room beside the metal leech coil, just sitting there, looking at me with her copper eyes half-lidded and her tail wrapped around her paws. I understood. The metal leech bonded with damaged structural surfaces under pressure. I had packed it specifically as an emergency repair material in case of hull compromise. Luna had perceived the structural failure, identified the correct solution from the ship's inventory, and led me to it without a single sound. Divine spatial awareness working in real time. The goddess solving an engineering problem before I had finished diagnosing it. I softened the coil with earth magic, pressed it into the fracture while the ship rolled hard to port, and held it against the keel with both hands. The material hardened as the magic released, the crack sealed. I coated the 3 warped beams with the remainder, spreading it thick and pressing it flat until it bonded. The hull groaned, held. 8 more hours of storm, 8 hours of waves hammering that reinforced keel. It held every single time. Luna stayed beside the repair until the winds died at sunrise, not sleeping, not moving, just watching the metal and wood like she dared them to break. We spotted the ship island 2 days after the storm cleared, a dark shape on the horizon that did not behave like land. It grew as we closed the distance, rectangular, enormous, 500 meters long, 150 wide, buildings rising 10 stories above the waterline with ancient trees growing through their collapsed roofs. The architecture matched everything I had studied for 2 years. The same proportions, the same stone and metal composites, the same civilization that built the ruins, the magic giants, the ancient arrays I had been decoding since my first week in this world. It was moving, slowly against the current, propelled by systems that still functioned after centuries of silence. A machine the size of a small city, still running its program, still waiting for a crew that would never return. Rebecca held us at 300 meters. An artificial shelf extended 100 meters out from the island, barely 2 meters deep. Coral and stone growth. No ship our size could dock. We circled, studying the walls for any point of access. Then the sea erupted. The dragon came up fast, pale blue scales armoring a body longer than the azure cat, 4 horns sweeping back from its skull, rows of fin-like spines running the length of its back. It rose between us and the island like a living wall, and in its first pass, destroyed our starboard water jet with a single sweep of its tail. The ship lurched sideways. Alarms sounded. Felix had weapons firing before the spray cleared. Lightning spears hit the dragon's scales and deflected, skidded off the surface like sparks off an anvil. The material was the same as first-generation giant armor, magic-resistant, dense, engineered to endure exactly this kind of attack. I gave the order to retreat. Then a voice spoke, not from the ship, not from the dragon. A woman's voice, calm and ancient, resonating inside every mind on the deck simultaneously. A single sentence, and the sea split. A corridor of open air carved itself through the ocean behind us. Walls of water held apart by force I could not measure. Amphory, the sea goddess, her domain, her creature trespassing, her authority to act. The dragon could not cross. We ran, and I spent the voyage back planning how to kill something that an entire ship of weapons could not scratch. We came back prepared. The floating mines went out first. A perimeter of contact detonation spheres between 200 and 100 meters from our position. Self-propelled electric wire networks radiated outward from the hull in 5 directions. The bola launchers were loaded with weighted metal reach wire, 4 projectiles per launcher, earth magic arrays etched into each head, designed to multiply mass over time. The magic golem stood on deck in a kneeling defensive position, shield raised against the water breath, a prototype lightning spear racked behind its shoulder. The dragon appeared at 1 kilometer. Same behavior, same territorial response. It swam through the mine perimeter, and the detonations staggered it, but did not stop it. The electric wires tangled its fins, and it tore free. Guided torpedoes hit its belly, and it roared, but kept coming. Then it learned. It stayed at range. It used short, fast bursts of water breath to knock our projectiles from the air before they reached it. I watched it adapt in real time and understood that we could not win a war of attrition. The dragon could rest and recover. We could not replace magic stones at sea. Every minute this went on, the advantage shifted. I changed the plan. Thin the mines, I told Felix. Let it come closer. He looked at me, processed the logic, then nodded. The dragon sensed the gap in the perimeter. It surged forward. The bola launchers fired. Weighted wires wrapped around its forelimbs, its neck, the base of its tail. The metal reach arrays activated. The mass multiplied. 10 times the base weight. 15. 500 kilograms of metal dragging at its body with every movement. The dragon slowed, thrashed. The wires tightened with every twist. Terry was already on the jet ski. Luna jumped from the deck rail onto his shoulder, and he launched from the port bay at full throttle, cutting a straight line toward the tangled dragon trailing more bola wire behind him. He circled the creature twice at speed, adding loops of weighted metal to the mass, already constricting its movement. The dragon snapped at them, missed. Terry pulled away clean. 5 minutes. That was the limit before the wires would fatigue and snap. Luna howled, one sharp, piercing note that carried across 300 meters of open water. On the deck behind me, the magic golem moved. Its pilot dropped the shield, reached back, and lifted the lightning spear in one smooth motion. The throw crossed the distance in under 2 seconds. The spear struck the dragon in the throat and sank deep into the tangle of conductive metal reach wire already wrapping its body. Current arced through the entire mass. The dragon seized, every muscle locked. Its jaw froze open. Its eyes went flat. It stopped. 10 seconds of absolute silence on the water, then smoke. The body dissolved from the extremities inward, evaporating into gray mist that the morning wind scattered across the sea. No corpse, no bones, no blood. A ruins species. An engineered guardian, not a living creature. It had never been alive in any way that left remains. The crew was silent for a long moment. Then Terry, dripping wet on the jet ski, with Luna sitting calmly on his head, said something I will never repeat in polite company. Grace found the entrance. Her balloon survey had mapped the island from above while we fought the dragon. A rear maintenance hatch on the lower hull. Positioned on the side, the dragon's patrol route never covered. We floated in on a lifeboat at low tide and climbed through a gap in the ancient metal that time had loosened but never fully broken. The corridor inside was 15 meters wide, 15 meters tall, built for magic giants, built for the same machines I had spent 2 years learning to operate, repair, and improve. The walls were the same composite as every ruin I had ever entered, and the same script covered every surface, floor to ceiling, panel after panel of densely inscribed ancient text. I could read it, every word. The inscriptions described this place as a mobile command center for an expedition fleet, a fleet that had launched from this world centuries ago. Their purpose, their destination, their operational parameters. They had built this island as their staging platform, their forward base, their last point of contact with the world they were leaving behind, and they had never come back. Felix walked beside me with his sword drawn, 4 others behind us. Our footsteps echoed in a space that had not heard human sound in longer than any kingdom on this continent had existed. The air was dry, still, old. I read another panel: crew complement figures, power distribution schedules, maintenance protocols for systems. I could not have imagined 6 months ago, but now recognize from fragments I had decoded in smaller ruins across the kingdom. This was not a ruin. This was a machine that was still running. The corridor ahead curved into darkness. The ancient light panels ended at a junction. Beyond them, nothing but black. Something moved, a sound, deep, heavy. The slow scrape of something large shifting its weight against the stone floor. Not the hiss of a ruined species dissolving into smoke. Something solid, something with mass, something that breathed. My hand found the wall. The inscriptions under my fingers were warm. I did not breathe.